Well, welcome, ladies and gentlemen, to the final part, the final 6 hours of the Majors 24, brought to you by Global Sim Racing Channel. I am Craig King with you for the next 3 hours. Daniel Costello is burning the midnight oil, and I think he's got a little bit of oil left. Christian Deploy is also helping him, and as you can see, it's still raining here in the French countryside. It has been quite a night out there, and as you can see on our weather forecast, it has still been there. If you haven't been watching in the last hour on our overnight coverage, there was a safety car. So it has bunched up some of the drivers, but as you can see, only the top 2 in the LMDH are on the lead lap. Top 5 in the LMP2s, and it is still all to play for in the GT3s. Just keep looking on by the 505 Endurance in P5. Good timing there, really, 505 and 5. He's battling with the 07 Racing. That's Yoskak Aleo in the 07 ahead, and Dylan McKelliff, who will be in that number 5 car. And this has all come together to the safety car earlier, to about, I want to say half an hour ago. I started waking up and wanting to wake up. And if you wake up in a endurance race in the real world, you think, what's that noise I can hear outside? Oh, it's a safety car. They're all going slow. And I think if you were in the countryside having a tent in the real world here, you'd kind of be hoping for that noise, just to get you a little bit more sleep, because all the cars will just be going slowly. You get the gurgles of the engine, but you don't get that here. They just get the sweet respite of not having to drive flat in the rain. These are our leaders. That's the Orbit Rock Bear Jupiter. Here is the GT3 winners, the leaders, sorry, the Booston VDS by undercut number 1 in that little battle with the Hydro Race, Geodesic Racing behind them. Of course, Delta V Racing as well, just second behind. So, as you usually get in these fantastic iRacing special events, GT3 category is always closest. So, it's going to be interesting to see if we're going to get an overtake. And in fact, I say that, and right away, the Geodesic car goes to the outside down the Unideres, Mulsanne straight, as we say in English. I think he may get this done, but he'll have to go around the outside of the Daytona chicane. A little bit of late braking. It's hard to late brake in the rain. In fact, I think he may have overcooked it. He had to take the off track, and he's gone over a lot of water as well, and a lot of debris as well in that area. So he'll take the slowdown, and he's going to use this to his advantage though, because the slowdown is going to be affected by your fastest times. And really, if you're racing in the rain, that's going to mean you can go a little bit slower, but you won't be able to hold on to this position. Slowdown is served, and they are going to have some side-by-side, but I won't be surprised if Sarazi decides to just let this go. Gets a little bit of a look, gets a little bit of a look, almost coming together there, but so close. And with respect, now he just gets a face full of water. So, just an update on that weather as we see now as the 3-car battle for the GT3s. Currently 19 Celsius out there, 67 Fahrenheit is our track temperatures. And you can see with that weather forecast we showed you for very much favorable or changeable conditions. A little bit of a move there on the curb. You don't want to be braking on curves when they're absolutely wet. Johan decided, I'm just going to alert with death here. It's still raining out on the track, and it feels like it'll be like this for a while for the cars. So whoever knows, anything can happen later in the race. Remember, we've now got 6 hours to go. So 6 hours left to go. It's going to be very interesting. Just really the surviving is what is needed. Rain is due to stop within the next 40 minutes, and then they're going to get one last blast an hour later, just to throw them off. That final rainstorm could actually be more impactful than this rainstorm they're in at the moment, but it has been a wet night for everybody. So let's go to the highlights, because I was saying it was an eventful night, and it's been an eventful 19 hours over here in the French countryside. So let's give you a highlight of the day and the highlight of the night as you see some of the drivers going by. One of the only Acuras going around, that's WSR, who had a little bit of a moment out there, the number 60. Unfortunately, lots of damage, and that just goes to show a drying track. All drivers having issues, and these are tough on the exit to second chicane, trying to avoid traffic, and the 49 gets on by. But then the worst part of the track, of course, the cambers there of the Porsche curtain, the 16 did catch it, the other WSR car who managed to, unfortunately, have a meeting to the wall. And then as they're coming on back, even here at the Corvette chicane, rain catching drivers out, and this is really just a battle of attrition. Look at the puddles on the inside, water on the outside as well as you come through karting. Another car meeting the barrier, and unfortunately, it's been the story of the night. Even at Arnage, you're going to have a moment. A little bit too early into turning there for the 36. That was the DPR racing car. Unfortunately, take a little bit of an excursion and wait. The 77 rode the curbs too much. For the 77, that was a big issue out there for them, the SimVision, who have retired. And then again, drivers just trying to find the most lines they can just open up the corner. 257 there of Impulse Racing, just missing out. The 76 tried to hold it. Collateral damage was that Acura. Again, a lot of this is just trying to make sure you can work. It's crazy to think one geodesic currently fighting for the lead. The other geodesic retired from the race. Even when the lights came on around Porsche Curve, drivers were still getting caught out. That's the 908, sorry, the Effect Simulators car. That's retired. Their other car still in P3, as you can see in the standings. And I was there last year, and that was a similar incident last year in the real world there, but no car flipping today for that McLaren. Just catching out. More incidents here for the number 7 geodesic. Catching the gravel. The car decides it wants to take a joker lap. Comes back on just before the Forest S's. Manages to save it, but a lot of damage. And then again, losing the car. The only way they can go is on that puddle, hard into the barrier. Takes out the wing. That would require a tow. Already used your fast repair. And that was all she wrote. Again, another one for the Effect Simulators. It just aquaplaning. Aquaplaning at nighttime. You see the water, but you don't feel the grip of the water. Another BMW coming out. The karting S's going a bit too wide and deciding wanting to do his best nose tail impression was the 19, the pole SimRacing. Fortunately, thankfully, they didn't hit a pole. They did have a lot of problems. The P1 Doc's car there just seeing some of the damage on the start of the karting S's. Then battles kept on coming, but unfortunately for the 31, trying to make a really good move out there. Did not work. Solpec, they made a visit to the barrier. They're still running, though. They are still out there driving around in 7th. Just the story of the night now. Aquaplaning, aquaplaning, and aquaplaning. Trying to keep as much speed as you can. The 909 kept on going and found the wrong way and didn't take the roundabout, so the French police may not be happy there. And then even on a straight, the road is treacherous. That's why they tell you drivers in the real world when it's raining to drop your speed. Very tough. You can see 2 cars right behind trying to battle it just there. Little late move into Mulsanne can usually work when it's dry, but in the wet, very risky. And the 909 once again having issues, deciding I want to go back to the historic layout there and just skip Daytona chicane. Now the GT circuit, whew, you think to yourself, they're going to have a little bit more drainage. Still seeing drivers going by, and that is that is so unfortunate there. You see the driver fighting it into the Forest S's. Able to get on by. More issues for the WSR. Just see, this is the thing that happens in these endurance races, and you want to keep on going even after a little bit of a crash, as we see the safety car then punch everybody up. And even then the 07 during a safety car, by the looks of it, just having a moment. But you want to try and just keep on going even after some incidents out there. But it is so tough to think about it, because you get one, you get another, and your mindset just plays havoc with you. And that's going to happen as well with Impulse. Nowhere to go there. They are just a passenger. They just had to accept cars going on by. This was on the restart, and look at it. It claimed 2 other cars. I do say cautions, precautions, but we don't have a caution to go in. And another, and oh, that's unfortunate on the start of Terre Rouge. And that was the whole effect there. Took out 3 cars. The original incident was 1 car that spun into 2 others. And then the 47 having some issues with the 44 as they battled on. And the 44 just clipped that inside curve going into the Forest S's. Nothing he could do there. Cold tires as well. The track was starting to somewhat dry, but not so dry now. More GT3s having issues, and the speed difference here. That Cube Controls car, or one of the Cube sponsored cars, having a little excursion himself. And then we get to the leader. This is Orbit Drop Bet, retaking the lead of the race from the SZZ. Sean Campbell's going to hate me for saying that wrong. Takes that away, and then the 59, another victim. And I think if you're counting now, that's 4 accidents there at the fastest corner of the track, one of the fastest corners of the track, Indianapolis. Where do you go to try and avoid a car going into the portrait curves that just hit the inside wall? Well, that's the best way you can do it. See the 48 take the lead from the CZ Esports. Well, it's the effect simulators, because the CZ Esports behind them now in P2. It's the effect simulators just having a tough time. And again, a little bit of an off track. I know you meant to give way to the left, but the roundabout's a little bit further on if you want to have that real world experience. And another moment coming down, and the Indy there is there on that road. Another car. Just goes to show, even with that camber, the natural road surface camber, oh, so tough. And we saw that crash going to Boston State, Indianapolis. Can see as the sunlight started to come up onto the night, and everybody's having problems as the rain came on down. And that looks to be one of the P1 dot cards, and I think that would again with the Soltec cars. Everybody just having an issue trying to fight on. Of course, the light you'd think would help. Still a little bit dim out there today, out there with tons of weather. Drivers not having to be able to use a lot of their lights, and then late braking, or try not to late brake, and the little kiss there to the tie barrier at Daytona. Been an eventful night for the drivers. And normally you would be right now, good morning, what have I missed? And your team, the night team, done the graveyard shift, would go to you. You don't want to know. You don't want to know. Trust me. Trust me. How long have you got? Well, we got 7 minutes to show you there, but I'm pretty sure if one of these drivers, one of these teams needs to tell their drivers what was going on, I don't think they'd be able to tell them in 7 minutes. I think they'd need a stint. It's unfortunate. And while that's just happened, the leader of the GT3s has just had an incident. Just watching that, the leader of the GT3s, which was the geodesic car, just had an incident at Indianapolis. While we're watching Matteo Figueroa, we'll have to have a look at that. I'm just checking he's not had a meatball flag. No, but he was leading the race after overtaking 41 of the Busan VDS car. Fortunately, I think a little bit of wet tire issues happened there, so he's lost a lot of time. And that's given the lead right back to the 41 as we're watching Figueroa in the 909 effect simulators. Come on down. Still trying to battle the 25 to CZ Esports car. What a result this would be for CZ. They've got 2 cars in podium positions in 2 classes. They would love it if they could get a win in both classes, in both prototypes. Anything can happen. So we could say they're in contention. Just takes one mistake, one dip tire on the paint here for it all to change. Well, let's have a look at this replay. This was Shiraz in the hyperdesic, and it just looks like, oh, he's caught, he's gone wide. That LMDH just went a little bit wide there and caught puddles, and not a lot he can do. Thankfully, no serious damage for that McLaren for the hyperdesic hyper race geodesic, not the hyperdesic. I'm not trying to merge 2 things together. I have my way, folks. Like, don't worry. Hope everyone is doing. It's nice to also see people in chat helping out. Some of us, we have been watching this. I was glued to the first 8 hours of the race. Glued watching it. Well, not all 8 hours. I was a little bit preoccupied with another broadcast on the channel. However, we were all keeping our eyes on what was going on out here in the race. But it's going to be interesting to see how it goes now, because I kind of went to sleep for the last 7 hours, so lots of these drivers would have been enjoying it and could be very good. I've just said that, and I think Daniel, our director, has just had some angry looks at my eyes, so I do apologize for that. Shout out to Daniel, of course, who's been, like I said, burning the midnight oil for the race today and overnight. Fair continues on. What a stint it has been. Credit to Geodesic, though, because they've caught right back up to this. Right back up to this field. There's icy sunlight out there. So very nice to see for some of these drivers. It's the Boutsen VDS car will hold on to this lead once again. It's interesting when we look at endurance racing. The joke always is, well, cars at the front now, the cars that weren't at the front at the start of the race. Well, no, you look at it, the VDS, they've made 6 places up this race. Geodesic's made up 6 places. Giovanni's made up, the Delta V Racing's made up 15 places. They almost started at the back of the field. It's had a really good drive. That VDS car will have to serve a slowdown after going a little bit wide. The exit of the second chicane. I know we do have penalties probably coming, so we will be keeping our eyes glued. Not only just race control, also the protests and the results there. So I'm sure we will see something about that. We do see, I think, PR Racing, the last car at the moment that is waiting for a possible penalty. So PR Racing getting caught out there against the number 5 with the best support. So something. But here comes Giovanni in the 209 Delta V. And that car has gone Delta V. Just making the overspeed work around the outside, the kink of Indianapolis, which probably in this weather, because of the camber at Indy, at both parts of Indy, there probably is better for the drivers out there, because it just allows you not to have a lot of water build up. So we'll wait, have a look to see what that does, because that's such a cambered corner. A lot of these corners are cambered. One thing before we said, if we see more battles going on, when you're at a racetrack here on the sim, I might come back to this later, you don't realize the exact elevation changes or the camber changes until you're there in person. Just like around here, this is the Fury SimSport yellow car trying to battle DWR SimCoach setup 81 car. The moment I thought the 81 in front there might have went a little bit too deep into Mulsanne, but nope. Nothing yet. So down the Gulf Straight, but does not have the run. 167 will get into P9. Still some 2 laps down from the next car, but maybe the game is to finish the race, and also if you get some battles along the way, it's really helpful just to keep your motivation going. It's heavy out there at the moment. They are in the thick of this rain. And that's going to be a frustrating moment for these drivers, because they really want to have some dry weather. Not getting it. To be fair, I would want the dry weather as well. But now trying to create a gap, and everybody knew the forecast coming into the race, so it's not a case of you put your best wet drivers in, because it's rained most of the race. That you have to be ready for the rain, and you do have some dry patches, but that dry patches, when we see the rain stop in when did I say the rain was going to stop? The rain was going to stop in about 30 minutes. Yeah, you can say put your dry driver in, your best dry driver in, but the track's still wet. And if you're in a prototype like this and you're trying to make an overtake, it's not exactly easy to try and make an overtake out there because wet patches will still be around. And trust me, I think we've all done it. We've all had a little wreck clipping a wet patch on dry tires. So when it gets dry, the battle to see who will take the slicks first will be interesting because the number of cars has dropped down now. I think I count, I want to say half the LMDH field has retired. I want to say about 5, maybe 5. No, there's only a couple LMP2s have officially retired by the looks of it. And still got a good quota of GT3 driving around out here for the final 6 hours. And they're all trying to battle, not just for the win, but for the Majors 24 badge. And let me tell you something. I've got one. And it's a very nice thing to have, to say that you got a podium in the Majors 24. And Fury Simsport has indeed picked up a penalty. And they will get a black flag. That was a drive-through after a little bit of a moment there. They got an advantage, overtaking Effect Simulators. They will take a drive-through. This is the leaders. Harrison Lilias in the Orbit Drop Bear car. Lovely livery at last. Say so itself. Keeping it cool, calm, and collective. And safe to say, not the best well, I wouldn't say the best, not the quickest driver. That's what I'm trying to say. They're all great drivers because they're driving in the rain at such speed. It's easy lapping a couple seconds faster last time by. So we'll have to keep an eye on our... I say that, and CC just had a moment at Tet Rouge. So I've just done the commentator's curse there. TC Sports were trying to catch up. Just had a little bit of a slide at Tet Rouge, held it, and they just lost 3 seconds. So it just goes to show. And that's a 10K driver. For anyone watching, that's a 10K driver. So if a 10K driver can do it, don't feel bad if you do it yourself anywhere else on the racetrack. He finally gets past that Justin Barrera. I think what happened was he was holding back behind Barrera in that LMP2. And I think he just wanted to try and take an inside line, try to get on the throttle. Because he took the inside line, the car just started to go a little bit, and then he got on the throttle just on that curbing. It might be flat, but got to be brutally honest, it's still very wet and slippery. So David gonna have to do all that again, try and catch up to Drop Bear. Yeah, it's gonna be interesting to see the pace differences in these cars, just to see who's more comfortable in the rain, who's the ones that struggle the most. Because outside of the leaders, some of the LMDH cars, they're basically lapping the same times almost as LMP2s go and show. And just saw a spinning T3. David took off. David's got a slowdown. He's just gone wide. Now, did he pick that slowdown up? Going 2? Yes. Now, that's a rare one. That's a rare one. The CC Esport picking up a slowdown, going 2 wide to the entrance of Mulsanne corner. I've seen it for cutting the inside too much. I've done it myself. I've never seen someone do it for the outside. And again, all this time he makes up, he loses coming by to make some moves. So quick replay of what happened. See the leaders of the LMP2s both in the pits at the same time. And merged together, as we see. Hard to see. This is Hafelson coming in as well. Did see a car take a tow for an incident. A lot of racing. Running P10 in the LDH, pulled off to the side of the road. Not sure what happened there. They pulled off. Vista Sport Black now picking up a black flag, and that was for that incident. A little bit of side-to-side contact there with the DPR Racing. Vista Sport, unfortunately, they are felt to be the ones at fault there, and I think incident responsibility would say that as well. So unfortunate there for their lead battle, though, and they come out together. And I think, CZ, they have made that jump work. Second quicker in the pit box. And that just helped them. And that could be a combination of many things. Saving a bit more fuel. Do they take less fuel on board? Or just a good launch or a good entry without having to get on the brakes too hard? Retake that lead. The lead that they had at the start of this race. Crazy to think. You've been 19 hours. You started in pole and you've had to fight your way back to get to pole, but here they are. Back leading. 5.5 hours to go. It's easy, sorry. Retaking it. Called Andre Rosa. Different pit battle. Different pit strategy. Right behind there for the NGC car. So that's one to watch out for. And another overtake going on as the 188 overtakes a 278. That's the Delatraz Automotive overtaking the Alcantech car. Did that in a very, very unconventional place there. That was setting up for a move just on the exit of the Forest S's. Got a great move, and then around the outside of Teru. That's an overtake. That's a really good overtake. More going on as well. Is this the number 5, the black flag car? Vista Sport Black, who will have to take that penalty. So they're going to be losing out in this top 4 battle because of that drive-through. And that could take them out here. Let's have a look at a quick GSR replay. This is TC Esports making trying to make a move and deciding the gravel was the best form there and lose that lead that would like to try and get back, but unfortunately won't be able to get at the moment. I think it's cold tires at the end of the day. They'll probably be to get some heat in those LM2 tires. So tough. Get the tires warmed up, especially in these conditions. Some of the coldest you have on sim. Not the best conditions to also drive it. They make their way on down to Indianapolis for another time. Starts to just turn the wick a little bit on those tire temperatures. Now they're starting to really, I won't say heat up the tires, because you're not heating tires up in these conditions, that's for sure. Kind of waiting for the opportunity to really get some pace on now, but early days of a stint here, and you're looking at a 40-minute stint in these cars, roughly, give or take. You may get another lap just due to not using all the fuel up to the weather, to the corners. I've always said some of the best corners for Dirty Air Racing. They come through the portrait curves now into Virage de Pointe, and now the karting S's. Interesting. There's no official name of Virage de Pointe in English. It is literally Virage de Pointe is the corner of the bridge. Go over the bridge. That's what the wall is. It's the wall of the bridge into the karting S's. So everyone will just calls it the point there. Come on. Ooh. So let's have a go and let's have a quick chat with the Writer Engineering boys.
Hello. Hello.
See if we can get on board with the Writer Engineering. Do you have us loud and clear?
Yeah.
Do we have Writer?
Yeah. Hello.
Yeah.
2 seconds. Which I do. There we go. How are we doing today, gentlemen?
Oh,
Good morning. Good timing. We had a really good night stint, but we've all got a bit of a sour taste in our things about the latest kind of safety car procedure, the way it works.
Here at the moment, as I'm trying to get my audio on my side. No one else's fault. It's my side at the moment.
I'll leave. Just drive straight. You're fine. You're fine.
He's deafened.
He's deafened.
Oh, okay.
Yeah, my game shit itself, by the way, but we were still on the lead lap.
Yeah, Liam.
Yeah.
Liam gave me an update.
It's just...
Yeah, we got absolutely touched by the safety car.
It's just the fact it's like, I was saying, it's like, if it's one of us to put it in the wall, it's a bit like, fine, but it's, when it's an admin error, it's a bit like, really?
It's not great.
Okay, and we're back. Technical gremlins on my side, boys. Hello to Writer Engineering. Welcome to the morning.
Yeah, welcome, guys.
So, how has the night been for you guys? Because it looks like it's been quite a wet one out there.
Yeah, so we've been up as high as P3, been fluctuating between P3 and P7 all through the night. We've been kind of incident free. The latest safety car period was not the best for us, where we got the wave by to get back on the lead lap, but then I'll leave it at the rule book wasn't fully followed, but no more to be said on that. But yeah, it's been a great, I mean, easy for me to say as not the driver. I mean, all the guys have done a great job, but yeah, hopefully we end strong here and keep it incident free.
Yeah, incident free, especially in a race like this. It's the first time we've seen any real wet weather racing here on this track, let alone for a 24-hour race. So how has the experience been in the rain around here? Because as we can see, there's a lot of puddles on the outside of the racing line as people just try to find the best place to grip out there.
Well, I don't know. I feel like our pace in the wet has been like up there, and it's kind of kept us, well, pace-wise within the top three or within reach of a potential good result. But it's mainly the mixed conditions that are the hardest, because you do go a millimeter offline in the slicks when on the damp patch, and you can tell your race is basically over at that point. But in the wet it's actually been pretty good. Our pace has been strong all night, so we should keep it that way, hopefully.
Yeah, try and keep it up as well, of course. And there is going to be a quick dry period here in a moment or so, I think, on the forecast. Are you not looking forward to that? Are you hoping that the track doesn't dry up quick enough here now with some less runners, just to allow you to just keep doing a little bit more driving on these wet tyres?
Oh, Jack, you're driving it.
Yeah, well, I mean, to be honest with you, the whole transition period has been a really strange one to try and figure out. I mean, from the replay cameras and, you know, the rest of us watching on, the track usually seems a lot wetter than it actually is. But the transition period is sort of, you know, probably in the high teens of the 4-minute mark. So I mean, once you're sort of around that area, you're sort of thinking, okay, what's the time that we want to switch to slick tires? But yeah, once you switch to slicks, it's, you know, you've either got it completely bang on or you've got it wrong. There's no maybes, because, you know, if you go offline, like Adrian said, you're in the wall pretty hard. As we just see,
almost going into the wall there for say. It's one of those things that with the dry period only forecast to be an hour, it's a hit. It's going to be a make or break call for you. Ooh, as I say that, just a moment there through karting. Good little save there. But it's going to be make or break, because that hour is almost a whole pit stop cycle. So you're really going to have to either pit early, or you're just going to have to make the commitment pretty much on your fuel stop. Am I right?
Well, yeah, we've had a bit of a discussion, and I'm a bit sceptical whether we do get to dry tyres. It seems like quite a short window we've got there, but Adrian's pretty fast in the wet, and he'll be in there, and so is Jack. We got the two best guys, we believe, out there, and the fastest guys. through the night. So we'll see where it takes us.
And hopefully where it takes you is a podium, because even though you're 2 minutes back at the moment, it's a little bit off cycle. Still got a chance for that podium, do you feel?
Well, to be fair, with what, 5.5 hours to go, anything's still possible. But yeah, we were like 30 seconds behind after the safety car restart because we didn't make it to the queue in time, and then my game decided to not work anymore. So that also put us back like another minute. So yeah, we had a setback, but hopefully 5.5 hours to go, a lot can happen. So a podium's definitely still on.
Well, fingers crossed for you. We hope a podium is going to go on. I know it's a little bit intense out there in the rain. I see State having a couple moments out there, so I think it's best we just leave you to your own devices, boys, before we let you go. Any shout-outs you'd like to give, just in case we don't see you again?
Yeah, I mean, you know, especially to the guys at Writer Engineering, you know, they sort of make a lot of this stuff possible. We don't have to reach into our own pockets, you know, to sort of go and race these cool events. We're lucky enough to have them support us in that matter, as well as, you know, the rest of the team. You know, they've helped us massively in preparation, and the it's a nice atmosphere to be in. You know, especially characters like Jonas. He's our team manager. He's the one that sort of sorted most of the stuff out in terms of admin. So yeah, no, it's mainly those guys that we need to thank.
Well, boys, we wish you all the best for the rest of the race with the 5 and just under half an hour to go. Hopefully we do see you at the end of the race on the podium, but go well and look forward to even more rain racing and have a blast for the final 5 hours of the race.
Cheers. Thank you very much.
Thanks a lot.
That was Liam, that was Jack, Adrian, and Sate as well. Sate's in the car at the moment, so I don't think he was doing much talking. And so just walking down. I didn't catch who our directors with the microphones there. Who are we with? We're going to be going down to the rocket ship guys and girls, of course. And do we have the rocket guys 5x5? Do we have you live?
Yes.
Well, good morning to you guys. Currently sitting P7, but still a long way to go. The night was an eventful one for you, I hear.
Oh yeah. It was not fun. This time, right now, we're just trying to make it to the end at the point. Whatever we're carrying and dealing. So it's been fun.
Yeah, it has been fun in the nighttime. And of course, one of the things that you guys have got a little advantage with, and it's now turned into a disadvantage, is most of these teams are European. You're mostly a lot of guys in the States with some other European. So that would usually be, I'll take the night stint. Some of you guys are going to stay wait now to the end of the race. Am I right?
Yeah. Our other driver hasn't shown back up, unfortunately. We got 5 hours to go. Hopefully he comes, but if it so bees it. We'll try to take it to the end, just us two. We've done it before. It is what it is. Our other driver, for instance, he did well, did good. You know, we've just been having issues here and there, unfortunately.
So have the issues just been with the weather, or has it also just been hardware related?
Everything. It's the weather. It's you know, when stuff happens, it's sort of depressing as well. You make stupid mistakes that didn't have to happen. Like, I came out of the pits and I crossed the line over, and we're under full course yellow too. I crossed over the line, and the only reason I crossed over the line was because I was on slicks. I did want to get to the race line quickly, and I totally forgot. You know, I was like, oh, don't hit the exit line. So that cost us another. You know, and I had to wait to serve it until after the first yellow. Then we have off tracks here and there that happen. You know, spins. Stuff adds up. I had a crash earlier. We had to take repairs. Just stupid stuff happens, unfortunately. But I mean, that's racing. I currently have a computer issue where every like 3 or 4 hours, iRacing just locks up. So I'm trying to manage that as well.
Have you set a timer next to your computer just to let you know? I'm only having a laugh, but yeah, no, it's one of those things that you try to keep your eyes on. It's unfortunate, as you were saying, mistakes they happen to best of us, and you should be saying that as you go over the Forest S's with a small moment. It's gonna dry up shortly, or so the forecast says. Are you looking for a small period of sunshine, or would you prefer this rain now that you've basically had the Stockholm syndrome?
It doesn't matter to me at the end. I'm slow in the rain or outside. It's regardless of what it is. I'm just slow at this track right now. It's not my best track, but I'm here trying to put laps in for the team and keep us going to the end. See if we can pick up anything. Yeah, you know, if we finish 7th, I think that's a pretty good showing for us at this point. You have teams in here with very, very high I rating drivers that, you know, their whole team is stacked pretty much. And for what we did, how far we stayed up till this point, I think we did pretty well as a team. A team that got put together in 1 week, and it's a YOLO attempt.
Just to keep it all together, exactly. And it's an achievement to finish a 24-hour race full stop, let alone in one of the top splits of these races. So it's always good to see. And are you planning, is this going to be a one and done for the team, or are you all thinking, hey, maybe we enjoy this, maybe we might just put ourselves through some more endurance races together?
Well, we actually do a lot of endurance races. Dean and I, we do a lot of them. We're actually talking about earlier, we're going to set up for the 6 hours of walk-in spin coming up in iRacing special. So we do a lot of the iRacing special events. We've done, 12-hour Sebring, 24 hours of Daytona. The first year of the rain was released in iRacing, we did the 12 hours of Sebring. We were in top split, and we actually won it in LMP and the Friday time slot. It was unreal for us. We didn't expect that to happen, but it was great. And so, I like rain. I just don't like this track. I'll eventually figure it all out.
You're talking to the man who loves this track, saying you don't like it. This sounds blasphemous to me, but no, I totally understand the reasonings. It's a different breed of racetrack compared to other racetracks in the world. So it's one to go. Justin, I think it's fair. Currently racing on your own, just surviving on the portrait curves. I think we'll let you go on by, but is there anybody you'd like to shout out before I say goodbye to you?
Yeah, there's a couple people. I like to shout out Dean. He's a very fast driver. He actually races in real life, Spec Miatas. He's a go-karts and all that. Shout out to him. Shout out to Friend Motorsport and Michael Day. For helping out, getting this stuff put together. Elliot, our other teammate, came on like late notice and only had to practice for 1 day. He literally pre-qualified in Friday, and that's the only practice he had. And shout out to everybody that's ever worked. Same Public Motorsports, the Sudi guy, shut up and drive it. All our folks, mom, dad, brother, sister, everybody,
Shout out to everyone. Of course, Justin, I see the rain is now starting to ease off, so you might get a little bit of a breather, and all the best for the next 5 hours of the race.
You too, guys. You too.
Justin Barrera there from Rocket Ship, and as you were watching that battle in the picture in the LMP2s and the GT3 battle still brewing. Forecast update. The rain has stopped. And now they've got to navigate the rain still, as the track is still wet out there. Barrera keeps on by, and it's interesting because the car did start getting a little bit snappy through some of those times, and do see it. I wonder if I'm a curse. No, it's the rain. Two interviews, two drivers having snappy moment that they're all going. That is the forecast we've had, and that's the forecast we are right now. As the heavy stuff has gone. Looks like it's just, Barrera, Justin, don't. Oh, that's a tough one to go through that gap there, but that's the gap you meant to go through. Goes on by. This is the leader of LMP2 with that LMP2 battle. The sun is blaring right now out there as the effect simulators now starting to go. And with that rain gone, straight away the track temp raised up to 21 Celsius, 70 Fahrenheit for those who use that equation, that metric, as they say. So now it gets a little bit better for the drivers. As I say, it's a little bit better. We heard from Reiter, when it dries, it's hard to find the dry line. It's hard to find what line you want to take out there. And then you just have to make sure, number one, is it dry enough to go on slicks? Number two, can you find the whole track? Because with these prototypes, they'll have to find ways to go around drivers. And look at the lines they have to take here. Look at what Matteo and the 909s had to do on that line. If he tries to take that line to overtake a car with a track drying, that line might still be wet. And on slicks, you'd have a little bit of a problem. So I think Reiter might be right there when they were saying in that interview earlier, maybe, just maybe, it could be a case of, don't think we go onto the slicks, but the times will have to drop in. 3:56 was what the LMDH cars were doing. These guys are still doing over 4 minutes. So, yeah, keep eyes going on what could happen there. And do see the lead battle in LMDH also now starting to brew up a little bit. So, battle for P1 in the LMDH and battle for P1 in the LMP2. And the thing that's the same in both of these was that CZ are in battle for both, as Solopek, I'm going to be killed by my teammate who actually knows them. Solopek is going to have a stop and hold penalty for an incident out there. I believe that is for some off-track, some avoidable contact, sorry. A little bit of an outbreaking moment there for them. So, have to take on. And the 862 had a black flag. In fact, the 862, that's a meatball flag. They've got no wing. They turned into a Peugeot. They had a moment on the exit of Daytona. And they just took too much of the inside Daytona chicane and just lost the rear, and they've got no wing. Now, I'm not sure. I'll have to get some confirmations. I think they've also used their fast repair. Gonna have to have a look at this. Here, they've used their fast repair. This is big time for the battle with 5 hours to go. Comes down to the Daytona chicane. Brakes, and he starts to turn in. He's turning in a bit too much, trying to take too much of the inside. All that curving is wet. Just loses the rear, and then he loses the rear of the car, and then he loses the rear of the car. So that is a big time moment, and a clip doesn't take too long. But if it's a mechanical black flag, is there suspension damage? This is big. This would put CZ on their own for in the lead lap. So this is a big time moment in the race, and you got to try and get down the track now with no rear wing. You got no downforce. This is going to be tough for the drivers to just hold on by. Take it easy into Indy. That rear will snap if you're not too careful, and he's taking it a little bit cautious out there and trying to make sure that he gets that car in one piece. Goes through Indy, no problem. There's a LMP2 that might unlap himself in a moment, but that's the first part of the hard parts to get by. He's going to get past the Porsche curves in this car in these conditions with no rear wing. What a moment with 5 hours as the rain has stopped, remember. The rain is stopped. And now the track's always going to be wet, of course. But the rain stopping that track was still slippery, and just one mistake, one little mistake, that is the price you pay. The LMP2 right behind is saying, can I come through? You can come through, but you can see the black flag is there. They're taking it easy as well. They don't want to add any more issues, and they'll go around the outside of the karting S's. That's the 278 of Alcantech going on by. Harrison nursing that car back. 10 seconds slower than David Toth in the lead CZ car. Just goes to show that it was definitely taking it easy to get into the pits. And in they go. And that is such a shame. That could... Well, no. I'm not going to say that's race over. You don't say it's race over of a race with 5 hours to go. Anything can happen. Remember, it's at this moment, it's a 4-minute track. It's a 350 was the last time CZ took on the track drying. So if you've got suspension damage, it could put you 2 laps down. Podium's still on for this car if they keep on going. But if it big repairs of this car, Fiercely Forward Black would inherit a podium spot. They are some almost 2 laps behind, in fact. Say that, the 505. Right behind, that's 505 Endurance, who had some damage as well. And whoa, the car's just fanning out behind the leader. Almost a celebration fan out there, but you see battles going on behind. Drivers just trying to find pace. This is the new leader of the race. Done it on pace alone. So we'll keep an eye on what's happened to the Orbit Drop Bear car. Man, thankfully, they've got the car back. They've not taken the tow. However, it's going to be a time in the pit stops. So it's going to be interesting because, again, suspension damage. If it's suspension damage, talk about this on iRacing. I think most people get this now in iRacing, where they will say to themselves, right, what do we think the damage is going to be? They're preempting what they think the repairs is going to be for a car. And usually if you say suspension, you're looking 6, you're thinking to yourself, I see a wheel in, that can be 6 minutes here. That optional, is that required? Who knows? A wing, a rear cap, that's going to, a rear wing, that's going to be about 50 seconds. So you have to make the decision on how long it's going to be. But if they stay on this lead lap, and it's going to be very tough because they'd have to get out the pits in the next minute and a half. I don't think that's going to happen. But if they stayed on the lead lap, if we get another safety car, and Mike's not told us anything, Mike from Major has not told us anything, could happen out there. So still a lot to play for as battle for the LMP2 goes on by. It is confirmed 6 minutes of repairs. I hate to say it. I predicted that well, and I do apologize for predicting that 6 minutes is going to put them in that battle for the final podium spot. Which, okay, you're looking at it on paper. So you lost P2, yeah, but you're battling P3. Yeah, oh, not too bad. No, we went 2 laps down. Not good. Not good. You got to feel, and it's a mistake anyone can make, and at this stage of the race, it's heartbreaking. But the race is still going for them. They're not going to throw the towel in. They're going to take those 6 minutes of repairs, keep on going. However, what it does mean is this is the lead LMP2 battle as David Toff's going on by. What it does mean, look at the teammates going on by together in Sim liveries. It does mean right about now that Orbit is going to be lapped, and Tatum, ResTech, are 30 seconds away from taking P2 for, I want to say, the first time this race. There's Sean Campbell in the car. Just checking it. And I know Sean's around. Always nice to have a driver like Sean just around, just talking to us, just letting us know information we might have missed or might have seen. And there we go. Tatum officially take the P2 away now, officially. And CC Esports now lead in LMP2 and LMDH. And that's going to be quite positive for the drivers. But again, 5 hours, 5 minutes left to go, or 4 minutes and 56, 55, 54 to go. Just a note on the 505 Endurance. They've just come out the pits after 8 minutes of repairs. 4 laps down now from the leaders in P7. This track is starting to dry up. It's quite intense how quickly this is drying up. The track is still 19 Celsius out there, but you start to see even a little bit of a tweak that the track is starting to dry, but there is still lots of puddle marks here. So gonna be, again, that moment, if we start to see these times drop under the 50s, we know the track's drying, but how quickly will the track dry is the question, because remember, rain in another hour is the name here. So what are we going to see with another hour here? So we've got 5 hours left to go. We're going to have an hour of dry racing in the forecast. I'm not going to do any like IMSA radio style forecast brought to you or something. I'm not going to be a weather forecaster, but I'm going to say that we're expecting showers in an hour. The showers will be heavy. Heavy showers will bring for us a nice clear rest of the day. So it's going to be 1 more hour of rain to come, and the final 2 hours will be a little bit dry. And that final hour could be interesting when the drivers all get onto the slicks. Mateo had a little bit of a moment there. I think Mateo's a little bit better under the brakes here in the rain. Halt in the CZ Esports, keeping it calm. Holds on. Lots of bumping around, lots of downforce, lots of rain coming on by. You see the spark still going. And yeah, it feels like the 909's a little bit more comfortable on the brakes, but you got to be careful. Track officially classified as lightly wet, and that could be some light tapping of the brakes there from Mateo. He goes on by. Shout out to the chat once again. I do feel like Jupiter is still the best in my eyes. Yes, Jupiter is a nice planet, but can't be Earth. Can't be Earth. Thank you for sticking with us for the 5 hours or for all the night as well. I'm sure there's somebody that's doing a team no sleep for the Major 24. Probably teams have probably got drivers doing no sleep, which, why? Go to sleep. Go to sleep. That's all I can say. It's nothing to win if you're going to fall asleep. A slide from Maltz! That could have been a little bit of a hairy moment there. He just went sideways drifting. Caught too much of the inside curve there at the karting acid. And the 909 just not looking for an overtake, just looking to get some clear air and clear space to see what's going on. You've got the number 10 LMDH of Axon Motorsport, Taiwan, right behind, trying to overtake, but also realizing this is the lead battle. If we're not comfortable enough, we can just hold on back into a straight. That's what he's doing. Here they are as Sean Campbell gets out the car, and Sean's probably not listening right now. They're 3 minutes behind Tatum in P3. They're officially 2 laps down. But I think that's going to be a lap, but they are just almost a whole lap behind Tatum. They've kept that P3, and I'm going to be brutally honest, with no offense to any other driver there in that team, if you want a driver to try and get the speed up for you, you get the man that won the Daytona 24 on iRacing in the rain. You want Sean Campbell in that car right now. One of the upcoming stars of prototype racing on iRacing. Checked in the mail short. No, but seriously, one of the upcoming drivers here. He won in the rain. He knows what to do at the pace. He won't be able to get 3 minutes done. But on a drying track, this next hour is important, and I feel he's going to have the better feel on what this track's going to do. And if he feels like, hey, it's not time for slicks, he'll tell the guys it's not time for slicks. You don't want to stay on the wet tires here when the track's drying, because then you'll have no power. Even on cold tires, he had a little bit of a wobble out of the karting, out of the Daytona chicane. But what's helping him is he can keep full focus ahead. Because Fiercely Forward Black is 0-7, right behind him in P4 and 5. They're battling. They're having a little battle right now. So he doesn't need to worry about the cars behind because the cars behind are preoccupied with themselves. It's full focus straight ahead and on cold tires. Look how much he's caught up here to the number 10, the Axon Motorsport Taiwan car. He's going to lap them again. And then he's going to have a nice clear run. 14 seconds up the road is David Toff. And you've got to feel, I would say, we'll keep an eye on those times. It's going to be tough. You've got a 10K driver in David Toff. You've got a Daytona 24 winner in Sean Campbell. I don't think Sean's going to unlap himself, but he's going to be able to match that CZ Esports car. This was the battle I was talking about. Jesse Forward, who was P4, now P5, losing out at the start of the lap. And it was actually because of a spin going into the Dunlop chicane. Losing a little bit of time in the Dunlop chicane. Don't think he picked up any serious damage, because I think he locked up and spun trying to avoid car going into the back of the car, so I think he's all right. And this battle still brewing as well. Delta V, Bolson VDS, they've been trading positions. And great position for Kaji. I was just talking about that battle for P5 or P4 in the LMDHs. Alvaro Perez in the number 707, he's just had an excursion himself, and he's just gone off at Mulsanne Corner. Very interesting there. We'll look at the replay in a moment when we get it, but this is the battle still brewing. These GT3 cars just don't want to go, and this is interesting. Up ahead, we'll have a look at the replay just quickly. We'll talk about this. This is Perez coming on by. Did he lose it? Trying to take too much speed in? I want to have a look. Oh no, he lost it on the braking, so probably didn't brake enough, and just a last minute slam on the brakes just locked the rears up. Now do not adjust your eyes. It's not a free car battle for the lead here. Giovanni here in the 209 Delta V, the 41 Bolson VDS, and in front, him, Matsuke, in the Maniti racing car, who really, I think, is quick enough here, and I don't think these drivers are going to want to be let us by, because I think they're going to use him for a little bit of fuel saving opportunities. Matsuke is a very capable driver, and they are trying to work their way up the position. Maybe a top 5 still on the car for them, but 2 laps down for Matsuke. I don't think these guys behind will be saying, come on, let us by. I think they'll be happy, because that's a car with pace out there for Matsuke. If he's holding them up, he'll pull to one side, but I don't think he's going to be doing that. So this is something you see a lot of when it comes to Le Mans. Not so much on other races like Daytona. Oh, hang on 1 second. Matsuke with a slide. Matsuke with a slide, and now the drivers are like, come on, you gotta let us through or not. They don't want to be held up here. They're happy enough to be behind him, but they don't want to be held up. So is Matsuke just going to hold on by, or is he just going to let them by? Be interesting to see what happens. It's not going to pull over inside the road to let them. Sure. No, he's happy to just wait on. Even now, the 41, the Bolson VDS, they're thinking, well, if you're doing this, I'm just going to try a sneaky go on by, but nothing to do. Matsuke will take to a somewhat safe line in the rain. Usually on a dry track it'd be a defensive line, but nothing defensive about this. Kart not looking for late braking. He's looking to keep it clean. That is it. Also, we just had a in the LMP2s, the NGC car, just taking a tow. These guys going to go side by side, battle for the lead. And I think Giovanni there in the 209 decided, yeah, go on. They want to fight, but they don't want to bump and run at the moment with 4 hours and 55 and 18, 17, 16 to go. The car takes the lead again for Bolson VDS. And that is another one. Now, this is the NGC. car, Andre Rosa, coming at the Forest S. I thought they just pitted. He's just pitted. Oh, he's lost. Was that hard? Very weird one. Very weird incident there. Then Toad. There is a kink. Everyone knows about the little lip on the Forest S's there on cold tires. It's always dangerous, but that went right pretty sharply as we're watching these guys. So I'm gonna take a look myself to see is that hardware or no. It was absolutely all losing it on his own. Unfortunately, the ridge just went on him over that little ridge at the Forest S's. Now these two having the battle. You can see Giovanni. He knows he's quicker on the straights, but he also realizes that they're in this little driver battle with Matsuke at the moment. Now, at what point, if you're these drivers, do you go, look, Tim, we know Miniti's fast, we know you're a fast driver, but this guy's catching us now. He's not, they're matching time, but let's just play on it. Let's just play on it. He's catching us. Can you let us by? We don't want to give Vesta Sport any more time to us. And what a livery, by the way, by Vesta Sport. Love that red, white, and blue. They don't want to be giving this guy any more time. He is 20 seconds behind. But yeah, it's not one you want to kind of look at here. So he's moving on by now. He moves on. Just curious for a moment, because I think I've seen a car who might have moved on to, and they have. This is a gamble. Now remember, a half an hour ago, we were talking to Writer Engineering. Now Writer Engineering have come out of the pit for their pit stop, changed the driver, and it feels like they're on slicks. It looks like they're on slicks. And they're driving around very cautiously, like they're on cold tires because the GT3 model's updated. But it feels like this is slicks. And as I try to get another look at it, they almost get caught up there. I feel this is a mistake. And in fact, yeah, I'm looking. I don't see any grooves. Yeah, I see no grooves on those tires. They're slicks. They're the first car to commit to the slicks, and I feel this is a mistake. I feel this might be a mistake. The times don't say it to me, but if they feel comfortable enough to take the risk, remember, it's still on the lead lap. Look at them taking it easy. They're going to have to avoid all the curves. They're going to have to try and stick to a line, but yeah, look at the slide there. And that's a slide not on cold tires. Well, it is cold again. Let's ignore the fact that there'll be cold tire slides. That's a slide from aquaplaning. This looks a very risky decision. I applaud them for making the decision. Not the decision I'd be making myself right now, or not the decision I'd want to make right now. We'll see what happens when he comes on by, but they are now the budgie in the cage, in the coal mine. Because if they have a moment, everyone knows it's not time. They're rolling the dice here. Is it going to work for them? We'll keep our eyes out for what they do, because this is actually a very interesting moment of the race. Because, again, look at the weather forecast. Rain to come in 20 minutes. So this had to be due to the fact they had to take a fuel stop, and why'd they go on the braking for Mulsanne as we keep our eyes on fiercely forward yellow. So I keep my eyes on them, keep my eyes on these guys as they hold on by. No other car's gone to slicks at the moment, so anyone does, we will let you know. But here's the fiercely forward car. Always loved the yellow and black. No reason, apart from the fact that he might be missing a nose. Wonder where he picked Lara, because that's something that he's been doing. Well, for the last 5 laps. Lap 256. Lap 255 was when he lost that nose of the car. Didn't see where it happened. The track was still drying. He lost a nose. He unfortunately kept on driving. So he's driving like that for 5 laps. Speed of LMP2. LMP2 of LMP2. They cannot be separated out there. Cannot be separated. Who gets the better run this time? Last time was easy. They're changing drivers. Balapala in the car now. So, see what he can do. Also, just a note from the live timing, as we just watched these guys make their race. Sean Campbell in the Orbit Drop Bear Jupiter car. Remember, he was 3 minutes 5 seconds away from the Tatum ResTech. It's 2 minutes 40 now. He's not gaining as much as he'd like to, and CC's done it. No, no. And this now, I would not want to be in the cockpit of this car, because you merge together. They're merging together. They both get out safely. They're both together. Something's got to give. Still merge together. Something's got to give. They both spin. They both spin trying to fight that, and Ballas has a slowdown. So nobody wins, apart from the 25 that does gain it, and that's the quirky nature of a pit lane in iRacing. Never seen it like that before, though, because they almost took the exact same line going into the mop chicane. But CZ gets a 2-second advantage there. They served the slowdown. Wasn't much of a slowdown, but they served the slowdown. Teo had to catch a spin. What's a weird moment out there. I haven't seen that for a long time on Sim. It's one of those, like, rare moments. That's pulling a Black Lotus out of a pack. That's out of a pack of Magic the Gathering cards. That's I wouldn't say winning the lottery, but it's one of those rare moments. 4-leaf clover, for example. You don't see it a lot, and it happens mainly on a track like this. David Toff, comes away 4 hours 47. He goes a little bit wide. At the same time, the Tatum ResTech went wide at Mulsanne. So this is a changing track condition. It's interesting, and again, I'm keeping my eyes on the Reiter Engineering GT3. We don't need to go to him, don't worry about that, because remember, Reiter, the 76, they went to slick tires. On the straight, that's going to work for them. I do see dry lines forming, but here comes the lead, LMDH into the pits. Now this is a little bit of an advantage. Actually, Sean Campbell really did well. Got that lap back. He's 1 lap behind. If there's a safety car, if there's a wave around, he might be able to take the wave around, but he's off sync for the pit stops here. He's off sync. What's going to happen there is Sean. As an old friend once used to say, Robert, I'm missing you, but back in the Radion TV days, back when we used to do major series, he would say Sean de Campbell. But it is Sean D. Campbell. And now is where he started to pull on. To say how quickly he's going, Tatum did a 3:53 last lap. Sean did a 3:46. There is nobody lapping right now like Sean Campbell, as Giovanni is trying to look for more times. And look at the bump drafting. They've got past him. Matsgate goes on by. So now they're just pure on the throttle now, and bump drafting, I can't remember what the rules are in the Majors 24 for bump drafting, but they will just make sure that these drivers can do a little bit of just staying together. It's also a sign of, hey, I'm not going for you. I'm not going for you. Don't worry. We're not looking to fight right now. You're going to have to be careful. Just make sure that drivers are aware of this and they don't start getting aggressive defending for no reason. But also, if we noticed that they were starting to go off the track a little bit to find some wet patches to cool these tires down. I think that could be the name of the game right now, is trying to cool these tires down. And then you've got to make that decision. And what a decision it's going to be, because there is rain now approaching on the radar. Not close enough, but there is rain, and there is a dry line for me. Look at that dry line for me. So there is rain coming, there is a dry line, and if these drivers have to pit, and they pitted lap 254, they're on lap 262, they still have a few more laps to go. They might be safe, but these last few laps of their stint are going to be torturous, because they're going to be losing speed, and it's going to be struggling. And just to note, the Reiter engineering, it's not worked for them. It's not worked for them at all on these slicks. They're actually 6 seconds slower than the VDS guys who's on wet tires. So the gamble, I think, hasn't paid off for them. But give it some time, give it a few more laps, it might work. So hold on to whatever you've got. You may need it, because that dry line is starting to be prominent out there on the track. More drivers out of the pit. NGC finally out the pit after taking their repairs. 12.5 minutes in the pit for that, after I believe they had to take a tow as well. Drivers battle on once again. Up the Dunlop chicane. For a man that knows the track so well, you think I'd know the names of the corners. And actually saying that, I actually did try to learn the name of the corners in French, and with not very good results. So I think I'll stick to saying most of them in English. And a shout out, we talked about the team No Sleep earlier. A shout out to Race Control. Two of them's been awake for 20 hours. And I'm gonna do the old, is it David Letterman who had an envelope on his head and tried to predict it or something? I'm going to do a prediction here without even looking. I'm going to say one of them's the Aussie Gareth Batten. You know, I'm just going to stalk the majors right now just to double check if I'm right or not. I bet I can't. No. He's driving. He's driving today, so it's not him. I thought I'd have a look just to see, go on, who is it? But no. There is a couple of them going on by. Yeah, to stay up for all that time. I mean, Daniel's staying up all this time. I don't know how he's doing it. He's still on a little bit of he's in that delirium right now. I think if anyone's trying to stay up and do night shifts or night stints, you get that delirium regardless. I think it's say that probably hit that right now, and I think he's just listening to any cues I've got to make sure he gets it on the camera. I think is the way it's going. He's having a laugh right here. He knows it's true, because he says it's chilling. He says he's chilling, and of course we all are chilling with 4 hours and 40 minutes to go. But yeah, I couldn't do it. I could not do it. Shout out to them, Andrew Dyson, DPR Racing. Some of the cars we haven't seen a lot of. They're in a battle right now, albeit 10 seconds behind. Timo Timo Gross, yeah. Timo Gross right behind in a little battle there. Or Grossman, sorry, in a little battle for ride. 10 seconds behind. I say 10 seconds behind. If small moment here, and this is Alcantech. Alcantech have no nose, and that's happened at Indianapolis. And I would not be surprised if that's a moment of going a little bit too wide down into Indianapolis. And let's have a look at the replay. Comes up down to Indy. Here comes into the kink. High speed. Keeps it under control here. And that's a lockup. That's a lockup. That's a lockup. Try to lock it up even more. And the more you panic, the more pressure you put on the brakes. And the more it just goes no. And yeah, that's it. That's a big hit there. Maybe okay in terms of steering damage. No, it's a meatball flag. It's the black and orange mechanical flag. Fabio, unfortunately, is going to nurse that car back because it's quicker to nurse it back than to take the tow. In the dangerous part of the track now. So unfortunate. Again, track is drying and track is still damp. And you have to think, is that the reason? And on that topic of track is drying, just the litmus test once again. Writer Engineering fastest GT3 on track last lap. A 4:15.6. The leaders were a 4:16.6. So the slicks are starting to work a little bit now, which is good to see. I do wonder if any other team has decided we're going to follow suit. He hasn't. And let's go to another replay. Now this is Matscape. What has happened to the Maniti car as he comes on down for the Daytona chicane? Too much of the outside curve there, maybe? No, the inside curve. Car's getting a little bit squirrely. Yeah. The grip comes and goes there. Tries to take a conventional racing line. Did not work for him. And ooh, that's going to be all right. In the real world, if you're a Ferrari, you wouldn't get a penalty for what he just did there entering the pits. If you're any other car, you'd get a penalty. But Fabio gets into the pits. And that's going to be a long time. And remember, Sean Campbell had to take some repairs. I think that's going to be 6 minutes as well for those drivers. So wait, see. And speaking of Sean Campbell, he just came into the pits. I'm going to guess that was a conventional pit stop. Although saying that, Sean Campbell has got onto slicks. Gamble here for the 862. And I do wonder if any other of the drivers are on slicks. No. None of the other leaders are on slicks at the moment. In fact, I'm just looking around and I think there's only ever one car in the GTPs on slicks. And it's the 31 of Solpec Precision. So Sean Campbell, this is what we were talking about. He has the confidence to warm those tires up as we see this battle for the GT3s going on by. Still, nothing happening. But that's a good thing, though. That's a good thing because they understand the situation. Hold on. Hold the track steady. Hold the line steady. Delta V may use this to fuel saving, and that may allow Delta V to jump them in the pit stops. But we'll wait and see. And let's look at the weather, because I was just keeping my eyes on this. This is interesting. Look how much gap there is behind the rain. So the drivers will be seeing this right now, and their thought process will be, right, rain coming. How much is it going to be? And at the moment, they'll go, I can't tell. Because what is that going to be? That's going to be a quick blast, but a quick blast could be 30 minutes. Could be the hour. It looks like it's going to be 40 minutes. They can't make that decision yet. And at that stage, the track will get wet again. But this is why Sean Campbell's decision, very interesting, because he came in for a quick pit stop. I don't think he's taken all the fuel. And I think he's thinking, right, let's do it. Let's do a quick run, do a quick 30-minute run, and then to do a quick pit stop here as more cars, more drivers trying to get on by. These are the ones that's going to be interesting, as that is Robin Schwartz. Schwanke, sorry, not Schwartz. Schwank. He comes on by. These GT3 leaders, they're still on wets. And they know. Reiter just did a 411 last time by. These guys are doing 416, 470. They know the track is drying up. They also see the weather forecast like we see. And this is now the question of, if you're a GT3, you're coming near to the end of your pit cycle. What do? Because you cannot afford, or can you, to take wet tires when rain's coming in, well, did we say 20 minutes? 20, 30 minutes? That's what we're predicting. This is going to be, I would not want to be in those team chats right now having this decision, because you're having this decision. If I'm Eros or Roman, I'll be telling my team, hey, talk about it elsewhere. I'm trying to race. I don't want to know. You make the decision, because this is scary moments right now. And also, just say how much it's drying. We've used Reiter as the litmus test for GT3s. We can use Sean Campbell somewhat as a litmus test for the LMDHs. We know Soltec as well. That's a good litmus test. They did a 3:46 last lap. CZ on the wets and Tatum on the wets did 3:52.3 and 3:52.8. Sean Campbell did a 4:30 on his outlap. On dry tires. So this is their first lap on dry tires with that, and this is also the 908. James Inbra, and yeah, still not warmed up. Still trying to find the line. There is a racing line. You've just got to find it, and I think that's just a case of just tip the edge there, and you tip the edge there, and I know all too well what happens when you tip the edge on an outlap or a first lap of slicks. Been there before. Would not want to do it again, and every time I see a driver do that in this changing conditions, I feel them, because I've been there myself. How is this car? Has anyone told Brandon he's got no nose? You know, are we going to do the Futurama? Brandon, your nose! It is gone! You have no nose! I don't think so, but yeah, the 54 in the geodesic here going on by. And to be fair, because of it, it's fine. You know, it's fine for him. Not producing a lot of issues in the rain, but as the rain starts to go and it starts to dry up here, I feel like that car's going to need to get that damage repaired. Not mandatory repairs, otherwise he'd have a mechanical meatball flag. It is just optional, just to get that. Yeah, I know. Replace the nose. No lights needed anymore. So replace the nose. Kind of need your yeah, your nose. So. Still going on by well. Still going on by fine there. And then number 14 comes down to the second cane. Looking at stats here. 4 cars. We started with 54 cars. 4 of them still have their fast repair. Which is mind-blowing. Absolute mind-blowing that we still have drivers able to keep that going, and some teams will just go, what's the damage? Oh, it's only a wing mirror gone. It's just a flesh wound. It's okay. So don't use the fast repair. Don't use the fast repair. Okay. Now Composite come in. They've come in from P3 of the LMP2s. I wonder if they will go to the dry tires. They've gone to slicks. Now, this is the choice I can understand for an LMP2, because an LMP2, they have, like, the pipette of a fuel tank, as we used to say. So, they can do this. They can do this pretty easily. They can be 3/4 of the way through their fuel stop, through their stint. Rain comes, they're not losing anything. I can understand that. Really good decision. They've also seen the 909 take that, and the 908, sorry. Take that, not just the 909. So, yeah, real good decision. Because they feel the track's drying, and again, you've got to remember. In fact, look at it. Look at them start to just, you know, almost out-tow that car, that Soltec, who is on slicks. But even still, they have that grip now. Even on cold tires, they have that grip, and not a lot of spray. In fact. Where's the spray? Where's the spray on the racing line now? This is it. This is this changeable condition. VDS, lead of the GT3s, come in. This is an eyes down look moment for this car. Because if they go onto slick tires, they've got no choice. Are they going to do a splash and dash? 20 seconds usually to change tires, and they have. They've changed the tires, but are they filling up all the way? I'd be looking for a splash and dash right now. But no, they're going for a lot more fuel. A lot more fuel. It looks like if they want to come back in for wet tires, they're just going to splash with the wet tires. Interesting decision here. But VDS come into the pits into the pit. They were leading the race. They're on slicks. Here comes more drivers in the slick. In fact, the lead of the LMDH, lead of the overall race in. What are they going to? They're on slicks as well. So I think we're at that stage now. Brandon Roseborough in the Hydro race, Geodesic. Pretty sure they'll go on to slicks. In fact, if you go on to wets right now, it's a little bit rude. Axum Motorsports had a moment. Probably see what's happened to Axum. They've had an unfortunate moment out there. They're in the pit. They were on wet tires. They've got no wing. They were on wet tires, and in fact, that was. But they've lost it at the Forest S's. As Norby keeps on driving, and this is the car that's still on wet tires. How long can they go? That's the question. Because that forecast is also looking very weird at this moment in time. As rain does look like it is definitely going to be hitting the track. Well, it's a 100% chance of rain. But look at it. Look at that weird gap there. Is that gap going to hit the track? And if it does, they may get a quick relief. But it's going to be a short relief. And forecast still saying rain in 15 minutes. And if we're doing the F1, it's going to be a rain level 2, I would say. I do love race control letting us know in the YouTube chat. 56 minutes clean in all 11 splits overnight, which, bro, I mean, this isn't a sarcastic. This is a bravo for everyone, because the nighttime is a tough time. And incidents can happen from just mistakes, from just drivers missing their braking point and locking up and sliding on, hitting someone. You still made the mistake. Incident responsibility goes to you. So just small moments like that, or a spinner that, you know, just a small bit. So it's a well done to everyone for keeping their car clean and, you know, making those moments, because that can easily cause an issue out there. So really good from some of these drivers out there just to hold on to that. And I've just looked at the timings, the time, and we talk about how the track is drying. Sean Campbell did a 3:33 last lap. He got in that car 3 minutes behind Tatum Rez. He had to do a quick pit stop, to change the tires. Now a minute and a half behind Tatum. This is a man driving. And remember, it's late night for Sean. It's 9:39 British summertime. So that's an 8:39 UTC. So it's almost morning. Remember, we just had the summer solstice in the northern hemisphere, so it's the end of the longest day, and now it starts to get, a little bit darker through the day. However, for Sean, the sunlight's probably coming up in his window, in his world right now. So maybe there is a chance that he's here for the long time out there. Realistically, this pace that the blistering pace. An interesting fact, he's a 9.5K driver. And for those that watch GSRC, and they also know the Intervintage series that we provide, he was a former regular. And then he said, I can't do it anymore due to reasons. And he said, once I get 10K, I'll be back racing with you lot. Not hit 10K yet. Got 500 left to go. You just know he's just looking for a goal. He's already got one goal. Something that a lot of drivers want to do. And that is be a special event top split winner. He's done that. Now he just wants to go and have some fun, keep racing hard as well. That 10K, got to feel that that is next on his list. And next on the list is this battle for P2 and P3 in the GT3s. And with that rain coming, are they changing? Are they changing? Fiercely Forward kept it on slicks. Very interesting. Geodesic went... No, sorry. I'll start that again. Fiercely Forward kept it on wets. Geodesic kept it on slicks. Or put to slicks. And Brandon Roseborough in the other Geodesic trying to make some moves as well. Roberto is getting harassed out there. Roberto's on cold tires. What's he looking to be able to do much? He's on the wet tires. Roberto's kept it on the wet tires. This is what I thought might happen. This could give them a really good advantage in the battle for the rest of the podium, because look at him. Look at him. He needs to find the wet patches. He's going to be kicking up a lot of water, but he knows soon, very soon, in fact, not soon enough, it's going to rain. But look at the speed he's losing on those wet tires down the straight. Now the track is dry, and he's going to be losing it, trying to turn into a dry track, and you can hear the tires struggling out there. I just don't know. It's an interesting decision. If he pitted around the same time, a few laps earlier, remember, Reiter pitted 7 laps ago. He pitted about the same time as Reiter. I think you could argue that maybe, yes, right decision. Not the right decision to stay on wet now. Roberto. Good luck out there, I think is the name of the game. That is going to be and I've done it myself, very frustrating. Very frustrating few laps as the rain, you wait for the rain, because I don't really see a lot of wet patches out there right now, so in a little bit of trouble out there. Hours and 22 minutes and 3, 2, 1 seconds left in the race. You now start to see that Roberto, well, he almost had a car unlap himself as he went on by, but decided against it. This is going to be interesting. All the understeer, all the wet tires screaming out. He does a good job through Indy, but he's already lost 3 seconds to the 262 geodesic car up ahead. In fact, there he is, starting to pull away, and a little bit of a queue forming behind now. Now, I'm pretty sure that Fiercely Forward car that had no nose, they've got a nose again. Not a very well prepared nose, but they've got a nose. So they're getting that damage repaired slowly in the sim, taking it bit by bit. So they're going to need to do a little bit more. I'd say let's get some hammering done to get that fixed. I think they just found the old nose and just stuck it back on by the looks of it. But Fiercely Forward, they know what they're doing. They're just holding on to just this idea of just keeping it clean, just not taking all the repairs to save themselves a little bit of time. Well, I say a little bit of time, a lot of time out there track. 4 hours and 20 minutes to go in 6, 5, 4. Hope everyone is doing good out there. Coming near to the end of this race. The sun is finally out, but rain is on the horizon. Might start to see the clouds starting to look a little bit dark out there as rain is on the radar. Rain is coming. That's Philip in the 50 forward car, catching up to the back of Roberto. Remember, Roberto is on wet. They've taken this big gamble. They've already lost 16 seconds to the geodesic car. 11 seconds even to the geodesic car. Apologies. So, it's the gamble. There is that weather. It's still not close enough to start looking at the zoom. Here we are on that little black dot. Just to the right of us on that black dot is this little village of Champagne. South of us is the village of Arnage. Is the town of Arnage, where everyone likes to stay when they're here for the weekend of the race. And lots of cars, lots of sports cars and classic cars love to show off and park up there during the week, and lots of people drive away as the fiercely forward car makes that overtake. Roberto's not showing any resistance at the moment. I think this might have been the wrong decision, but again, you have to splash and dash. It's a long pit lane here. So maybe, just maybe, it may work for them. You never know. Wait and see. That's such a tough game to do, the waiting game. They're the only car, looking at it, I wonder if Fiercely Forward Black in the hypercar. Yeah, in the LMD8, the other Fiercely Forward car is on wet. So one Fiercely Forward car just made an overtake on a car on wet. The other Fiercely Forward car is on wet still. So interesting decisions for sure. Now the radar, starting to see it actually now get to the racetrack, and it's going to be interesting because here it is. The rain is going to hit. It's going to hit by Arnage and Porsche first. Well, actually, no, by here at the Dunlop chicane first. And then it's going to, in fact, I say that it is raining at the Dunlop chicane. It is raining at the top of the track. So these drivers right now, the wipers will be going into work because there is rain now started. Rain also just hitting the straight before the Porsche curves. As you can see, it's a little bit dry here at the grandstand, but if you go up this steep hill, and I've whooped the hill beside it, it's steep. Rain now starting to fall. In fact, you start to see some puddles start to go. And in fact, rain also now hitting, there it is, rain hitting the Mulsanne Straight, the Unideres, they say, and now you go. This is not enough at the moment for drivers to start panicking and say we need wet tires, because it's only a couple sections of the track. Once they get out of the Daytona chicane, the straight is pretty dry, so this first lap of rain isn't going to be a concern. The second lap they're going to have to worry about here as Delta V continue on. I remember these drivers did indeed take slick tires last time by. So actually, I say that, did they take slick tires? Yes, they did take slick tires. I do apologize. So yeah, they've taken slick tires out there, these two. This rain, it's starting to be a concern for the drivers because they'll come down this straight. They'll do Mulsanne 2, the second chicane. And then they'll hit a little bit of rain, I feel. The radar. Yeah, in fact, they've actually hit the rain now. The rain's just come on down into the second chicane. The kart there had a little bit of a wobble, and I think that was a little bit of a wobble because we saw the LMP2 going for a little bit of a move. Holding on station for the moment. Now the rain comes, and this is the light rain. Next lap, it's going to get heavier. And I wonder if the drivers will do one more lap here before they go in, but the radar is starting. Yeah, the rain radar just a little bit delayed, but it definitely is showing rain right now. You can see the rain on the windscreen, on the track. Another LMDH comes on by, and that is the 31 of Solpec Precision. You know, Solpec with that fantastic yellow and black gradient car. And now it's raining at Indianapolis. And let me tell you, I spent over 12 hours at Indianapolis and Arnage last year, and I spent it in the pouring rain. I feel sorry for those digital fans out there, because that is not a place you want to be standing. The fish and chip stand in the middle there is pretty nice, I will say. They don't really want to be trying to take shelter at the little awning on the fish and chips stand. They'll be trying to make sure they've got themselves ready for this, because it's getting wet. But again, you come to Porsche and it's dry. And look at this. This is Norby for the CZ. He's seeing nothing right now. It's dry. Half the track is wet. Half the track is dry. Very interesting moment here. And in fact, Sean Campbell, just seeing where Sean Campbell is. He's at karting S's. It's dry there. It's a really interesting moment here for the what's happening, because it is dry in some places and it's wet in other places. And in fact, Sean Campbell has come into the pits from P3. He's managed to get the gap down to 38 seconds. I reckon he's going on to wets. And that is the canary in the caves analogy again. If he goes on to wets, everyone's got to be ready to go on to wets soon. And then it's really just a game of chicken. Who goes to the wets last? Will it be these guys? Tatum Rez, 69. They held on to that P2 after the incident that Orbit had. In fact, to be fair though, they're still on wets. So Sean Campbell managed to put so much time on the slick tires. And in fact, there we go. Onto the wets go, Orbit. It's William here in the Tatum Rez. Just making sure they're staying alive. Losing a bit of time on these wet tires. He's just going to find some wet patches to dip his tires into by accident there. Losing a bit of time, but Sean Campbell will come out the pits. Only loses a minute. And that's a quick splash. Fill up the tank as much as we can. Hydro Race Geodesic in the GT3s also in, and it's raining in the pits. So what do? You know it. Straight back on to wet tires for Geodesic. They're the first car in the GT3s to make the decision. But I'll tell you who this does favor. Vesta got those wet tires that they've kept on. Favors them. Worn wet tires, I might add. But it favors them, and there is Sean. He is now in control. A minute 30 to make up to get that P2 back. Then he's got to find another lap. So he's got to find about 5 minutes he's got to try and find. I don't think he's going to find right away. He's got to find some time out there. Race lead is still doable for him. CZ comes in. The leader of the race comes into the pits. I would not be surprised if they get off these slicks. Put them straight on to some wet tires. Keep my eyes out because very heavy on the radar. Look at that on the radar. Yep, they're on wets. Everybody going to wets, it feels. Right decision. What about the other CC car? Already on wets. Already on wets. So come down to that question. Who is the last car to go onto the wet? Well, how wet heavy that rain is about to be around the Porsche curves and into Dunlop chicane. I think you kind of want to just hold set, and this rain forecast looks deadly for the drivers. There might be a very quick break and then back to rain. Not going to be a lot of time. Leader of the LMP2s comes into the pits. Already on wets. This is the scheduled pit stop. They will be straight back on the wets, one would think. The 909 right behind them. Ooh, remember what happened last time they pitted together? I don't think we'll get that right now. We almost hit down to the final 4 hours. Driver swap has been made for the 909. Has a driver swap been made for the 25? No. Now, in theory, the 25 will get ahead of the 909 unless somehow Effect Simulations somehow save 2 seconds in the pits. But driver swap, don't think we're going to see that right now. But you've got a 9.5K driver against a 8.4K driver. Really is going to be some tough competitions. And there we go. Palace gets on by. There goes Sasha, sorry. Gonna find some time out there now in the 909. Try and get back to where they were. Lead of the GT3s also just came into the pits as well. Olsen VDS. They switched on to the wets. So track is starting to get a little bit heavy. It's probably going to be the worst of the rain for a little bit, but it's going to be constant rain now for a lot of this race. The precipitation at the start finish line is only 9% precipitation, so it's not heavy rain at the see. Look at that radar, far away radar. They may get a quick gap of no rain, but it looked deadly out there. So just gonna take it easy now. Again, this weather forecast saying this is gonna be like this for the next 30-40 minutes. That's what we're predicting out there. So watch this space and watch that radar when we show you it, because we have to keep glued, because looking at the forecast, that's going to be the last of the rain for this race. And then it's just going to be a sprint, but it's still going to be a cold track out there. It might only get to 25 Celsius in the air. So I think at the moment it's 21 Celsius out there. Current track temp is 23. So you do the maths. If the air temp is forecasted to be about 23, 24, 25 by the time the rain clears, this track temp is only going to get up to about 30 Celsius, one would think. Bolton VDS now keeping that lead from Delta V. Both cars onto the wet tires. In fact, I don't know who's still on dry tires. That's the next question you are asking. Who's still on dry tires out there? And well, I can't see many drivers on dry tires. So nobody worry. Nobody worry. I think everybody is now fully on the wets. In fact, as I'm saying that, I'm just doing a browse myself at the weather, and I do see the 42, the composite performance, still out there on the slick tires. They might be the only team out there on slick tires right now. Godspeed is what they would say, and in fact, yeah. Everybody has now come in for wet tires. Actually, Reiter. Remember Reiter? They were like, yeah, we'll be fine. We'll be fine. They're still on wet slick tires out there. Currently P5, currently still on the lead lap. So don't think those wet tires are going to be helping them at the moment, as Roberto using the wet tires to his advantage, because remember, Fiercely Forward overtook him when he decided to stay out on wets, but Fiercely Forward are still just holding by. Pretty sure they are on slick tires. I'm like, come hell. We're going to say yes. No, they are on wets. I do apologize. It is hard to tell if you don't have a camera set up properly. See if they're on wets or dries. Sometimes best machinery can get confused if it's a wet or a dry tire. So I don't know me. I'm not machine. Don't worry. Gap closes, the gap opens, and the gap keeps on going. We've got two battles, close battles in the GT3s. There's Reiter holding on, stationary. Yeah, remember, they're on slick. They're on slicks right now. It's going to be tough for them. You got to fill with 4 hours and 3 minutes. 3, 2, 1. Feels that might be time to think about jumping into the pits this time by. The precipitation is starting to pick up a little bit out there. One also feels that starting to lose a little bit of time as that dry line has started to just wash away. Well, you can tell it's washing away because just look at how they're starting to lose. Just lose the rear a little bit, a lot of splashing up of the water as well. Will they pit? No. No. And look at the puddles. The wettest part of the track, in all due fairness, the wettest part of the track is here on the race part of the racetrack part of the track. And when I mean that, I mean the grandstand section, the bit here from Porsche Curves all the way up to Terre Route is the racetrack section of this track. Fiercely Forward Black coming to the pit to get rid of their get their tires changed and get for a pit stop. But yeah, the racetrack of the part of the track is the worst. And I'll tell you what, he said they should come into the pits. Reiter just had to completely skip the Dunlop chicane, and you can actually see the rain falling now, that the misty conditions, spray here from CC Esports, who's got that lead by a lap. Remember, they were battling with Orbit for that lead, and then Orbit had a moment out there. It does feel that the rain is starting to get a little bit harder out there and a little bit more challenging for the drivers. But no, Reiter deciding gonna stick with it. To be fair, they pitted lap 270, so they should be okay. Oh. Hold on, and curious to say Sean Campbell managed to get one of those laps back. Norby, to give you an idea of the distance between them, Sean has to lap them again and then overtake them. Sean is just by the Ford chicanes right at the end of the lap. CC, I hear they've just done the second Mulsanne chicane, so there's a minute and a half between the two of them. And then he's got to find that minute and a half, and then he's got to lap him again. So, tough out there, because Tatum, who they're chasing, just hitting second chicane, but there is Sean Campbell. And look how dark it is now on the lead. That's absolutely crazy how much it is just darkened up from the rain. Heavy rain out there. We hit the 4-hour mark of the race now. And the drivers know that this is it. They need to navigate this storm. And then the only storms will be any drivers going for the aggressive desperation moves with 3 hours to go. Do you feel that the drivers are just trying to survive this next hour? It's safe to say the driving here, they've kept it clean, they've kept it safe. One man out there, because there is only one man at the moment dipping under 3 minute 50. In fact, 3 minute 48 with his last lap. Sean Campbell. A lot of eyes will be glued on him just to see what he can do. A minute and a half behind Tatum after he came in for that pit stop. Now, unfortunately, minute 10. And an incident we haven't picked up, which I've just noticed on my timing tower. Fiercely forward yellow. Well, they're in the pits. They've taken a tow. And that's unfortunate there for fiercely forward yellow. Remember, they had that bumper they were trying to get fixed up. And they've had a moment out there on track. And this was as the rain was starting to get worse out there. And it was at Indianapolis. It was a heavy hit at Indianapolis. They hit the wall. And that might be race done for fiercely forward yellow. I think they actually are going to just try and keep it going, but keep our eyes on them. So with just under 4 hours left to go. Timing tower, the new timing tower. Debut the new timing tower here this weekend. The Major 24 for Global SimRacing channel. Showing off all of the classes. And you can see the top 4 in each of the classes. And of course, you can see they are in pits, some of them at the moment. Tatum in the pits. And that's who Sean is trying to catch up at the moment. They sit there. And it also means that these drivers will be on alternate strategies. Sean trying to catch up there as the rain came early into the pits. Again, talked about that pedigree he got, understanding the rain. Did it pretty well, Phil, out there today. Lorenzo Cassiani in the 07 racing car. Trying to fight on. They're almost a whole lap behind. And in fact, tell you what, Sean Campbell was only 8 seconds behind Tatum. And Tatum have probably changed tyres as well. So this could be an overtake for P2. The gap now between them is only 4 laps on the stint. Campbell's really worked this well. One would think, maybe, as this cold tyre starts to go. There goes Nunez in the number 18, fiercely forward black. Here's Sean Campbell. He sees Luigi ahead in the 44. One would feel that Luigi just have to be like Luigi and see Mario go on by and take the princess in the castle. Because Sean Campbell, on those warmed up cold tyres, easily dispatches Luigi. And now they're in that dry patch of this weather forecast. They're in this mini eye of a storm type thing where the rain will start to ease off in some sections of the track. They know it's coming back again. Campbell now retakes P2. Yeah, retake P2 is key. There's a whole lap between them and the 47 of CZ. Again, where is CZ Autosports is the question. They just start to hit the Porsche curves. From Campbell, it's just coming down to Mulsanne 2. It'll be interesting to see how much time can Sean really cave into this lead. And we can't see it properly, but in the interval is a lap there. One of the only teams to drive a Porsche. You know, it is interesting to see the car split for the LMDH here, because we've got a BMW, a Porsche, a BMW, then a BMW, then 3 Acuras, then another Porsche, and a BMW, and a Porsche. But I believe they are the last of the cars still driving. In fact, that last Porsche isn't driving. And then there was a Ferrari. There was a Ferrari who has retired. No Cadillac. And that would surprise drivers there, but no Cadillacs out there for the race today. I mean, nobody wanted to do a Jack Aiken impersonation anyway today, did they? So that's what good thing to do. We love you, Jack. So here's that radar. A little bit dry out there for some parts of the track. But the key thing is the Gulf Strait, as it used to be called, the one that goes into the forests before you get to Indianapolis. That is a place that has been wet for most of this time. Remember, on this type of racetrack, if it's wet somewhere, it's probably dry elsewhere, unless it's a one big massive cloud. And former at the moment, not the latter, as Ballas Palau for TZ Esports trying to hold off here, really started to pull ahead of the effect simulators, the 909. 4 seconds is the gap between those two, and they're just in the background, seeing them two come by. I know it's hard to see in the rain. Trust me, it is there. It is there. Keeps going, and it's a lonely position out in the lead when you've got a gap of 3.5 seconds, because you know you can relax a little bit. Can't relax too much. Otherwise, you're having a little bit of complacent out there is the word. Complacentness. What a word. You're right on board with Ballas, of course. Again, 3 hours and 50 minutes to go. Do not worry, you don't have to suffer through me for the next 3 hours. Jake Sperry will be in the booth with myself just alongside, as we will bring the final 3 hours with you later in the race. I say later, that's in 50 minutes time. So it's crazy how quickly 3 hours, 2 and a bit hours have passed since we were back with the broadcast commentary aspect of the broadcasting. Shout out to everybody doing this race. 11 splits today, a really populated Majors 24. It is said the fourth running actually of the Majors 24. And it has been, once again, a shout out to Mike and those behind doing a really good job yet again with this Majors 24. The flagship, I would say, of the Major Series. Yeah, you say the flagship, the Majors 24, and then it's their version of the Daytona 500, which used to get a lot of popularity. Of course, if it's your first time watching the Major Series, this is their special event, and they do racing all year long in the Majors Series. And one of the things that's really cool about the Majors Series, I'll give them a plug, it's a different aspect every time. So it's not just, you're not driving these cars for the rest of the season. Yeah, they did the Majors 2.4, a solo event earlier this month as the preamble, part of the main series. But it's usually just anything. So they will always do their version of the Daytona 500. They will do their own version of the Indy 500. They've done the Lotus 49s around the Nordschleife last year. And they've done the Lotus 49s also. They've done Lotus 79s on an oval to try and mimic the old school IndyCar race of the 70s and 80s. They've done dirt racing. They've done dirt ovals. You know, you name it, they've done it. They do have this really good thing. They've also done TCRs around Mount Panorama. They will try and find a modern day race series or a classic throwback, and it's a great little series. It is a real test of a driver's ability to be a jack of all trades. Not everyone is going to excel at oval, but then that person that doesn't excel at oval is probably going to excel at road racing, and then they'll get to the dirt round and they're like, do I want to do the dirt round because can I do dirt racing? It really is a series that it tests the driver to make sure that they're able to do anything and learn anything. And some really good names. And I mentioned Garen Batten there because I mentioned Garen earlier today, I thought, because he was probably being race control. He helps organize, and he is a driver that does a lot around in the racing and a lot with the organizing. Nope, this time he decided, no, I'm okay. I want to do some racing. But we're slap bang in the middle of the rain. And it's kind of on par with what they said was going to be the forecast. Of course it was, because they know the forecast. They did the future. 3 cars currently in the pits getting repairs. Fiercely forward yellow. That might be a retirement. We don't know. They've been in for a long time. Orbit drop bear Mercury. Don't panic. Not Sean Campbell's car, the LMP2 car. Been in the pit for 7 minutes. And Rocket Ship. We talked to them earlier. They've been in the pits for a while. Looked like they had a big dent on their driver's right. They have a moment out there. I think they were struggling as the track got wet. The track got wet. I think they might have, yeah, they actually had a similar moment as Fiercely Forward. They didn't spin it though. They actually did go Fiercely Forward. Unfortunately, Fiercely Forward into the tire barrier at Indianapolis. Such a shame for them. So didn't see what happened to the Mercury car, brutally honest. But, came into the pits with nothing on the rear. And I mean nothing on the rear. And if they spun at Indianapolis, then we went 3 for 3. And no one wants to go 3 for 3 at Indianapolis. But fortunately, that's how it goes. And in fact, it wasn't in Indianapolis. You don't have to panic. No, it was actually Porsche Kurz into Virage de Point. And they're back out now after 8 minutes of repair to put them 8 laps down. Still in P8. Just like these guys in P8 at the moment in the LMDH, the World of Racing. Ex-Manhattan Racing Canada. Lucas Chevalier in that car for them right now. Driving along. They're 15 laps down. They're going to finish. They're going to get a top 10. They're going to finish. They want to finish. They want to say that they completed 24 hours of the Majors 24 in the rain. It's wet. I wouldn't want to be out there. I wouldn't want to be racing in this weather right now. It's not the best of conditions, but again, you see that radar. Hang on just a little bit. It's another 20 minutes of this to go. That's what they're probably telling me. Just hold on. There is 20 minutes to go of this weather. And then in theory, the final 3 hours will be a mad dash to the line with nothing but clear skies. And that will make a lot of people very happy out there. This is the car that they are actually battling. We talk about the 883 there. Technically, this is a battle, but the 2 minute is the gap. Axon Motorsport, who came out after 13 minutes of repairs. Last of the cars have really taken big repairs outside of the Orbit team, who give credit to Tatum, though. When the rain came down, Sean's not had the best of time pushing in the rain. He is faster than CZ. Can't hold very far on at this moment. Lai Paisen. Try to forget that wrong. Continues on for Axon Motorsport Taiwan. And again, that's another good thing to say. We talked about Garen Batten, the Aussie. Just seeing the people from different areas of the world driving on by. And I know we now have the flag system. We no longer have regional clubs in iRacing. I know some drivers are having a little bit of fun with that. But I do see some drivers saying they're from Antarctica. I saw a driver yesterday from Fiji, and I'm like, you're not from Fiji. I know where you live. Saw someone who said they were from the South Sandwich Islands. And, you know, it's an interesting one. I'm not gonna lie, but we've all done it in the past, haven't we? Ooh, what flag can we have as a profile flag? Disclaimer: I've not done it now, but back in my day, I'm showing my age right now. Back in my day, the Vatican City was a flag on a forum page. I'll take the Vatican. No, nothing offensive to the Pope or anything. It's just a cool flag to just have. Some of these drivers taking some really interesting flags out there. Just to show the support, but to have, you know, you look at these guys, you look at Norby as well, you look at the 47, all Hungarians here. Very tough, an all-European side team to really just hold on. But again, we've had guys from, we've had people from Taiwan, we've had people from Australia. Don't think we've seen anybody from New Zealand out there in this split. Probably elsewhere as well, for sure. But see some Turkish drivers. Reiter's got a couple of Turkish drivers that we saw already. CZ. Again, all Belgian drivers out there today. Still got that lead. And CZ's got the lead in 2 of the 3 splits. And in fact, they're not splits, classes. They're 2 for 2. They don't have a GT car. So they're looking to try and get a 1 and a 1, not a 1 and a 2. Gap of 1 lap. It's all about what can Sean Campbell do. We have to keep addressing Sean Campbell, as you see. CZ Esports, they're here. They've just crossed the start-finish line. Sean Campbell is down in the forest section here, down the Gulf Strait, just coming up to Indianapolis, but he's lapping 5 seconds faster. Well, last time by, he was lapping faster. He did a 350.6. CZ did a 55.9. Sean's got some traffic to deal with this lap, so I think we're going to see that at the moment, but one can just predict. 3 hours, 2, 6, 5, 4 to go. Gone a little bit quiet track as the drivers battle on. Hold on into this weather pattern. The heavy stuff now, the heaviest of the storm, just hitting the drivers. Norby, you can just see him there as the weather as it comes on down. Norby starts to go. Now I'm keeping my eyes. Norby said it was a 355.9 last time by. Sean Campbell, even with a little bit of traffic, with a 352.2 and a 353 flat for Tatum Rez. So it's interesting, unless CC had a moment last lap or just been getting caught in traffic, the 2 cars behind are starting to close the gap. And in fact, actually, I was wrong. Tatum did a 51.3, the fastest LMDH out there last time by. He's almost catching Sean Campbell. Hello, you're not meant to catch Sean Campbell. You are, but you just can't help it. And I can say, you do not have to put up with me on my own any longer, because the voice of iRacing, Jake Sperry, now with us in the booth. Good morning, Jake.
I can't believe I've stolen Evan Pasoko's title of the voice of iRacing. That's a shame for him. But yes, no, we got some wonderful racing that is about to take its hold here as we enter the final 4 hours, and we are very much within the final 4 hours worth of racing at the moment. Sesha have themselves with a wonderful position at this moment in time, and they will be looking without any worry at all to push themselves up to a very wonderful level. They know how critical it is going to be this late on with the racing action to really find that all-important result that is in play. So we will see how that goes. Norby Kish, the 6-time European truck racing champion, currently behind the wheel for the Hungarian-based team, with Sesha leading both LMDH and LMP2. Boots and VDS by undercut are currently leading in GT3. Romain Picard is currently in behind the wheel of them as things stands. The number 41 team, an all-French outfit then here today for Boots and VDS, which is such a magical thing to think about. An all-French team winning in Le Mans.
Yeah, I'll tell you what, when I was at Le Mans last year, qualifying came by, Hyperpole came by, and you had Bourdais. You had him take pole position in Hyperpole before the red flag. I was sitting in those grandstands. The roar. That is what the French drivers want to hear. They want to hear that roar of the home crowd. They're roaring that team on, even though if you're not a local, even if you're just someone from the country, it's your home race. It's the big race. Just anybody who gets to win their home race, it's a big deal. But to win Le Mans, that's just even bigger.
Very much is, and for Romain Picard, it will be a case of, can we keep this one on the island? They've got 10 seconds to the good over Delta V Racing, and this was a Delta V Racing team, by the way, that as they went, they were right down at the very back of the field at the start of racing. They had a disconnect within the opening hour of the race, which put them dead last in the category, and they have had to really fight back. Vince Scorsad, Eros Giovannini, Florian Renault, and Emeric Padrine, the 4 Frenchmen. So it's a case of France versus France. But if this Delta V Racing team can come back from being last in the opening hour to win this race, that is the greatest story of the Majors 24 this year.
It's going to be one that will be talked about for a while, because not only did they not qualify very well, just having to start all the way at the back there just goes to show their pace and their consistency has helped them along this way. They have been leading every now and then in this race, but the Boots and BDS car, I just feel, just been able to just be a little bit more efficient here, and both teams on the same strategy, but just a couple mistakes here from Vince just costing them a little bit. But again, costing a little bit is fine. 3.5 hours to go, anything can still happen, and they've still got another, I want to say 15-20 minutes of rain left to navigate. This is the important part of the race now, I feel, Jake, because once this goes, you've got an hour trying to find a drying line, so they're going to have to make that decision next time by. Do they take the tyres, and how much fuel do they take?
But Craig, here's the important thing. Just looking at the weather radar right now, I'm seeing no rain between now and the end of this race once it stops.
Exactly, but you've got to also factor in, let's think about how long a pit stop takes in each class. For a GT3, you're looking at about an hour, for a fuel stint. I'm talking about a pit stop, a fuel stint. For an LMP2, you're looking at about 40 minutes. For an LMDH, about the middle of those. So you factor in that decision, and now you look at this. You know that the rain is going to stop forecasted in another 15-20 minutes. So do you go for the decision if you're coming close to your fuel stop? Do you look to do a splash and dash and keep the wet tires on until that track dries up? Because even though the rain's going to stop, you're still going to get 20-30 minutes where that track has to dry up. And remember, we don't have 54 cars out there anymore, so they don't have all the cars out there that could dry up the track.
No, we very much don't, as we're on board with Lorenzo Castellani here for 07 Racing, eyeing up Robin Schwanke here for Solpec Precision, the number 31 car, currently out there at the moment trying to work hard through the puddles right now. And you see all the reflections of the trees as you go over the water and try and navigate through, especially off the exit there of the Michelin chicane. You've got to be so careful with the puddling that is there. This is a circuit which crowns in the middle of the road here when you get onto the public section, and so after that you find that the water funnels to the outside, so you've got to find a line that works. And especially here as you hit the brakes, you very much have to go a little bit earlier because you're basically going through a water splash if you were at the rally.
Yeah, and in fact, in the night, some of the cars, a couple of the cars, losing the car on this straight because of the fact it's a natural road and there was water just going down, and they just caught that puddle and it just threw them off. And trust me, these French roads, I know the Underdeltas, I know this straight, I drove on it last year. They keep it very clean. The French roads are very good. Not like our British roads, Jake. There's no potholes to be seen. So it's not like you're going to be hitting an uneven road that hit the puddle. It's just that camber that will catch them out here. And this is the last part of a main road. They hit into Arnage, just waiting to find the opportunity. It's the slowest corner on the track. And look at the water on the outside. You then have to compromise your line because you can't even take the racing line due to the weather.
Going around the GT3 leader then, as Schwanke has to find defense, going over towards the Porsche curves. Here comes the look down the inside by Lorenzo Castellani, who doesn't quite get the angle, tries to go around the outside, almost runs into Schwanke, who takes all of the road. And Lorenzo there getting very squirrely with clearly more pace than Solpec, but finding no angles to go by, will be flashing the lights like crazy, now stuck behind the likes of Sven Groot there for impulse then as they go on by. But that's the patience factor that you need to have, and they've also got the Tatum Restec car that's about to put them a lap down in third place behind them. So Luigi Di Lascio is in that one, just about to survive for Robin Schwanke, but Lorenzo Castellani, they're looking at that, clearly has something he wants to prove by going up into fourth.
I think he wanted to try and make that move, but at the same time his team probably saying, okay, let's just relax, you're quicker, let's try and work on this, because that was a very brave move. And here's another brave move later on the brakes, using that range to advantage. Is that going to be a slowdown through the Dunlop chicane? It is for Solpec. That's big. Solpec will have to take the slowdown, but there's nowhere here as you come down to the Forest S's to really make a move. He's going to try and put his nose in. Oh, he's looking really quick out there right now as Lorenzo, but there's nowhere to go. And that Solpec car, Robin has served that slowdown. He's going to have to do it all over again. I feel it's going to have to be a late break here into the Daytona chicane.
Well, here's the thing, that slowdown penalty is set to dry conditions, so you can serve it on the racing line as if nothing's happened, basically in the wet. It's one of the few things that isn't adjusted as the session goes on, and it's something that maybe I would like to see iRacing implement a chance of a variable in terms of that for wet weather conditions. If you've got a dry to wet or changing conditions, that the penalty changes along with it. There is Luigi Di Lascio on the back here for Tatum Restec, the number 44 team out there, who have been knocking about on the door, have always been somewhat close. Pablo Caroleo's been in there, Andrea Muscolino, like to William Armani and Federica Leonardi here. So the Italian quintet out there at this stage. Third place, they find themselves a little bit lonelier, I would say, at the moment, knowing that they've got to get to Sean Campbell at this stage, which is still a little bit of time away that they've got to try and get to, and I would say they're about 15 seconds away from that.
Yeah, I don't know if they're going to be able to. They've been matching Campbell's times ever since, remember, they gained P2 after the crash that Orbit Drop Bear had. Campbell's had to fight back. You've got to remember, Sean Campbell in the last hour has cleared 3 minutes to overtake Tatum, and that was with 2 stops, one of them being a splash and dash to go onto the slick tires. So the drive that Campbell has done today has just been mega, managing to pull that back. They're looking to go on, but now you've got to feel that if you're Luigi, you're trying to get past this traffic. It's tough out there.
And this is James Ebram here for the 908 Effect Simulations team, which has been up there in the puddle at Indianapolis. Oh, this is going to be quick into the barriers. Oh, That is a hefty shunt in, and that will pretty much put pay dirt to the 908 team, who were 7 laps down on their nearest competitors, Fury SimSport Yellow. So that'll be Effect Simulations done and dusted with that one. That was a massive hit, and why you have to be so careful heading to Indianapolis corner.
That's the third big crash we've had in this rain shower, and the second one for the prototype. And talking about prototypes that's had a moment, right behind Luigi here, Lorenzo Cassiani for the 07 had a little bit of a moment in P5. He had actually went off at Indianapolis, but didn't hit the barrier. But the prototypes that are struggling at Indianapolis. We've only had one GT3 have a big moment here in this rain shower, and that was Fiercely Forward in one of their cars. But the prototypes, they're the ones that are struggling, and I just feel they're trying to not use enough brake here, and then when they panic, they just hit not the grass, they hit the puddles of water, and that just sets them on there. So some of them just trying to take too much speed in the Indy, it feels like.
Well, let's talk a little bit of difference then in terms of LMDH. There was an invalidated time for Sesha Esports on that last lap because Norby Kish had to abandon the final chicane going through. But on the lap before, Norby Kish did a 3-minute 57 out there. It was a 3:57.6. By comparison over the line now from Sean Campbell, he's just done a 3:51.8. So he's running about 5 to 6 seconds a lap quicker in the rain right now than Norbert Kish. And so Orbit drop there, I'm going to knock on wood right now and say they are not out of the realms of possibility for winning this race.
The moment they had the crash, and it was an unfortunate crash, it was an easy mistake anyone could make. The moment they lost into that battle, because 2 hours ago they were battling with the CZ car to try and take the win. They had that crash. Sean got right in the car, and like I was saying, anybody else you wouldn't want to put in. A man that has won the Daytona 24 in this sort of variable conditions, it's the best man to get in that car. He understands what the track is doing. He's had a couple wiggles, but he understands what's expected of this track, how the track works, and he's done such a good job to really just put pace on that no one else can expect. He's been doing a fantastic drive out there, and let's just give some praise to the rest of the drivers. It's a fantastic drive for anyone like Sasha Lehman right now driving in this rain, who's trying to find those 5 seconds to catch back up to CZ. You missed it, Jake. 2 pit stops to go. Those 2 leaders in LMP2, they basically took the pit exit and the Dunlop chicane together. They were merged in with one another.
Yeah, they were very much as close could possibly be, but Sasha Lehman's had a little bit of help on this lap through the force of Daniel Harris at the Hydro Geodesic Racing Black team. So Balazs Pilar has had a bit more trouble as Sasha Lehman now sits in Effect Simulation 909. They were the early leaders here of this race, and they're still fighting for victory. 5.5 seconds off the back and 13 laps off of the overall lead. We do have a couple cars down in pits, Norbert Leitner jumping in for the 257 Impulse Racing car. Vesta Sport Black also in from 3rd position overall. They've just put Chris Capello in behind the wheel.
And it'll be interesting to see what Vesta do, because last time they came into the pits, they kept on wet tires because they were like, well, the rain's going to stop shortly. They spent 15 minutes on wet tires on a dry track, and they did not get the benefits of that. In fact, they lost 15 seconds to Fiercely Forward before Fiercely Forward crashed, and then they gained it all back when Fiercely had to go for a pit stop to get the wets on, but they didn't retake the position. So now the question is, they've had to take this pit stop. You look at the weather radar, the rain's about to stop. Are they on slicks? I mean, you can't go on slicks right away, and they aren't, but they have to be prepared to do their splash and dash, and they're going to be one of the first cars that will have to take a splash and dash to get off these wet tires. You would not want to be doing the next 50 minutes on a wet tire on a drying track.
No, but the ideal scenario is the weather decides that it wants to stop in the next, I don't know, 5 to 10 minutes or so. The weather is currently scheduled to stop within the next 15. But then you're probably looking around and saying, well, I'd quite like to be on dry tyres and making that stop. Anywhere between 3 hours to go or less, because it makes your strategy so easy. It is fill the car up full of fuel and then go to the end, and effectively you don't need a short stop because you're on a very simple 2 stops to the end gets you home.
but at the same time, we've got to remember that the track is not going to warm up as much as they would like to dry. So the most of the drying of the track is going to be done by these wet tires, and then the slicks trying to force the rain around. So we're going to have a dry line, but when you come to prototype racing later on, they're going to have issues with this dry line because there's going to be wet patches everywhere. So yes, the rain's going to stop soon. You want to be looking at trying to get on the slicks in just under 3 hours to go. But for that next 30 minutes, there's still going to be wet spots. So some drivers will be taking it cautious. But again, you put a wet tire on a dry track, on a track like Le Mans with loads of straights, you're just going to be bogged down on those straights, unable to do anything. It is a fine balance that they have to find because a lot of drivers are still struggling out here with the puddles.
Yeah, watching Vince Scorsad, we've just seen Sean Campbell jump into the pits, and Vermillion have also just left pits with Tice Hodge in LMP2. Vince Scorsad here struggling a bit for pace at this stage, 4:24.6 compared to a 4:21.3 from Romain Picard. I would say that this is a case of Delta holding on to what they've got right now. I think they'll be looking around at Hydra Race and Vesta Sport, and they will be very invested on getting by this Delta V racing car, which has managed to balance its way through some of the larger troubles of this race and just about clipping the curbs there through the Ford chicanes and through the rear quarter mont back onto the circuit. There you can see your weather radar on the right-hand side and the end of the band of rain that is starting to come. You will see it first here along the front stretch and then everywhere else.
Yeah, and again, the front stretch has been the dangerous part of the track, and you wouldn't think that being that it's designed as a racetrack, so it's got all the capabilities of draining the water and washing it away, but they have been struggling, and this is the car that will be battling 44 seconds behind. It's the Hydra Race Geodesic racing car. However, that's a pit stop, and if you get it wrong, and again, we talked about how some drivers and teams have had to take a pit stop in the middle of the end of this rain, it's going to be tight, but I do hear the sirens go. The lead two LMP2s are in the pit, just as Vince Scorsad just made a spin at Tete Rouge.
Oh, it's a big spin for Vince, and he's not pleased about that. Easily done. Then he went through, just missed the apex and carried too much speed, and so that was a spin for Delta that they're not pleased with. But yes, Effect Simulations 909 and Sesha Esports number 25 both dive into the pits, and now for Effect Simulations, they're looking around and thinking, what do we need to do to get on through the rest of this race? They've had the Frigerio brothers in the car and Nathan Olsen from the United States, a predominantly French team. There's Scorsad's spin there, a 360, did well to keep it out of the barriers, but that will certainly temper the tyre temperatures.
Yep, those tyre temperatures, even though with these new GT3 tyres, will be a little bit warm. They'll have a little bit of grip loss for the next couple of laps. And then, well, not the couple of laps, next couple of corners, but able to just hold it now. But again, it's getting the tyres down on this cool track because they'll get constantly cold. Track temp is starting to heat up though. It's 24°C, and I don't see any rain as these drivers come out of the pits. But the question is, do they stick with wet? It's a track that is now drying. Yeah, they've got to stick with wet tires though. This is going to be interesting for the leaders. Which one of these two will decide to jump in to take the slicks first? And you feel that Effect might be able to make a reaction if the 25 goes into the pits first.
I argue that it's going to be very tough for the next 45 minutes for this track to clear water. And here's the reason why. Light fog and fog expected for the next 45 minutes as Christophe Habigno comes in for Dulatro Automotive by Majors Garages as they change drivers to Corentin Miru then in the fourth position team. Robin Schwanker comes in fourth place in your LMDH category. But when you get the fog effect that they're about to start hitting, imagine dipping a sponge in water and telling that wet sponge to absorb the contents of the bucket.
I mean, I didn't know we were at the Nordschleife here because it's foggy. I thought this was meant to be happening at the Nordschleife. No, but I'll tell you what, at Le Mans, from last year's experience, it does get foggy even after the rain or before the rain. So that's going to factor into this track temp. We talked about it earlier. The temperatures, they only think that the air temp's going to get as high as 25. So that track temp, when you factor in that fog, we're not going to see a track hotter than 30 Celsius, I feel, for the rest of this race. And again, factor in, we don't have 50 cars on the track anymore. We've probably got about 40 cars, I want to say, on track at this moment, maybe even less. That's also not going to do a lot. I think 34 was the number we had there. So yeah, not a lot of cars to clean up this track. So factor in a couple extra laps to try and get this track dried up.
Yeah, so that's going to be one of the pitfalls they have of late rain here in this race as we are moving over towards 3 hours and 20 minutes to go. And I'll focus on Romain Picard and the Boutsen VDS by Undercut team, who currently sit in a wonderful race-winning position at the moment with the likes of Vesta Sport, Hydro-Race Geodesic and Delta Sport all looking to be threats out there over the course of this race, knowing that there are teams out there battling hard that have had to go through the rain, have been a lap down here, but it's been a stay out of trouble style day. But speaking of stay out of trouble style, I would keep my eyes peeled on Hydro-Race Geodesic and how much they are looking to try and chase down, because that gap has ballooned over the course of this stint from about 10 seconds to 30 seconds now between Boutsen and Delta. And Geodesic here and Daniel Harris will certainly be getting that information, and they will be buoyed by the fact that with Vesta Sport Black, of course, having made the stop earlier than them, they are pretty much on course to try and say, well, I look at Delta V Racing, I think a podium is very much in the cards here today at this Circuit Day 24-hour Du Mans in the Majors 24.
You've got to feel that. And if you're a team and you're a driver that's right now seeing that gap coming down, your first question is, okay, what's happened to them? And it's a spin. Okay, it's another spin. Okay, they understand that the other driver is having a problem out there, not coping with the conditions at this moment. So that's going to give a lot of confidence for the Geodesic car, who's been doing really well. In fact, you look at it, a lot of time difference. Geodesic almost matching the time of the Boutsen BDS car in the leaders. We see the 505 Endurance back out there now. Dennis Cho still a lap down to the Solpec Precision Racing team, but they have a chance for a top 5. It's a long shot, but with 3 hours to go, anything is still on the card. A long shot is just what you need with 3 hours to go.
It very much is. It's Tim Clayton's in front of them from Drop Bear Mercury. You then got Matthew Crisp piloting around for Alcantech right now, who have just come off the back of that massive shunt about an hour ago into the barriers at Indianapolis. So they're also a team that's looking to try and get back into position here. But for Dennis Cho and the group there, that is included the likes of Dylan Mikulev and Stephen Bull and Ben Dutton, who have all been a part of that team at some point. They have been doing a good job. This was the team that right up at the beginning of the race took some early laps, led through some of the craziest first lap battling I've seen in a 24-hour race. They have been slowly hemorrhaging the places, but at 3 laps off the race lead, it's certainly not out of the realms of possibility that they could get something a little bit more positive out there for what they are hoping to see. So keep an eye out on them as they go in this 7th position. Fiercely Forward Black, by comparison, about half a lap ahead of them at this stage. So for Luis Nunez, that's going to be the next big chase point in this one. How do they catch back up to Fiercely Forward?
Well, they got to look fiercely forward to start with, that for sure. But they also just have to remember that anything can still go on, and we've talked about it. Let's look at the variables right now. When you get to a dry race, most people think, oh, it's just a hot lap session. It's not going to be a hot lap session for the next hour. Yes, the rain is stopping. The fact the rain's gone. Where's the sun? Where's the sun? It's gone. This track's not going to dry. So now you've got to think about a drying track. Then you've got to think about a track that's got dry and wet patches. So those variables are going to come into factor. And even with the last hour of the race, that track is still going to be a little bit slippery. If you go wide, there's going to be puddles of water that don't get hit. And Nunez almost went into the back of an LMP2. There's another factor you've got to put into. Multi-class traffic here is still going to be a problem. You combine that with the rain that other drivers are going to have to do. You've got to be alert here. Anything can happen, and you've got to feel if you're Solpec, you're the 505, that top 5 is still on the cards for you, because these drivers are still going to have to just navigate. Look at it. The rain stopped, Jake. You still can barely see.
Yeah, and it's only going to get worse as the fog rolls in. So the likes of Norby Kish is going to have to really wake up here in this scenario. Keep all eyes on a swivel. Keep an eye on the black box relative for the cars that are there in front. And just navigate through the final 3 hours and 15 minutes worth of racing. Sesha, one of those teams that is looking to try and build on up in terms of its sim racing sphere as the primary team that Hungarian SimRacing has brought together. It's got some fantastic drivers in them. Norby Kish is one of them, but remember they've got 2 former pro stripes in Tamas Simon and David Toth in this team, as well as the comparable Daniel Sivishaba, who spent forever and a day with the Apex Racing team. So they've got a wonderful amount of experience they can go to and say this should be a team that is challenging and winning races. Qualified the car 8th, but there's a reason why they lead by a lap.
And just a note on Daniel. Daniel's also a top setup maker for prototype drivers nowadays. And whose setup did I drive for the first Major 24 I took part in? Oh, it was Daniel's setup. He is a fantastic driver that knows the ins and outs of these cars. And you think he's driving with some of the best drivers Hungary's got to offer in a really pretty livery, I must say as well. It's just a really good combination. You can see that, like the French drivers, they want to stick with a team that's all of their nationality to help as well with the language barrier, but also just because they know the ins and outs there. So it really just goes to show sticking with that idea of keeping to one nation, one language. Yes, it's going to be a pain when it came to that night session. Now it's awake. Now they're driving. Now it's 11 o'clock in the afternoon British summer time. It's going to be about 12 o'clock in Europe, I would say. Now you've got to feel that they know what to expect. They're seeing all the ins and outs, and everybody is awake. Why is that a key thing, Jake? It means that everybody can keep eyes elsewhere on the track instead of just making sure that the driver only has no vision of what's happening around this very long track around the French countryside.
It's like watching here these Sesha esports cars with the liveries that they've got. It's like seeing a car made entirely out of Heron and Zolnay porcelain out there. It's very much a case of Hungarian porcelain out there that's trying to just navigate through, and is very much a case of gently, gently we go. 3 cars in front of Orbit, Drop Bear, Mercury, Alcantech, and the Effect Simulations 909 car, which is 2nd position overall. So that's going to be worth just trying to navigate through without too many dramas at this point. And Norby Kish along this straight. Now this is where it gets interesting. Roads blocked in front by 3 cars battling. Where do you go? And they move over to allow Norby Kish the chance to pilot a way through. But now on the brakes, what do you do to take the corner? Because it's a natural line taken by Sasha Lehman in front, so 2 gets cleared. And then off the exit, you got to drive and get 1, and that wider profile of the LMDH really helps in these wet weather conditions, because with a wider profile, you've got more grip to work with through the slower speed corners.
Yeah, but that was also that line Norby took there almost was the same line that caused the Orbit Drop Bear to have their crash from the battle of the lead. So got to be careful, just making sure you don't do it. There is a track there. There are cars coming out for chicane there. It is very foggy out there at the moment as Luigi just continues on. Now he's ahead here of the Drop Bears because of the strategy. And I do feel if they're going to be the last of the pit stoppers, that could be to their advantage later in the race, especially in this battle with the Drop Bear, because if they've got to do 1 less stop, maybe, just maybe, Jake, we could be looking at a shock on the card. Sean Campbell, I don't think he wants to be driving a lot longer, but it feels like they may need him to, just while I would say he'll have 1 more stint in him. Once the rain's gone, he'll just hand that car off and say, let me get to sleep.
I think the issue you're going to find here is that Luigi De Lacio is already 11 laps in on this stint, so this will be lap number 12 on the run, and this will be the dive into the pits, I'm sure, which will indicate then at this stage of the race that it's what do you do, where do you find that opportunity, and just looking at the track there, that looks a lot slicker than it has done previously. Track is now declared at lightly wet, very lightly wet. is when we expect the crossover. So maybe a little bit contrary to popular belief here, this track is starting to get rid and shed its water pretty quickly out there at this stage. And, you know, it's looking bad on the edges, but the middle of the circuit actually looks quite nice.
It is, and I did see a couple dry patches, not a dry line, dry patches there as he hit Indianapolis. And really, the litmus test is I look at Sean Campbell, and you think when that rain was coming down, he was doing 53s. He just dropped into the 49s last time by. So very interesting to see. And we have had an interesting moment. The fiercely forward black car, who was in that P5 position, well, unfortunately, they've had to take a tow. They're in the pit. I don't think they've got a fast repair left.
Oh, and that would be Bensei Nemethi, who I think was behind the wheel. They just come out the pits, and so I think this might be cold tyres on the track. So let's see how it's gone wrong. Oh, it's on the straight. He's caught the middle of the road, the white line, and he might have found either A, a puddle, or B, the fact that that is not racing paint on the middle. So easily done. Bensei Nemethi will look around at it and go, how on earth has that car snapped?
That is so unfortunate for him there. That's a weird one that as well. You don't expect it. You don't expect it to happen like that. And unfortunately, it's gone. It's gone. And that's kind of similar to what happened in the night with some of the drivers just trying to find the line. And we always say on iRacing, that middle of the road, a GT, take it, because you get a little bit of an advantage. For a prototype, don't take it. You're going to hit that floor. You're going to bounce. And while there's no floor damage, that bounce will just cause the car to be unsettled. A little bit of everything just happened there. And that is so unfortunate for Bence, an experienced driver as well. It just shows it can happen to anybody.
It absolutely can. And it really reared its head there, going through the small little flick out of Tetra Rouge and onto the Mulsanne proper. So that will hurt fiercely forward. Solpeck will re-inherit the top 5. 505 Endurance and the 505 team will go to 6th position then with that move. And Balazs Pilar, who we focus on at the moment, 9.6 seconds clear of the 909 Effect Simulations team. And this is another team that wants it to be all about France, and France picking up some big wins out there. The 3 French drivers over at Effect Simulations 909 team compared to the more international feel that the 908 team had, which is now currently, I believe, just got back out onto circuit again after repairing some of the damage potentially. Yes, they have. So they're now down behind the leading GT3s. But for right now, that 909 car, which has been so synonymous up near the front, they want to make sure that they get themselves up at the top level. They want to make sure that they're picking up victories. They are what we like to call specialists when it comes to the LMP2, as Effect Simulations racing pretty much everything Dallara P217-wise. And Sasha Lehmann will have a little blink there and will be a little concerned about that.
Yeah, I just saw that and thought, what is that? Because the rain is stopping, so it can't be hardware from rain, because I know some of the drivers struggling with the rain in the sim, but I'm just starting not to see a lot of water kick up right now. And I start to look at who's taking pit stops here. And Tatum came into the pit, remember? They just came into the pits, and very interesting decision by them to keep it on the wet tires. So even though the track is drying and the track is declared lightly wet, they don't feel it's going to be drying enough for them. Lehman's going to have to look at his pit stop soon, because they pitted for about 4 laps ago, and they probably got another 5 laps on this stint, which doesn't sound a lot, but remember, 4-minute lap times here for these cars in the wet. That next time by for these guys, they got to make that decision, slicks or dry. Will any of these leaders come in for an early splash, though? Again, I don't feel we'll see that, Jake, in the LMP2, just due to how quickly these fuel stints go for them.
Well, we are, what, 3 hours, 6 minutes, and it's about 40 minutes. This is the first category that comes in. It's 40 minutes a stop, 45 for LMDH, and then the hour for GT3. So you're looking around at 40, 80, 120, 160. They're about 20 minutes short, so it'll be about a half stop, not a splash stop, I think, because we're about 25 minutes out from another full cycle that comes into play. So Sasha Lehmann will look at that and go, what can we do? Composite performance, though, they really impress me every time I see them. Doesn't matter what category there is, they're always challenging in some way, shape or form. And that's what I love about this composite team. They are the epitome of, we will finish this car in this race, and they do it so well.
They do it so well because they just understand how to do an endurance race, because it's a different mindset when it comes to an endurance race. It's not about just racing fast. It's about keeping a consistent pace and being fast that way, and understanding the ins and outs of the weather and the right way, and they're all tuned into it. It just goes to show. And yes, a couple of them claim they're from Antarctica, again, the new flag system, but all these drivers, just a little mix of everything, and they've come together and just worked out how to do this. And you got to feel some of these drivers are from America. They are probably struggling right now as the sunlight comes up in the real world for them. Probably some of them may want a bit more sleep, but they can't. And speaking of people that can have a sleep, I can report, Jake, get the black marker of doom out. Fiercely Forward Black have joined their brethren in the yellow car. They have retired the car.
Wow, so that's going to really hurt in terms of how they go about things. So Fiercely Forward having a really, really tough day. So Fiercely Forward Black in trouble, and seeing themselves then in position. The second car also running into troubles here today. They will be kicking themselves that it's late on that the dramas have before. On with Corentin Miru. Now, you were talking about the Antarctic flag. Apparently, a little bit earlier on in today, Jeremy Scott was completely convinced that penguins quacked.
Do they? They don't, do they?
They don't.
They do.
Penguins do not quack. They make a variety of sounds, including honks, chirps, trumpets, and calls similar to a braying donkey, especially the African penguin, according to Animal Planet.
Did you just Google that, or did you have that just prepared from earlier earlier in the race? Because I feel like you've got too much knowledge about penguins. Is there something you want to say?
A little bit of A, a little bit of B.
Can I just... I'm not even going to do a joke from a penguin chocolate biscuit. I'm not even going to go there, but, you know, we won't go down that line. I would just say that if they're from Antarctica, I would make penguin biscuit puns, but we all know that those jokes are about as old as Mother Time. See Matthew Criswell coming on by. It's a good thing he didn't get anything, because yesterday when doing a broadcast, I saw someone from the South Sandwich Islands, Jake. So make of that as you will.
Well, this is the thing with iRacing. It's now no longer a case of when you sign up, you've got a region, you've got your club, so to speak. They've gone away. Now you can choose your flavor of country that you want to be. A lot of people choose Antarctica. Some people like the South Sandwich Islands. I've seen a driver from Brunei Darussalam, for example, giving that representation to the lesser-known countries out there for what some amazing racing is. Most drivers do pick their country of origin of what they want to represent, but some decide, you know what, let's have a little bit of fun with it. I'll choose, oh, I don't know, Antarctica, and try and go through. Makes our life very difficult to know where people are from, but the majority of drivers are very much exactly where they say they are.
Yeah, some people do. I did see there was a flag of Somalia, and I do realise some former shed dweller.
Was it Jimmy Broadbent?
Yeah, he might decide to look at that. Yeah, I think we all know the old meme of Jimmy Broadbent from Somalia, and don't forget when he was doing racing during the pandemic, some Dutch commentators actually believed that his Wikipedia saying he was from Somalia was true, and started saying that he was from Somalia.
Oh, you gotta love it here in terms of what we do as a community. We're all in it together. It's one big happy amount of fun that we put ourselves in. The rocket ship finds itself in 7th position in class. Elliot Norren is currently out behind the wheel right now, and they are about a lap away from Alcantech here at this stage, so needing a little bit of time to chase that gap down, but they certainly are trying their best to do so. Into the pits, by the way, comes Orbit Drop Bear Mercury to make their pit stop, and just about 3 hours and 2 minutes remaining in this race, and Elliot Norren making a pig's ear out of it. Now remember, that pit entry is going to be the last bit that drives of the entire circuit.
Yeah, and as I said earlier, if you're a Ferrari, you don't get a penalty for that in the real world, but anybody else, that is a drive-through penalty. These drivers, they did have some issues. They were waiting for one of their drivers to wake up, and I think he may not have woke up in time, as Michael Day had to go and take another stint. This is interesting, though, because with them, as we said, that Orbit Drop Bear team, now, they are still racing, does one feel that they might want to give a little bit of help to Sean Campbell and the Jupiter team about the conditions? No, they've kept with the slicks. All these drivers sticking with the slicks, and no one's brave enough to go on to the slicky stuff yet. But you feel like we're at that stage now, 3 hours exactly, that maybe someone's going to take the risk. And a team that doesn't have a lot to lose, so someone in a P5 that's a lap down, trying to look for a lucky break, may go for that risk later in the next, I would say, 20 minutes or so.
Yeah, this is a case of trying to be risk averse at this moment in time and trying to mitigate as much as you can into the late stages. Tim Clayson's currently in 8th position overall, and they're looking behind at Team DWR ex-Sim Coach Setups. That is the number 81 team, which is out there at the moment and trying to do everything that they can to run on through. The 82 team by comparison, in terms of the efforts they've been putting on in GT3, are 37 laps adrift of your overall leaders, but they are still piloting about quite nicely in this race in 33rd position and doing a very nice job as we watch Fastlane RT by 6 liveries. Robin Camus-Mayon then in the 11th place number 49 car, looking to try and chase them down by about a lap away at this stage.
This is one thing I love. Every time we come to a special event on iRacing, what's the closest battle? With GT3. 5 cars on the lead lap, and we've still got 11 of those GT3s driving. Really good showing in the 49 now, coming into the pit, keeping in at the white lines this time. But look at that puzzle on that inside line. They in theory shouldn't go that far. But like you said, it's the last place of the track that's going to dry up. It's going to be so treacherous. And remember, they have to brake for that little chicane. You can't just coast it, because then you will spin off and lose control. There's a little bit of a bump there. Don't ask me how I know. So the drivers will have to pay attention to that. And for these drivers, they're in the middle of it. This is where the GT3s would go, do I or do I not change to slicks? And of course the answer is it's still too wet out there. But again, first of the pitters, you've got to feel some of these will start to consider that later down the road.
Yeah, they will start thinking about this consideration factor, 2 hours, 58 minutes and 30 seconds, and seeing how long it's going to take before the track gets to a position where it goes from lightly wet to very lightly wet. It looks like the track right now is still just spraying up enough to cause a slight amount of concern here for James Peace, who is currently behind the wheel right now, keeping the peace, some would say. Let's go and have a chat with them, shall we? Because I think it's been a little while since we had the opportunity to. Hello, Mikey, James, Sander, Thomas. How is the race going for you? You're 3 hours from the end of this race and you're 2 laps behind Manatee Green.
It's been going all right. We've just been playing away. I don't know, you know, just chilling really. We're 1 lap down, just keeping the car safe. Didn't help halfway through my last stint. I had about a 30-second screen freeze down the Mulsanne straight, so I was just pressing the brake and holding the wheel straight and hoping for the best. It caused us about 30 seconds of damage, but yeah, it's been all right. It's been all right, mate.
Well, that's very good. It's also nice to know that you basically closed your eyes and prayed for 30 seconds and ultimately still had a car. So that was all well and nice. How are you dealing with these conditions? Obviously, it's now going to dry up and we're expecting dry to the end of the race. So at what point do you see with these foggy conditions the track going from wet to dry enough to put slicks on?
Well, so James is currently in the car. He's doing a stellar job. He's managing the tyres well, trying to keep them under control temperature-wise. How's it feeling out there, James? Oh, he's muted. He's muted.
We don't know.
Well. No, he's doing all right. I reckon when we start seeing 415s, 416s, that's when we'll consider it. You know, you usually then, you know, you see a good racing line down the middle, well, of the track or in the corner. So that's what we'll look for. You never know. Late safety car make it interesting for the top 5. They're all very close, and you know, if we'll pick up any scraps along the way. That's the attitude we've got right now.
It's absolutely wonderful to see. Talk us a little bit more about DWR as a team. How did you form? Where did you get together? Where do you normally race?
Okay, so we are relatively quite a new team. We were formed in January this year with myself, Sander, who's one of the owners as well, and JT and Alfie. And, you know, we came from another team and, you know, we just wanted to try explore new things. We had a really good vision and, you know, we started off just at the just before the Daytona 24, which 5 of us took part in, and we took a win there, which was fantastic in split 12. And, you know, we started growing. You know, we hit 20 members, 50 members, and now we're sitting at around 250 Discord members and around 120 active drivers. We fielded 7 teams in majors this time round, our first event as a team. So, you know, we've got a couple of cars in multiple splits. Yeah, we're just going from strength to strength. We've got some amazing partners. A big shout out to SimCoach Setups as well. They do some fantastic stuff for us. And Hydro Race, who's one of our sponsors, Race Anywhere, many more. Yeah, so yeah, we're going from strength to strength. And yeah, if anyone wants to come check us out, go check out our website at darkwinracing.com.
I believe Craig here alongside me wants to kind of check you out, if you know what I mean.
What,
Oh yeah, 100%. Yeah,
He's
come
more
check
than
us out.
welcome, mate.
Yeah.
It was always good because I know myself making a new team, and you just want to make that decision after pulling away from another team and creating a new team. It's always a challenge, and it's always your first event. It always goes well, and you think, well, maybe we can keep doing. And you got to keep that going, and it's that momentum because you have a good first race as a team. How do you keep that momentum going for a good second race? If you know what I mean.
I think it's all that. Oh, go on, Sander, go on.
We had instant big sign-ups for the first special event. We fielded 20 teams in Bathurst. We fielded about 20 teams in Sebring. We had 9 teams last week on the Nürburgring, which doesn't sound like a lot, but it's like over 40 drivers. So I think we have the momentum. Everybody that joins our team is a endurance race fan, so to say, and that helps stick the team together. And we also put a lot of effort in building the community. So it's a community team first, and then speed second. So people just like to hang around, make new friends, and I think that's sort of cemented the strength of the team together.
So I'm pretty sure if we saw that many teams for Bathurst and that many teams for Nürburgring, we're probably going to see you basically just fill out a whole split of cards for the 6 hours next weekend. Am I right?
Oh, yeah. Let me just have a quick look. I did post the teams the other day. Let me have a quick look. Just scrolling through my Discord now. We have got 1, 2, 3, 4, 5, 6, 7, 8, 9, 10, 11, 12, 13, 14, 15, 16, 17, 18, 19, 20, 21 teams over all time slots for next week. All 2-man, 3-man teams. Nah. No,
we still have our sign-ups for Spa Open, so anybody listening that's looking for a team, just have a look on darkwinracing.com and you might find yourself a good team.
Yeah.
But there you have it. We wish you the best of luck then for the rest of your race, as we've been keeping a little bit of focus over the last 5 or so minutes with Team DWR ex-SimCoach Setups, the number 82 team, currently running 33rd overall as things currently stand. Craig, that is something that often we look at and talk about not as much as we should do. The fact that this is sim racing and it's about making friends and community, and this is something that you wouldn't have been able to do 40 years ago, 30 years ago, even 20 years ago, in terms of building up a team, building community, the sense that you can have that international appeal that everyone around you is helping you get to the checkered flag.
And this is why, as well, the Major Series is fantastic for that, because they try to create team elements. When they first started the Major Series, the late legend of the Major Series, John King, rest his soul, everyone knows, because he was one of those guys that started, hey, let's race with you elsewhere. Let's make a team. The Major Series started that. It was a really great place for sim racers to do that here in iRacing, instead of just finding people in just random races. You had a place that you could all get together. And this is a team that hasn't done this in the Major Series, done it on their own back. It just goes to show, if you just start that community, you start that aspect, you go really far. And like you say, you couldn't do it 40 years ago because you just basically have to find someone after you had a race and basically just have a beer with them and go, well, we're still alive, chap. Good show.
Yes, and you see it a little bit in terms of what sim racing used to be, but especially at the top split level, it's now become really professional. And you see all these big, strong teams that come together and say, well, we're racing to try and win and be the best team out there and make prize money and all of that. But what sometimes does get lost away is that community. And so it's very lovely to see that out there. Norby Kish still leading this field by a full lap over Orbit, Drop Bear, Jupiter. Sean Campbell is trying to hunt down that gap, but he's doing so at not as quick of a rate of knots as he was doing previously. He's a lap and a third away. So at this moment in time, I put him 5 minutes down on the race lead.
I would give 5 minutes as a good indicator there how far away he is, and he has to do it once and then do it again to get by. And I feel like they're going to keep Sean in the car until the track is completely dry. Because once again, who out there is probably one of the best people to really have that feel of the wet in the prototype? It's the man again. Won Daytona. Daytona was variable conditions just like this. So he's got that understanding. So gonna be interesting. I do see a battle happening for that P4 position in the LMDH because Lorenzo in the 07, the 07 car, just having a little battle with the Solpec precision. They're coming through the traffic and it's going to be tight. Look at that inside line. A slide on the paint there. And that's just going to hold up the 31. They lost that P4 and now they're going to be losing a lot of time. Kept it out the wall though, Jake. Kept it alive.
Yeah, that's the key. Trying to go around the outside of Robin Camus-Mayon and not having any luck there with the paint on the outside. The car just deciding it wanted to slip away with limited grip there on the outside, and as such, that will drop them all that time. 07 officially through on this lap and up into 4th position then. So Robin Schwanke and Solpec have work to do to chase that back down again, and making himself very much known the way that he went back by Robin Camus-Mayon to say, I'm not too pleased with the way that that one went. Up the hill then into the Dunlop chicane, and then looking to crest up over the top of the hill and then back down it once again. This is where you've got to be very much alert, because this is where you disappear from the Bugatti version of the circuit, which I don't think we'll ever have in iRacing, because they absolutely hate it in Grand Prix Legends and didn't choose to have it. So therefore I don't think they'll do the same here in iRacing. And now in through Tete Rouge corner and back onto effectively the run from roundabout to roundabout.
Yeah, actually, one of the cool things to say, I actually remember asking iRacing, hey, why can't we get Bugatti circuit? You scan Le Mans. Well, when you scan Le Mans, you have to scan it during the race week. And during the race week, the Bugatti circuit is absolutely chock-a-block with cars and trailers and haulers. I've walked on a little bit of it because I walked around in the village. So you can't scan it at the same time you scan Le Mans. So you have to do it on a separate day, and it's a bit too small, I feel, for these cars. We've got an iRacing, and especially a bit too slow for these sort of cars, excuse me, as they keep on going. Track now is very lightly wet, Jake. I think we're going to start to see some of those times come down. Sean Campbell's already into the 49s. Once he hits a couple more seconds, I feel he'll be the first one to break into the pits in the LMDH.
Yeah, and so as they will be one of the first ones to jump in, you would certainly think that they will trigger the cycle that everyone has spread out a little bit over the course of this racing that we've had. And we will soon see who's going to start putting their final strategy into practice right now. This is going to be a long old run, and we've been talking about these runs and these gaps that we've seen out there. For example, we've been keeping our eyes peeled on the LMP2 lead. That has extended out now to 12 or it was going to be, yes, it is 12 seconds right now. I'm getting confused because you've got the Effect Simulations 908 car in front of the Sesha Esports 25 out there with the car of Sasha Lehman behind the second of the Effect Simulation cars, the 909, which is second overall. You've also got to keep an eye out on what times Romain Picard is doing, because he's doing 419s. They've just put in at Delta V Eros Giovannini, who is doing 417s, 418s right now. So Delta have changed their driver, and they've got a much quicker driver, and I think they're back in the race for the win with this new driver in the car.
You've got to feel it, but again, they're back in the race, they're back in the contention as the track's starting to dry up here. Ballard's having a little bit of a moment, almost going 3 wide. That's going to be very tight. That's not where you want to be. There goes one car, goes into the pits. He's trying to get around this LMP2.
Are they trying to hold him up?
There's no way they're doing this on purpose. He's got to slow down, though. You can't, no way would they be thinking about doing that, surely, especially with Sean Campbell right behind them.
Well, look, this is the key. Don't make it deliberate, but that 908 has got to try and help car 909. And look, not making things easy here into the first corner. Is going to actually fight them through the middle here, James Ebram, and they are going to get the clearance. So Balázs Pilar is going to get by, but I would watch in about 10 minutes, 15 minutes time to see just how quickly Sasha Lehmann will go by.
Yeah, you're pretty much on the point there. That's going to be very interesting to have a look at because, let's be brutally honest, there is no mandatory blue flags on iRacing. Remember, it's a blue and white flag. It's an advisory. You don't have to let them by. You don't block them. That's still against the rules to block. But very interesting how that line went because he had to go around the outside, probably the worst place to go on a drying track. Wasn't exactly what he wanted to see, and that time difference, not a big difference because he still did a 4-minute flat last time, Jake. It's going to be interesting to see what the 909 does. They also did a 4-minute flat, so didn't help them too much, but the gap's still 12 seconds. So, again, eyes, like you said, on what happens to the 908, who's now 10 seconds ahead of the 909.
Yep, so that's 3 seconds or so that has been lopped off then by just struggling to get by one car out there, which is not news to the Sesha ears right now, looking for victories in 2 separate categories out there, which would be a huge statement of intent for what Sesha are trying to do. But there is also the threat of Vesta Sport Black and the times that Chris Capello is doing at the moment, because he did a 4:17.8 on that last lap too. Picard has improved to an 18.2, and they're going through the corner. We focus still on Pilar, then with Sasha Lehmann trying to give some chase to his own teammate James Ebram here at this point. So I would look around and say that top 3 are not fully secure in GT3, the order of which might be a little different by the time they get to the end of the race. I am very intent to see how Boots and VDS are able to maintain that half a minute's advantage that they have, but for Pilar, they're not going to have it their own way over at Sesha.
No, they're not going to have their own way. We're going to see what Sesha can do. Just seeing some LMP2 drivers coming into the pits now, the 51 Vermilion Esports. They've not changed tires. DWR, we were just talking about them. This is going to be interesting. Will they get up? Will they put slicks on? We need a canary in the coal mine, Jake. I don't want to hear it chirping at the moment. We wanted to hear it chirp, otherwise there'll be some issues. But I wonder, yes, they are. The 81 DW, they're on slicks. Everybody in LMP2 is going to keep their eyes on them, and everyone in LMDH going to keep their eyes on the 505, because what will they do when they come into the pit? Very wet on the entrance, like we said. The rest of the track is absolutely drying up now. Keep your eyes on the 505. If they go to slicks, that could be the Constantina effect in LMDH.
Well, track is declared as very lightly wet, which in my mind, Craig, as I've seen a lot of these sorts of races go by, is the crossover.
Keep our eyes out. What do the 505 do? They're in the pits. They're on the jacks. We're going to see if the yellow stripe walls go, tires go on. They do. And the 505 are now on the slicks. And I do feel the track is drier than it was 2 hours ago when we had that brief dry session before the final lot of rain.
Yeah, and so now it's a case of, do you want to start risking it? Because it's not just about how quick you can go. It's about, can you maintain the tyre temperature around the lap? And this is one of the toughest circuits in the world to maintain tyre temperature, because that Mulsanne straight, you just lose it all because you're not using the brakes. It's one of the fastest circuits out there, which means it's very tough to keep the tyres in temperature. And I am starting to see a dry line in corners like Tetra Rouge.
And that's an important thing, to see a dry line in Tetra Rouge. I know it doesn't look it, but it is dry out there. It's just very foggy. I see a dry line coming down after the Ford Dunlop chicane as well into the Forest S's. That's starting to just dry up a little bit as well. And you hear on this straight right now. If we see Norby come on drive down, it's not trying as much. When you get here into the Michelin chicane, not Michigan, that's a different place in the whole world. There's a racing line going on right by. This is the man, though. There's going to be a time to go to slicks. It's this man that will do it. Sean has to do it. He's 3 seconds faster than Norby up ahead, and you feel that next time by, he will be coming to take some slick tires.
Orbit Drop Bear Jupiter then running through the Daytona chicane. They are going all the way over to the side of the circuit to get some water on those tyres. They're trying to keep them cool at the moment, give them something to work with the tread so that it doesn't run off. But of course, at the same time, fastest part of the circuit right now is the dry bit, so they're going to have to work really hard, and I think it's a case of end of the lap, they'll jump in, and then we're back to dry pace again to see whether there's something that Sean Campbell can do against the likes of Norby Kish, and they've got some great drivers over at Sesha they can jump to. Orbit Drop Bear, it was Harrison Lillis who dropped the car when that gap was chased down to about 3 seconds, felt the pressure from Sesha, and that's given them the 5 minutes that they've got to try and chase down late on in this race. So for Sean Campbell, he's trying to undo the mistake of what Harrison Lillis did, but if they can manage it, they'll be very happy with what they've done. At worst, they're probably looking at about 3rd place if they can keep it on the road, but they are very much in line for 2nd and hoping that a race win is still possible.
They don't want 2nd if they know the gap at the end of the day is going to be a lap, because they realize that one accident cost them the chance for the victory. They'll be happy enough with the podium, but of course, everybody wants that top spot right now. They're here fighting for it, so this is what they want to see. Look at the water. There's still a lot of water on the exit. If you go too wide at Indianapolis, there is a lot of water. In fact, Sean just kicked up some water there on the other line of Arnage, and even there, puddles still showing. Track is drying, but here comes that factor we were talking about earlier, Jay. When you try to go for an overtake in these prototypes now, it's going to be a little bit of a damp line, and the drivers will have to be aware. Delta V into the pits from P2 in the GT3s, and you feel they will be going on to slick tires.
Giovannini then is thinking about this and what tyres they go to, and they would love a set of slicks to go and work with, and as they pit, they'll think about where they want to. As we have noted, Sesha have stayed out for another lap, so they feel that it's not dry enough for them to move onto a dry tyre. Romain Picard still out there, 40 seconds to the good on boots and VDS. So that's there. In comes Sean Campbell from 2nd position. This has to be for dry tyres.
It's got to be for dry tyres. We predicted it. It has to be. Also, Delta V did indeed take some slick boots to go onto that car. So they're now looking in, and that's going to cause a reaction from Vesta Sport and maybe Boston as well, VDS. They may be going onto this, but this could be crucial. Does Sesha have something? Do they know something? Interesting that they decide to stick with a fuel strategy. Sean Campbell is just on a pace strategy right now. And if this is not slick tires coming on, I will eat my wrapper of my chocolate bar.
Oh my, so in comes Balazs Pilar and also Sasha Lehmann. So both of your LMP2 leaders are in. Composite Performance are a little ways away from getting there. So this will be a stop. I wouldn't expect, well, actually, it's a case of 45, 130, 215. They're going to be about 25 minutes short here, and they have changed their driver. They've gone to Sam Sutton, the Australian, then in for Orbit Drop Bear. So they will look around and say, right, we need Sam to go through. He struggled, did Sam, when it came to the wet conditions at the start of racing, the first drop of rain. But here in the drier conditions, I might think that he'll be a little bit better off.
Yeah, still a little bit of water out there. Remember, if you go a little bit too wide, there is water out there, and they still have to get these tires warmed up. But everyone around them now are on wets. They're the only ones in the top 5 that are on select, apart from, well, the 505 is going to get that P5 shortly. So this is going to be interesting. These two, it's closed up once again, and affects SimRacing. Oh, it was the 908, not the 909. They both came in at the same time. For a moment, I thought that was a jump there, but no. Balazs still gets into that car on the slicks. Sasha's still in the car on the slicks as well. But so much time was lost now. I don't know if the 909 has the pace in dry to catch up.
Yeah, but here's the thing. That 908 car can play defense again.
Yeah. Yes. And did they pit to do that? Or do you think that that was actually a pit stop? Very interesting decision. The gap is half a second, but maybe...
I reckon,
maybe
I reckon they've underfueled it to get the jump in the stop, to stay ahead of Balazs Pilar to make this overtake difficult. I think they're trying to do everything they can at Effect Simulations, knowing that the 908 has nothing to race for at the moment except finding the finish. They can use it as a decoy and a dummy to try and get that done. Pilar closes in on the straight and is going to have to make the move on the straight, being pushed over to the right-hand side. Side by side they go, and it is given by Cameron Brown. Not much can be done, but watch out. That's straight on by Balazs Pilar, who's going to have to take the penalty here, and straight back through. It's going to go Cameron Brown. Immediately, they are in Sesha's head.
Well, I'm pretty sure, I just need to check. It's a green car, and it's called Effect Simulations. It's not a Williams for sure, but it's some very smart tactics. People may not like it, but it's tactics that work. And Balazs, not only did he have to go and abort the Daytona chicane, he went on the wet stuff. That tire that was already trying to warm up just got colder once again because he had to go on the wet stuff on the inside of the chicane, and he's right back up there.
They're in the wall! They're in the wall! Balazs Pilar was trying to avoid the contact there. They've smashed into the Effect Simulation 908 who spun in front, and Sasha Lehman and the 909, they might have just got everything they wanted and then some. Mind games, front right suspension, completely demolished there for Balazs Pilar, and now he's weaving on the straight, trying to keep it in a straight line. Sasha Lehman and the 909 now lead.
I'm sorry, Balazs, you've got two wheels on your wagon. I don't think any of those front tires that actually got contact. The front right is not doing anything. The front left, well, the front left is pointing to the right. I know there's a lot of right-handers here, but that is not going to be a car you can get back to the pits in one piece. You've got so much damage at the moment. Yeah, he's pulled it off. He's had to take the tow. That is late drama here. Effect Simulations take the lead, not the way they wanted it.
Well, they were looking for a mistake. They weren't looking for a race ender, but they'll have to take it each and any way that it comes about. Sesha will be so upset the fact that they were in a race-winning position and it's just gone. Jason de Vries for Composite Performance will now move up to second, and it will eventually promote Dulatrat Automotive by Majors Garage up onto the final spot on the podium then in LMP2. We'll take another look at it here. So this is Cameron Brown. Now watch here for the wetter part of the circuit. So going out of the exit, he's just caught the puddle on the inside, goes around. Sesha have tried to avoid it, and by unloading the car coming off the exit of that chicane, they've got loose.
They got loose, and it's so unfortunate what happened there. They had to try and do something, but that's a knock-on effect, Jake, because the tires were cold because he overshot the Daytona chicane. So already trying to warm up tires could not be warmed up, well, actually had to go from start again because they had nowhere else to go, and that is so unfortunate. Also, the 505, while we were watching that, the 505 Endurance also in the pit. They've had to take a tow. They've had a moment, and they've got no rear wing. I wonder if they've had a similar moment out on the wet stuff where this track is trying to dry.
I'd be concerned at where, they've done it through the Porsche curves. Dennis Cho's lost it at the Porsche curves, and he's just hit the water on the outside of the Porsche curves, which would have been stored up in the safer barrier, and then that's all gone. Another look, this is Balazs Pilar's perspective here of where it went wrong. You can see he's fighting. Oh, and he hits the same patch of water, and he would have been alert to the car in front, and Pilar just lets his feelings be known with that hit, saying, I wouldn't have spun it if you weren't fighting me so hard.
Yeah, again, it's frustrating, but he understands the situation. It's a teammate helping a teammate, and it's a blue flag, which isn't mandatory. They're in their right to do what they did, and maybe you can't say, Balazs, you should have taken it easier. Balazs doesn't need to take it easier. He's still trying to push. He's trying to win a race there. 13 seconds with the gap, and he knew the gap was slowing down. He had to do something. So unfortunate there. There was no intent to spin on purpose there from that car. It's just the way it happened from the 908. It's so unfortunate. It's just crazy. That's caused two cars to be out of this race right now. I can't see Balazs getting out in that car again. I think the 25's done for the day.
I think it is as well, and they will be very upset, and rightly we see it as well, the nature of how upset that is. NGC by Rubis Gas, by the way, who will now be promoted up to 4th position in the pits, and they are very comfortably in 4th, the Portuguese-based team at the moment, with Andre Felipe Villela behind the wheel, Andre Rosa, Ricardo Betancourt Silva, and Felipe Silveira have also been in the car, so they are there and pitting, and also in with them is the 908 and the 26, which all have the damage. James Peace also in for Team DWR, we talked to a little bit earlier on, but we've got a bit of sunshine now that has started to come out, and that gives us a chance to look at where everything now stacks. They have changed drivers over at Sesha, by the way. The 47, David Toth, has now got in behind the wheel. There's your leaders on screen right now in GT3, and that gap, which was up at 30 seconds for Romain Picard, is now all of a sudden down to just 18. Eros Giovannini is dragging Delta V Racing back into a race-winning contending position.
Well, it's not a rocket ship taking a shuttle up to space, but it's kind of like a little water jet here. He's doing it slowly. He's pulling in slowly, which is great. There's an overlook here, still a little bit foggy, but he is doing it slowly. And that's the best way, I feel, to take on this race right now. You don't need to be like Sean Campbell and attack for that position right away and get 3 minutes done in 30 minutes. You could do it slowly, and you look at the times. Real good racing times here from Delta V. Consistency. Are we looking at one of the best stories in Major 24 history with Delta V going last to first? It could happen, you know.
Not only were they were last by over a lap at one point in this race, and they have been able to pull this one back. So it's a huge effort from Delta V to give themselves the position. Tatum Restec, by the way, the 44 team is now in the pit, and they are keeping Luigi Delasio in behind the wheel, but they will be changing tyres and looking to continue on with what they need to. But Eros Giovannini here is having to really drag this car into position. Now, I am going to be keeping my eyes on the lap, see what Florian Renault has been able to do, for example. Americ Padrine has been able to do, for example. And Eros does set the fastest lap. They've got their quickest driver in the car. 3:54.4 is his quickest lap over the course of racing. So this is the driver that you need to worry about right now. And if I was over at Delta V, I would look around. I would see, well, what does our fair share look like over the course of this? They've each done at least 50 laps in this car. So I would say just load up Eros to the end of this race. Chris Capello is going to be in a very similar situation. He's running just as quick for Vest Sport Black, and I would look around at him, Roberto Rebecchi, and Vincenzo Soris Jr. and say, load up Chris Capello.
Yeah, but at the same time, you're saying to them, hey, can you do 2 hours? And usually, yeah, I'll do 2 hours. Some of these guys have probably still been awake overnight, and they may decide, do I really have to? But you have to pull a Robert Kubica here and go, yeah, that's fine. I'll do it for you. Don't worry. If you need me in it, I will do it. In fact, I'm looking. Only one team that's still driving have not had their drivers all make fair share, and it's Solpec, the number 31, the Solpec 111. Who they just got their last driver just finishing up his mandatory requirement. It's crazy to think that with this late in the race and drivers still haven't done that. But this is crucial. When was the last time, Jake? I'm going to look. In the real world, has a French team ever won the GT category at Le Mans? I don't think they have.
Let's go to Wikipedia and let's look that up. But for the moment, it's Lance Loomis in the number 31 team that's looking to try and pass that fair share. They need 4 laps on Lance Loomis to make fair share. So they need 17 laps run.
17. Yep, so he's fine. He's fine. He's just got a few more laps. He'll basically be just finishing a double stint, and he is done. And is this the DWR coming back into the pit? Didn't they just pit? Oh, that's damage. That's damage. What's happened to the DWR boys? Please, no. If they hit it at Porsche, he's kept it clear at Virage to Point. Comes to the car.
Oh,
no, there's a car in front. The car's got nowhere to go.
Oh, they're bystanders. Oh, look at that. Jam on the brakes. It's a hefty, hefty shunt in. And that is a massive accident going through the Porsche curves. And I look around at it and see who has got horrible damage. I look around and see the likes of Fastlane RT, TNT Racing LMP2 also in trouble. You've got loads there of troubles. And there is David Lindsay, for example, who is down there in the pit. So I think that's where they've clobbered together, and that will be the end of that then for them. So the 59 car there of David Lindsay, it was behind the wheel, again grabbing the water that sits underneath the safer barrier, and that's Vermillion in a whole heap of trouble. The front completely caved in.
That almost looks like the same thing that happened to Ballas here. What happened to Sebastian? But actually, and not another one. He's gone too wide straight away. You could tell. You don't even need to look anymore. Goes a bit too wide. He kicked that water up, which we were talking about. That's still held there. It's a flat piece of road there, Jake. I actually stood there on the inside of Indianapolis. Oh, I was on the outside of Indianapolis. Sorry. You actually stand there, and when the gravel goes, it's tarmac, and the tarmac right before the racetrack is flat. It's flat and it's painted. That water's got nowhere to go.
Well, as it goes, you just got to give yourself margin now, and that's what I think is very telling, as drivers are struggling here on the transition from wet to dry, still trying to push the limits. It's the unsuspected I can still catch you out of this Le Mans circuit right now, as there is your leader, Sasha Lehmann, in the 909 Effect Simulations team. They are clear by now, 2 minutes 24 over Jason De Vries and Composite Performance, and they know that they're in a position of, so long as you keep it on terra firma, there should not be a scenario where they lose the race from here.
Well, they're now still, though, in that situation we were talking about, that the track is still drying, and it's those wide parts that are catching drivers out. So they know they have to keep all four wheels in the track, and frankly, Le Mans had a lot of tarmac, so you get that anyway. But they have to just make sure that they're not doing anything too crazy. Consistency is key now. You look at the lead battles here, Jay. The leader in LMDH had a lap lead. In LMP2, it's almost a lap lead. It's 15 seconds in GT3. They're the only team, they're the only class that really can't take their foot off the throttle per se, because they have to keep on going. Sasha here in the 909 just have to keep it alive and keep it clean. But again, one mistake, it can be everything, and the water is still there. With 2 hours and 24 minutes to go, there is still a lot of water on these runoff areas.
Yeah, and when you go off on those runoff areas, there's nowhere you can go. Essentially, you are skating. So here, more than anywhere now, this is the critical phase of you do not want to go off, because not only are you going to cool your tyres and make yourself more likely to have incidents, you're not going to stop. You are going to aquaplane. The tyre is not designed to go over water. They're being fully slick out there. So for Sasha Lehmann, look at all of the rubber build-up on the front of the car. It just shows you how much effort goes along in races like these.
Have you ever actually seen one of these cars after its race? Have you ever seen how much rubber's on it, Jake?
A lot.
Yeah, have you ever seen it in person? I've not seen it in person, but I've seen one of the used cars at Le Mans Museum, and they do keep the marbles still on it, and even a year after the car raced at Le Mans, it's still caked in the stuff, and you can't get rid of it. And you wonder why they talked about in the real world the bugs hitting the windscreen, and you can't get rid of them. It's the same with the marbles. You just don't. They're battle scars. They're battle scars, and they're badges of honor, those marbles. And it's great that is something we get to see, because you see a lot of gravel and a lot of rubber on the outside of these racetracks here. But the rubber that you see that they catch up on these fronts and these bit things, if they're taking their fast repair, it's a clean car, they don't get that. But regardless, if they don't, you just get to see all those scars, and you get to have a story for each one.
Yeah, and so with each and every single class, you go out there and you try and work to the result that you try and find. It is a question of, is there enough out there that gives you what you need? So I would argue at this point that as they go, you think, right, what is the biggest stage that we can get to? Where can we find this result? Where can we get to the victory that is so critical for action out there? And it is a tough late stage of this race. All these drivers are going to be pushing now to a level where it's either A, just get us home, or B, we want this extra position, and this is where Delta V Racing find themselves at. They're in the position here with 2 hours and 21 minutes to go of victory is very much in sight. It's the closest battle that we've got out there. They are 16, 17 seconds off the back of Boots and VDS, who are being forced to push right now at this stage. So this is going to be a very tough order. McLaren leading the category, followed then, of course, by McLaren, and then in third position, a little bit further back, it's McLaren. The McLarens have done really well compared to the Acuras today.
Yeah, and let's be honest, that the Acura is actually a little bit faster on top-end speed on tracks like this, on long tracks where you've got to take out the wing. And it's interesting to see how the Acura hasn't really come to fruition today, and everyone's driving the British car, the McLaren. I'd like to see some British representation out there for sure. And it's just a really stable car for these cars, these drivers. Middle engine, you've got such a clear view. Look at the window. You almost feel like you're in a plane with how much view you've got. It's almost a spaceship-esque here. So it's the car that probably more enjoyable, and also I would say easier to drive just from that viewpoint vantage, because if you've got an ultra wide, you've got triples, you've got no issues seeing, because there's no pillars on this windscreen.
No, and when you've got no pillars, you can certainly see quite a bit more out there than what you would be able to do if you got one right down the middle of the screen, for example. So for Giovannini, it's a case of a clear vista view out. Then as they will run over back towards Indianapolis, you've got the golf course there on the left-hand side that they will navigate by, and all the forestry and trees that are there. But as you run to Indianapolis, you've got those two small kinks right, which give you something to indicate of where you need to go on the circuit, and then that very difficult right as you brake before you hit Indianapolis to the left. And in the wet, we've seen that catch so many out, but here right now you can see very much keep to the lines, stay away from that inside curve, and really try and work hard off the exit of the corner now in towards Indianapolis.
A lot of camber on that corner at Indianapolis, and on that little kink beforehand, there is just a little dip there of the camber. You've got to make sure. That's why if a car goes off wide, it's because they probably carry too much speed and just hit the lip as the camber stops, and just causing some issues for the drivers out there today. Now they get this nice little rundown. Robert Schwarzman ran past me walking down this track before the race into this corner. And this is another one, Jake. If you've never been here, this is uphill slightly, and then it starts to camber. It's a corner you don't expect to see it because of the way it is in sim, and then you're going downhill again. The elevation change can catch anybody off if you're not aware of it.
Yeah, it really can. So you got to be very switched on to where you can find any form of position out there to really work through the last stages of this race. Picard over the line then, and doing another good job over the course of this lap for Boots and VDS undercut, 3:59.2. At this moment, I say getting the job done on their 295th lap of racing. Giovannini at 3:58.6, so took 0.6 of a second on that last lap. Quickest car last lap was Chris Capello on a 3:57.3. That gap 27 seconds, and Picard is really not going to want to let anybody go by. And you can see lights flashing there from the Acura trying to get through of Lorenzo Castellani, but Picard's in a race here and knows it.
He's in a race, he knows it, and he can actually see on the relative that Giannini is right there behind him. Now, I say not right behind, but the gap is there, and the relative will show that he's got a white name on the black box, and that's not what he wants to see. He does see some help behind him, a lap car, but that lap car isn't going to be too much help to try and slow down Eros in that Delta V car. And now it's just a little bit of just relax. Yes, you're fighting. You don't need to panic just because you see a car on the relative. You know that he's only half a second faster than you. It doesn't sound a lot in the grand scheme of things, because half a second of a lap, you've got another 40 laps to go in these cars. It's gonna, if he has to keep this pace all the time now to basically get past the VDS car, and that's kind of tough to do.
back out and away. So they've managed to repair the damage then over at Sesha Esports here. The number 25 car is back out and away, but in 5th position behind NGC by Rubis Gas by about half a lap or so. So for Daniel Alar, this is a case of, yeah, we're still going to get a top 5 out of it, but look at how much time it's cost them in terms of where they've gone. They've dropped about 4 laps worth of time, which means that was at least 16, maybe even 18 minutes worth of repair to try and get that sorted and going again.
Well, they had the tow, and they came out the pit 17 minutes and 7 seconds, but the tow would have added a couple minutes to that, so it's only about 15 minutes of repair. I say only, that's still a big deal. You factor 6 minutes at least for the suspension, a minute to get that wheel back going. You've got to put about another minute as well to put the bonnet on, and then just other things as well. So a lot to go in to get that car going. In the real world, if you got that fixed in 17 minutes, you'd be patting yourself on the back. Unfortunately, 17 minutes also means 4 laps. They're 2 minutes behind their next rival, or their newest rival, which is NGC. But what could have been from the lead to P5, and that's not going to help them. They won't be getting any pins for getting on the podium today.
No, and it's going to be really tough because they're going to be relying on one of the 3, Effect, Composite or Dulatra, running into troubles later than them in this race to pull themselves back into position in the final stages out there. So these are going to be some very interesting positions late to see, as there is the 908, which is also back out there on circuit, and they are running now 36 laps down on the overall lead, and they are officially 22 laps down on their teammates who lead in the 909 car. So the 908 of Cameron Brown will be looking to continue on and keeping this race all in check as it goes. The other Sesha car, the number 47, with David Toth currently leading. I'm looking at the lap times. They are running about 1.5 seconds a lap slower than Orbit Drop Bear Jupiter, and the difference between them is 1 chicane at the moment between them before the lap gets added back. So Orbit Drop Bear are trying what they can to make this race close, but they are going to need a bit of help here because Sesha have the margin and they have to take multiple seconds a lap each and every lap between now and the end of this race to haul back a gap this big.
Now I wonder, is there going to be another safety car? That's the question. Might get one more safety car, so if they can hold on and get these 24 seconds and unlap themselves, they'll be on the lead lap. And then you've got to start thinking about putting your best driver in for the end. But that is all possibilities. We don't know. They don't know. Only a couple people know what's going to happen. And they're not here at the moment. So no one can tell the answer. Is Vermilion's also back out. They had a big moment as well. So it's nice to see the drivers. These teams are all out there and they're going, well, we've been here. We might as well keep on driving. The DWR back out as well. They know with 2 hours to go, there's no point throwing in the towel now. They want to get to the end to say, I did the Majors 24.
They want to say that they finished the Majors 24. Every driver in this 11 splits can say they've done it, but not every one of them can say they've finished it. And that's the big difference maker that we see out there at this stage. Pedro Luis da Silva is currently behind the wheel of the number 81 machine and looking to get some drive coming off of the exit of Mulsanne Corner and back up the hill again over towards the run to Indianapolis out there on track. Chance then to start talking about some teams that we haven't really had a chance to talk about over the course of today. And I want to give a little shout out over to Axon Motorsport Taiwan, who are running 15th overall at the moment and running in 9th in class, the number 10. This is Hsieh Yi Lin, who is currently behind the wheel at this stage. And we don't often see a Taiwanese team out there and racing, and it's very nice to see them making this effort. They have put in a wonderful display of great driving to give themselves an opportunity to finish. And this is what I love about sim racing. It doesn't matter where you are in the world. This is international.
Absolutely international. They had an incident a few hours ago. They came back in, got the car fixed and just kept on driving. They've been enjoying it. And outside of, we're used to seeing people from Australia or New Zealand, and we don't see a lot of people from this part of Asia. Yes, You and I know the Togo Hisada. We know some of the Japanese drivers, the Soto Muto. But we don't see Taiwan. It's a place that is really good, and it just goes to show that it doesn't matter where you are, you can still drive. It doesn't matter your age, it doesn't matter your setup, it doesn't matter your nationality or where you're coming from. If you've got a steering wheel and pedals, if you've got a PC, you've got a screen, you've got everything, you can keep on driving, and you've got to say it to them. They're here, they're mixing around with some of the best prototype drivers around on the sim, and they've held their weight. Let's be brutally honest. They're not the fastest. You don't need to be the fastest in endurance, but they've been very consistent out there today.
I'll tell you what, Daniel Harris right now is out there on the radio saying, come on, one more safety car for the boys. Give me a chance to close up to Vesta and Delta and Boutsen. Give me a chance to win this race or at least get a podium. So this is something that's really going on. And speaking of Australian-based teams, DPR, Daniel Edmonds, currently behind the wheel of the number 36 at this stage. They've gone to Philip Worley, Darren Lobb, and Andrew Dyson over the course of the racing that they've done. So to see them all out there and looking to try and really put the push in for this team, this has been a really nice run for things. They're just ahead of Ride Sim Sport. They've got about a third of a lap on them at this stage. So from starting 49th to be 28th, a gain of 21 places over the course of a race like this, you'd certainly take that and go, yeah, winner, that's going to be me, despite finishing in 7th in class.
Finish in the top 10? Yeah, I'll take that any day of the week. Great showing. And one of the things I mentioned earlier, when you come to these events, you try to get people, if you're not all from the same country, like we've seen with the Seychelles guys, with the French drivers, you try to get like a mixture to help in different time zones. You usually pull from America, not from Australia. So you've got a South African, you've got someone from Hungary, Australia as well. It's not the areas you expect to see, but in some respect, probably better than America because it's a 24-hour race.
Safety car. Oh my goodness, we've got a safety car and it's come at just the wrong time for Orbit Drop Bear, who are just short by 20 seconds. If it held out for another half an hour, they'd be there. But that might have just put an end to action in LMDH because David Toth now is going to have the lap to go and work with, and crucial time is going to come off the board. It will absolutely hurt Boots and VDS, who have had a wonderful run of racing. A late safety car with just about 2 hours 10 to go, and now the race changes once more.
And who does this help? The one team we haven't talked about, Composite Performance, stayed on the lead lap. We've got a battle at LMP2. They're going to take it to the Effect Simulations 909. That is something they probably didn't expect. They didn't expect to be running in P2 after what happened half an hour ago. And I don't think they expected to see a safety car this early or this late in the race. This is a big shock. With 2 hours and 8 minutes and change to go, we're going to a safety car, and Orbit's taking the pit stop right away.
Well, this is where it's going to be a very tough moment out there, and it's going to be one where it's going to be looking at Jason De Vries and Composite, and they will go, oh, heavenly, absolutely heavenly at this moment. I will take that safety car all day long and twice on Sundays and go, what can I do? Sam Sutton, by the way, has just come in and taken a free pit stop, knowing that they're not going to lose that much in position. Tatum Restek are not going to be able to jump by and gain their place that way, but everybody now thinking about what more to do. David Toth now with the advantage. Andre Felipe Villela in for NGC by Rubis Gas, so is going to do a wonderful job out there as things go.
So now we're going to see these drivers taking these quick free stops that they can. Orbit, that might help them because they should have had to take a pit stop. And this is an automated safety car, so there is going to be a wave around. So Orbit might be able to get this lead lap back, but they'll have to go through all the traffic. It could be very interesting to see the later stages of this race. And remember, I've lost, where am I? What year is it? What day is it? What time is it? 4 hours ago was the last safety car as the rain was coming down. And we remember as well, if you were here at the start of the commentary broadcast from 4 hours ago, There was a wreck during the safety car restart in the wet that took out 3 GT3s. We're not saying this is going to happen again. What we're saying is you have to be prepared. This could be very, very treacherous out there right now, as we see more drivers come into the pit. In fact, I think every LMDH but the leader has decided this might be the opportunity to take a pit stop here. And in fact, Composite also taking the pit stop as well in the LMP2. They realize they've got to get back on that lead lap, and they will be on that lead lap. Wow, GT3s. What on earth is going to happen here? I think it's safe to say we've turned this now into a IMSA sprint race. And I mean the real world IMSA sprint races where when you're on the street circuits, it's not a 2-hour 40 race. It's a 1-hour 40 race or a 1-hour 20 race. You get the idea. Going to be a little bit moment, and the 909 comes in as well. I wonder, were they short on fuel? Was that the pit stop they had to take? Pretty sure that was their plan. That allows Composite to not worry too much about being lapped. Well, they won't get lapped, but you never know. Boost and VDS do keep the lead in GT3. Delta V will possibly hold on to that lead. They will. They'll hold on to that lead in the pit stops. Man, you think about it. 6 cars on the lead lap for GT3. Impulse Racing. Yes, the Impulse Racing by Walter Art is there on the lead lap. And say, check out his art. But fantastic here. Here they come. We're going to be ready, and we're going to get everybody gridded up here. This safety car is just going to change everything, and we'll just say that there's some debris on the track for a safety car. Other cars taking a pit stop. The 505 Endurance taking a pit stop. Jay, you've missed nothing. Just one car in the lead, not taking a pit stop, and it was the Seishu's car.
Yeah, Sesha, the only team deciding that they are okay with their strategy. They don't want to come in and make that pit stop call. And now they can't, because if they do come in and make that pit stop, they are going to drop the lap to orbit drop there. And if they drop the lap, then they allow second and third to jump back through on them, which is Orbit Jupiter and Tatum Rest Tech late on in this race. So they've had to make their bed and lie in it at this stage. There is Benjamin Frigerio, who is there for Effect Simulation 909, and they currently have themselves the margin that they want, but Composite Performance will be allowed to unlap themselves to get back onto the leading lap as it goes. So that will also be worth keeping in mind that Composites number 42 have a great chance then in this one. For Boots and VDS, they've got big amounts of pressure behind them as it goes, with the likes then of the Vesta Sport Black team, Delta V Racing, and of course themselves to look around at. But there is Dennis Cho looking to get back to speed again, and going through the first of the chicanes here, which is the Daytona chicane, and moving on towards the rear of the group.
And even still, look, the track is not fully dry. It's mostly dry. So it just goes to show that still a little bit of water around. Timo Grossman and the ride at SimSport just missing out. He's 2 laps down. He won't be able to get any more position back. Probably be able to get into a battle with DPR Racing, though, for that P7. Remember, all these drivers, top 3 in each class, get a medal. How do I know I won a medal? And this is what the drivers want. They want the bragging right to say they won, but to have something to say that they did it, and that isn't just a printout from iRacing, is all important. And now for some of these drivers, it gets tense, because the top 3 are in play for LMP2. The top 4, sorry, in play for LMDH, but not for the lead. And the top 6 for GT3, sorry. I wish it was GT3 are all there together. They will do a class split, I believe. But look at that queue of cars as they all get ready. They've already lost 2 laps to this, Jake, I feel.
Yeah, so if they're going to lose time to it, they know they've got to get everybody in the line first and foremost. Once they've got each and every single driver in the line, they will incrementally increase the speed and say that those who need to unlap can unlap and get themselves to the back of the field. Then they'll put them in line by category, and then and only then will we be able to get back out and racing again. Running speed of 60 kilometers an hour at the moment, which is pit lane speed for all those who are keeping a very close eye on how quick they can go. But for David Toth, this is just time off the board. You take this time off the board and say there is not much more that you can say about it except just how wonderful it is to go and get some amazing time away. Because they know that once this field is neutralized, you can't make a pass while this field is neutralized. You can't gain an advantage while this field is neutralized. It's stuck. This is time that just ticks away. And for those teams behind who are trying to catch up to car number 47, this is water torture hours. These are the hours that you look around, those minutes that drop, that feel like forever, that go, oh, hang on a minute, we're losing this much time in order to get this race back in our hands. That is massively difficult for us.
Yeah, there is a timer just ticking down. It's almost like that time on Who Wants to Be a Millionaire. It's just going tick-tock. And it is now just starting to go, and we've already lost 2 minutes. Already 5 minutes even. You know, the time's just going, and slowly and surely it'll be 2 hours to go. They may not get going until 1 hour and 50. Now, if you're the likes of Orbit Drop Bear, you have to take the lead to start with. And then once you take the lead, well, overtake for the lead, then you've got to try and find it again. They have to pit. The 47 has to pit again earlier than the others. Everybody else has come in during the pits, during the safety car time. They basically got the free pit stop. But for the 47, as here comes the drivers doing the doing the pass around, this could be vital. Get past the leaders fast, and it's hard to get past David Toth.
Yeah, David Toth here will allow these drivers to go and push and give themselves as much of an opportunity as they can. But I would say at the position that we find ourselves in, that we are in the later stages now of drivers thinking about what they can do. So as the drivers look to give themselves the gap that they need to wave themselves around, we will see one at a time, one at a time, one at a time. Orbit Drop Bear Mercury getting that wave around then first and foremost. Then Elliot Norrin will get the wave around in the rocket ship. They're going LMP2s first before they go around and start doing the likes of GT3 on the wave rounds to get everybody into position. So that's the process that they'll go. So they'll get their entire lap around to the back of the group. So for the likes of Dulatra Automotive, they will now look to try and make that push. Composite Performance will now be allowed their way around because they'll have to reach the back of the 909 Effect Simulations car.
That 909 will just mean that they'll have to wait as well, because you'll have to then have them to come around. And that's going to take some time as well to sort this all out. So very interesting. And I do wonder, where would this mean for the LMDH? Does that mean that Orbit Drop Bear will still be able to be behind David Toth, or do they have to just stay here, Jack?
So Orbit Drop Bear will look around at this, and we'll be seeing that there are cars around that are getting wave bys in front of them. But for now, they will have to sit where they are with Tatum Race Tech number 96, which has not been granted its wave around and is very much stuck in that position. So for the moment, the GT3s now will make their progress. There's Ken Miller of Fury Sim Sports Yellow, and there is Clement Coe for Fastlane RT by 6 liveries, and that 6 liveries car looks very striking.
Very striking, very aggressive, and, well, in the good way, of course. And now I wonder, let's talk about that GT3, because there might be, not on purpose, a little bit of teamwork going here. We talked about Delta V. Delta V, an all-French team. We talk about the VDS team, an all-French team. But what about Vesta Sport Black? Well, they've got 1 Italian and 2 French drivers. Now, if you're 2 French teams, you don't want Vesta to get on that top spot, do you? You kind of want the French to win at Le Mans. So that's going to be very interesting, because Delta and Boutsen, they'll want to win, but I feel they may not want Vesta to get up there just for a little bit of national pride.
No, I think that they'll want to be in a certain place. We are going to take this chance, though, to talk to the Reiter Engineering team, who have managed to manufacture a way up into 4th position in category. Lads, great job.
Yeah, I mean, Oh, go on then. You're the man of the hour. You go.
Well, no, I mean, I don't really know how we've managed to get in this position, to be totally honest with you. I think we've been consistently like one of the first cars on dries in the transition period, and we've just capitalized off the time we've made there, I think. But yeah, I mean, it's going well, so.
Well, you don't want to put a damper on it, but in terms of how you're going about this race, you're now giving yourself a good opportunity. You sit not a million miles off the back of Vesta Sport Black, which I think is going to be important. You're going to now be back on the leading lap as far as things go with Hydra Race behind you. So being back now in with a shot of a podium, if not a victory, what's the game plan now here coming off of this restart?
I think the message is, with one of the only teams available with fast repair, go for it. We've got that buffer up if something happens, that we know we can finish top 6, top 7 by being a lap ahead. It's time to go for it and see how high we can get in what's going to be an hour and 50 minutes. As long as Jack doesn't need to go to the toilet during that time, we're fine.
Jack, how's the bladder?
Funny you mentioned that, actually. Literally, as the safety car came out, I was like, oh, I could do it going to the toilet. But,
oh dear,
yeah,
so driver change then incoming?
I don't know. I'll see how I go. You know, some people say they drive faster when they need the toilet, so I have to bank on it.
Let's hope the philosophy there is very much the case for you. I believe Craig's got a couple questions he wants to ask.
Yeah, I was keeping my eyes on you all the time when we had the rain and it started drying. You were the first ones to go to the slicks in the GT3s. What were you feeling differently? Because that decision has got you where you are right now.
Yeah, I mean, we sort of figured out early on what the telling signs are that it is slicks. And, you know, there was a time where we were something like, what, P like 12, P13, and we were literally just like, you know what, it looks dry, we're going to try it, and we did try it, and it was pretty much slicks. So I mean, we sort of, through trial and error, so to say, we've managed to identify when the crossover point was ideally.
And now it's dry. It's bone dry. Well, it's mostly dry, according to iRacing. It's a dry track. Are you glad the rain is gone? I'm pretty sure it's been 15 hours of rain. Are you happy to see it dry now with the sun out?
Well, I mean, I'm more comfortable in the dry than I am in the wet, but yeah, I mean, it's definitely nice to have some consistent dry running for a change. I mean, I did quite enjoy the discipline you had to have, where, you know, it was literally one dry line and that was pretty much it, because that sort of really showed how much skill everyone had. But yeah, I mean, this is going to be what pretty much, well, they say it's a sprint to the finish. I think this is literally going to be like 2 stints, 2 pit stops, best man wins.
Best
driver wins. Yeah, definitely. I'm not gonna make you say it out loud, but you got any more tricks up your sleeve? Because you're in P4, you've got that really good chance for a podium.
Oh, I mean, yeah. The fast repair. I mean, I feel like we can be a bit more racy than some of the other guys here. Yeah, some of them are, you know, fast repairless, whereas we've managed to treat ours like gold dust, and we've managed to keep it nice and clean and still have that fast repair for this stage in the race for precisely this reason. You know, we can be more on the front foot if we need to be, and hopefully pick up some places.
Well, 22 hours without using your fast repair. Let's see, Jake, if they can get 24 hours without using that fast repair.
Yeah, let's see indeed. Floor is yours, lads. Anybody you'd like to give a thank to?
Oof. Well, I mean, again, just the whole Writer engineering team. You know, they've put in a massive effort to help us get ready for this event. You know, helping with the entry fees, with the qualifying strategies, and, you know, just all the people that have put in time and effort to help build a setup and help this car get to where it is at the moment.
Well, we really do appreciate your time out there underneath these caution periods right now. Jack James there, Adrian Hanovitz and Liam O'Sullivan there from Writer Engineering Esports, all part of the group as we get ourselves set underneath this safety car condition with 1 hour 52.5 minutes to go, and they are starting to sort themselves out now into position classes at this point. So the likes then of the 909 Effect Simulations car. Now, I'm going to say this quietly here, Craig. The car behind them is the Sesha Esports 25.
Oh, I've not looked at that. I have not looked at that at all. Nothing's going to happen there, we hope. You know, this is going to be an interesting race. Composite, though, I keep talking about this. Who would have thought 2 hours ago we'd be talking about composite performance battling for the lead, though, Chick? I mean, we could have said that about any of those teams in GT3. We didn't think Reiter was going to get into a chance for a podium a few hours ago when we were talking to them during the rain. And here they are now in P4. This is going to be very interesting. But again, look who's behind the lead car and the number 47 car, the Seychelles Esports car, number 90. It is the Orbit Drop Bear. And they still got Sam Sutton there. Can he find that Can he find that ability to unlap himself right away, IndyCar style?
Well, this is the question. First, you got to unlap, and they've got every intent to unlap. So will Sesha be cordial and allow them to go? Or will this be a case of, will it be a little bit more difficult? It's going to be interesting in GT3. I think that's the category as well to watch off the start, because it's now Americ Padrine who is in behind the wheel. Nicolas Lux in for boots and VDS by undercut. Chris Capello has stayed in the car at Vesta, so I think that's going to be where the game comes to play. I think Chris Capello and Vesta are the team to watch on the restart.
Oh, I totally agree with you there, because that's going to be the one that tries to make any advantage they can. And again, we talk about drivers that, how on earth have they managed to do this? Because remember, Vespa took the wrong tire strategy when the track was changing conditions before the final set of rain. So they still got a chance to do something big. And if they can just make that opportunity, just maybe we could be looking at a surprise here. But Vesta up 10 places since the start of the race. Delta V, we've got to keep talking about it, Jay. They were a minute behind everybody, and here they are with an hour and 50 to go. They're about to battle for the lead.
Well, they very much are, and it's going to be a very important showcase here. The 909 team leading with Benjamin Frigerio, and knowing that James Gill is going to be the driver who will be hunting them down. He's just got in the car after a little break with Jason De Vries getting in. They've had Max Campbell and Robert Cast in the car as well at various points here, but Gill was the driver who took them to the green flag. And as far as fastest lap goes, Robert Cast was their quickest on a 3:38.3. So looking around at it, James Gill's not their quickest driver, but he is their driver at the moment to try and chase down. With David Toth making his way towards the Porsche curves, my question to you is this: an hour and 50, it's a sprint. Who loses their head?
The ones that try to take it and win it in turn one. Simple as. It's the drivers that are going to take this car. Remember, some of these drivers have had to warm these tires up after taking a pit stop. Some of these drivers have still got some used tires. So you look at what the 47's going to do here. What can they do on these slightly worn out tires? About 6 laps worn out more than the other drivers. But it is the question of who loses their marbles to try and be aggressive. Again, restart last time in the safety car. We lost 3 GT3s going into Terre Rouge on the restart. That could still happen here. Everyone's bunched up. Everyone's going to be looking for space. And there are battles still in LMDH as well as just those leaders. The P2 and P3 are battling. P4 and P5 are battling. And P7 and 8 are battling.
So Tatum are in the same boat. They'll also want to get by Sesha pretty quickly. Castellani's in the middle of those in 4th position. Solpec just behind. So it will be a case of, does Fabrizio Rivera find his way past Pablo Caroleo quickly? Can Castellani get himself some clearance? And can Sam Sutton give a gap so that Caroleo doesn't start chasing him down? That's what LMDH is all about at the moment. A lap, and a tentative lap at that, for David David Toth in the Sesha Esports number 47 machine out there at this stage will be looking around and saying, what do we need to do to get this BMW home and hosed? They've got behind them Porsche, BMW, Acura, and BMW. The BMWs didn't qualify well, but my word, have they raced a treat. Through now the rear Cordemont, and this will be the run back to green flag running. Great launch by David Toth, no go from Sam Sutton, and immediately he'll be put under pressure here from Castellani, who's trying to give himself some gap and distance.
Trying to give himself some gap. The Porsche don't have the best launch, but now when the speed starts to go up, they're really starting to crank it. Have to try and get that gap going now, but the gap is starting to spread a bit too much. And he's being threatened here from the Tatum Reds Tech here. And now he's just trying to look. If he loses the slipstream here, they're in trouble. And it's going to be another 30 minutes until there's any lap traffic. So he has to do this by LMP2s. They're going to be starting on. The leader has 3 seconds to the composite. 909 has a really good gap here. But right behind them, there's going to be a little bit of battling going on as drivers still try to make their way through. No one in a race battle at this moment.
Well, it's 6 cars to split here. James Gill away from Benjamin Frigerio, who's there in the top position at this moment. Clean they go through the SA section then of the Dunlop S's, and then over to GT3. It gets interesting as Gill looking for any which way past the other effect simulations car, which they have to get by first and foremost. Emeric Padrine will be looking around trying to get by Nicholas Lux here as this becomes an all-important battleground to the end. 1 hour 46 minutes for GT3 to sort itself out.
Yeah, and straight away, Nicholas Lux in the Butson VDS tries to break the toe right away. And I'm not sure he's been able to do that so much from Emmerich in the Pradinis in the Delta V as he catches on. The tires warmed up now, getting a really good run. Nobody wants to get a little bit of a moment. We have had a small crash, I thought. No, we didn't.
Oh, trouble.
You have trouble there.
It's Sesha, the 25, in the barriers. They've come together with NGC by Rubis Gas, and they have come together into the first chicane. Rubis Gas have outbroken themselves by about 50 meters and clawed the back of them.
If it doesn't rain, it pours for them, and that's so unfortunate. And now there's an interesting 3 wide moment in the LMP2 because you've got James Gill having to serve a slowdown, losing time here in the LMP2 as we watch the GT3s keep on battling by, and they now just keep it side by side, well, single file. Here's the replay here, what we saw with Sesha Esports. Yeah, it just looks like just outbraking and no space there. Wait for the hard brake. So unfortunate.
Yeah, you look and see it here. Missing. Nowhere to go. And couldn't avoid the incident. It has brought a black flag penalty onto them out there on circuit. So it looks like Sesha by Rubis Gas got there. Oh, penalty for your leaders. Your leaders have got a penalty. Sesha Esports got a penalty. I think it's incident.
And Tatum's in the wall. Tatum was in the wall at Indianapolis. And P2 and the LMDH are out of the race now. They've had to take a tow.
No way. They were third going into the corner, and they have just tried to go in. They have been absolutely taken out of this one by Solpeck, who saw the gap open at the inside because they had to lift off because the 505 of Dennis Cho went straight on at that section. So Cho outbrakes himself. He goes straight on. Caroleo slowed down for it, and Solpeck have not seen it.
That's a really weird one. Solpeck did not see the speed there and just get caught on. That was a heavy hit as well. Both two of those cars have had to take a tow, and that puts it now to just really one car that's got a chance to beat the 47, and he's still going to unlap himself. But this is the battle we need to keep our eyes on with 1 hour and 43 to go. Everyone's still bunched up here, but the Reiter Engineering, it has not gone well for them at the start of this restart.
Well, for David Toth, they will have to come back down through the pits. It's an extra stop. It will cost them about a minute, I would feel. So Sam Sutton knows he doesn't have to pass them on track to get the lap back. That's the first key. The second key is how do they get that time back and they'll be looking around at David Toth thinking there's a chance. We go on board with Daniel Harris back then for the Hydro-Race Geodesic Racing Black team. Impulse have got themselves a great chance here in this race with Sven Groth, for example. That's their leaders, Nicholas. Oh no, Nicholas looks off the road. Goodbye race lead. He's just dipped a tyre off into the puddle at Indianapolis and has thrown it in the barriers. Chris Capello leads for Vesta.
He didn't throw it into the barriers. He lightly kissed the barriers. How has this car not hit the barriers? Wait, maybe.
Oh,
How on earth has he hit that barrier with no speed and got away from it? He's behind them now. He's got to find 7 seconds. He's got to go past lap traffic. Again, though, Jake, no panic. An hour and 42. Anything can still happen. We've just lost 2 cars already.
this is what happens on restarts. Drivers make mistakes because they have been taken out of their comfort zone. They have to refine the zone that they are in. Vesta now leads. In second, it's Delta V Racing. Third is Impulse, who have a really good shot now of winning this race. And I actually put them as the dark horses to win it all. They've got Hydro-Race Geodesic, who are no strangers, in fourth position right now. And no surprises, out of the way goes Ride SimSport, knowing that they are not in that scrap. So this is big when it comes to action in GT3. And suddenly this race has just taken a matchstick to it, and suddenly we have got fireworks.
Remember I was talking about, I don't know how hot the track's going to get. Remember I was talking about that. It's 44 Celsius out there right now. And I wonder if that's a key factor in this, Jake, because they've been doing track temps really cold out there today. And I wonder if the hot temp just caught some of those drivers out with some of those moves.
Yeah, because the surface of the water has really cooled it. Daniel Harris, you can't get much closer than that sunshine. As we've seen the temperatures be really cold thanks to the water. When that's evaporated and we're in clear skies to the end of this race, this is the hottest that the track's going to be. Remember, in-sim time is 2:30 in the afternoon. So we are seeing these drivers now in the hottest conditions that they will deal with. Harris looking to find a way past Groot out there for position. And you need more than the Avengers to assemble to try and get away past Impulse Racing.
Well, if Geodesic can do it, they can do it with typical Geodesic driving, and not that way, if you know what I mean. This needs to be hard, they need to be fast. We just got to slow down. This is interesting. The Vesta Sport Black car has a slowdown from that chicane. It's rare to get a slowdown at the first chicane. Did they cut too much of the inside? Oh, they cut way too much of the inside of the Daytona chicane. That's going to be crucial because they're going to lose a second just trying to slow down. They're still trying to slow down. I'll tell you what, Delta V's looking at this like, hello, we're back in the slipstream.
They are. They've served the penalty well going in towards the Michelin chicane, but it's now brought Emeric Pedrine back into position. So work to do. Groot also trying to chase. Harris there as well. And don't count out Reiter in fifth with Jack James in fifth position. The only thing slowing him down is the weight of his bladder at the moment, by the sounds of what our interview was. But for the moment, Daniel Harris is looking around and thinking, well, can we go to the podium? Thought about it on Sven Groot in towards Mulsanne corner. Thought better of it, though, on the brakes to the 90-degree right.
Yeah, thought about it better at Mulsanne. It's such a tough corner to make an overtake due to this long straight, the longest straight. When you think about it now at Le Mans, down what used to be called the Gulf Straight, he had a chance to get the overspeed here, but it's going to be tough. And we've seen already hot temperatures, still a little bit of water out on the long runoffs here at Indianapolis. It's going to be tough to look for a move here, but he's catching, and he is catching, and he's going to put his car, just to put his nose out, just to say a little question there, just to ask that question. Everything's fine, but even after Capello will have that slowdown, he's really started to turn the screw once again. Vesta is flying right now.
So Sesha Esports have taken their penalty, and now the gap is 3 minutes almost exactly. 3 minutes in 1 hour and 38 minutes. That means you've got to take at least I would say you got, what, 100 minutes to go, and you got to take 3 minutes? That means every minute you got to take 3 seconds.
But that's doable. It's doable. Don't say it's not doable. If traffic works for you or doesn't work for you, you're in trouble. I do wonder, is this the right drivers in the car right now? It has to be the right drivers. They need it to be. There is another pit stop to happen as well for Sesha as well, because they still need to take fuel. They never came into the pit stops when everyone did during the safety car, because they would have lost their advantage of being the only car on the lead lap.
Yeah, so they got to pit first of everybody, and that's going to be telling because remember, it's 40 minutes. So if they've got to pit before 1 hour 20, they might even have to splash and dash as well, and that's even more time in the pits.
Yeah, and they're probably working that out right now. They may have to look. They've got the pace, they've got the gap. They may even start looking at fuel saving if they've got the mass right, but they'll look at that when they do the next pit stop. And that will be crucial. When they get that penultimate pit stop done, then they know the situation. Maybe they'll have to start looking at fuel saving now, but they're going to have to make their decisions quickly. Rocket Ship still trying to do something here in 7th. They are almost a lap behind Alcantech, who's ahead of them, but they're holding up to the leader here in Effect Simulation. They've got no one around them. James Gill in the composite performance. He's only 6 seconds behind them after not a good safety car restart.
Yeah, so he's only got 2 cars to clear, which is Fabio Grassetto and co, and they are pushing. Here are the Rocket Ship on the back of your leaders, which is always a dangerous game, because what are you going to gain by gaining the lap back? The answer's going to be, well, I doubt we're going to see a safety car between now and the end of the race. All they're looking for is time and position, and they'll want to try and get there if they feel they're quicker. Running around now over the bumps through to this next right, which leads to Indianapolis corner, which has been catching many a driver out on the outside if they've been over aggressive, and there's a little think about the inside from Elliot Noren, but nothing there that really indicates they can do much, and you can definitely see that that car is posturing to try and get through.
Yeah, but you also know that the 909 is not pushing very hard at the moment. They know that they've got a nice safe gap, so why be aggressive out there? Let's just hold it down and hold it calm. So if he sees Rocket being faster, well, why don't they just rocket on by? These guys aren't rocketing on by. They're trying to make this battle. And Sven Grew almost just got pit maneuvered there from the 209 to Delta V. Not on purpose. However, Impulse Racing, you said it was the dark horse, Jake. They're up to V2, and they're slowly catching up to Capello in the front.
Yeah, now this is where it gets interesting, because it's clear that Delta V don't have the driving pace at this stage, and they've moved to Padrine, and maybe that was not the decision that's going to get it done. Now you look at Daniel Harris thinking about where to go, and he's got to stay on the back of the likes then of Sven Groot, because he is the big threat when it comes to this race, and that is going to be what's in the back of the mind. So can you find a way through? And remember, Nicholas Lux is going to be trying to find pace as well, and is still running very quick right now in 6th place, staying close to Writer Engineering. So they are still in this race, not out of it by any stretch of the imagination. Here comes Daniel Harris thinking to the outside, can't find it, inside, can't quite get the clearance. So just looking out, trying to find any angle, and again, not quite getting what is required. And maybe Padrine is the sort of driver who's a little bit better following in the tow of a quicker driver than he is running on his own out front.
I think that could be good, and I know you were saying, is he the fastest, is he the best driver for this start? You've got to feel, people drive restarts or starts of races differently. Some are cautious, some are aggressive. I'm a little bit of the cautious side, and sometimes that works if you're able to keep that caution to a limit that you don't lose a lot of time. They've lost 2 seconds to Vesta Sport. They need to keep on pushing. I feel they're still in a good position. You feel that he's quicker out there to make this move. Where do you make the move? You can't make it now. You just have to hope that Sven isn't setting up a table or a wine bottle, because you don't want him to be that cork in the bottle.
You don't, but you also want to keep it close at about 1.3 seconds. Chris Capello and Vesta Sport Black are going to be the team under the immense amounts of pressure that are being put into play here at this stage, with Groot in 2nd, Padrine in 3rd, Harris in 4th, and the move back there for 5th as down the inside goes Nicholas Lux as he gets the pass done on Jack James in the Writer Engineering GT3. That's a case of Lux now moving up the order and gaining that place, and I look through the top 6 as it stands for the moment, and I would keep my eyes firmly peeled on the fact that you have got McLarens for days out there. All of your top 6 are McLarens. Lux now in 5th, and on the back of them is the team in 7th position, a full lap down at this stage, which is Andrew Dyson running for DPR. He has one of the most impressive sim racing beards.
Does he really? I've never seen Andrew Dyson. I must have to look at this beard, but I do have to look at his car and look at his driving. He's doing great work here. And yeah, he's 7th. He's a lap around, but he's keeping up with the drivers. He's not doing anything crazy. He's keeping it safe. Daniel Harris still looking for moves here. These three are together, and now Daniel decides, I've got the run. Oh, that's smart from Sven. That's smart from Sven. He's given the slipstream to Daniel Harris. Is that going to backfire on him, though? It may backfire. Daniel might try for a 2-for-1. He can't do it. Can Haddock do anything here? Emmerich can't do anything around the outside, and Daniel Harris move up to P3.
Well, it gets that straight sorted, but there's one caveat to Sven Groot giving the slipstream away there to Hydro Race Geodesic. The issue is, well, Daniel Harris has now got the slipstream for the next straight, and now Sven Groot might have to think about, where do I defend? Uses the crown of the road as that defensive track at the moment, using it almost as a racing line over to the right-hand side and trying again. Harris not looking to risk the race just yet, running through then the Michelin chicane, which is one of those amazing companies that says, I'd like a very nice racing tyre, but I also want to know where the best restaurant in the world is. That's what you love out of Michelin. But now here comes the charge over to Mulsanne corner, where Daniel Harris, I don't think, is close enough to make a move and is happy with the group pace.
He's happy with the group pace. He is on.
Oh, Sesha's stopping.
Yes,
Sesha's in the pits. This is big in this one because they are 10 minutes short.
10 minutes short. Look where they're going to come out. They're just about to start rolling, and I see the time difference. Well, Orbit Drop Bear are a minute 55 now, and they're going to get another 5 seconds, I would say, from the launch that Sesha get here. I feel that's not enough. I feel they've got to find a minute somewhere. Where do you find a minute around this track? As P2 and P3 are going side by side, and Daniel Harris, he takes that P2 away in the GT3s.
He's done very well on that one. That's coming along to Indianapolis corner, and Jack James on the back of the group now. Here, 5th, 6th and 7th. They're relying on Nicholas Looks here for pace to start charging up the order and gaining closer ties and trying to recover from the mistake that was made. Now this becomes a very big game of intellect of who's going to make the right calls when to get themselves home and hosed, because Chris Capello happily dangling out in front here for the Vesta Sport team, but Hydro Race Geodesic now into second. They are the ones who have got to set the pace alight to chase this down.
That's crazy. Half an hour ago we were talking about, well, the French have got a chance to get the win or almost get a 1-2 somewhat free with one French driver. Now we're looking at one French driver leading the way, and everybody else, they're not French, and they're trying to hunt down that Chris Capello. Gonna be close. It's gonna be a long shot here, and I'm also just looking. The other lead LMDHs, they're a few corners away from this GT3 pack. We do have some more fireworks to go, because that's going to be a very interesting few minutes once these GT3s get hit by LMDHs.
Well, it will be, of course, first Lorenzo Castellani, followed by Sam Sutton, and then Axon Motorsports. They've actually really spread out here in terms of category right now with where the drivers all find themselves. Not many left actually still circulating on circuit. I count 1, 2, 3, 4, 5, 6, 8 that are currently out there and actually making, or 9 that are making progress. So that's critical as they reach the later stages, because 505 Endurance has been down on the lane for a very long time with damage, and so they'll be looking to go through. Chris Capello, though, perfect for Vesta Sport, kept very quiet under the radar, saying, well, we're still going quick. We've still got our quick driver in, but look at Daniel Harris over this last lap. He has just eaten, and he's decided, feed me some more slipstream.
Well, I'm pretty sure his name's not Ryback, but I'm pretty sure he's looking to do a meat hook here later in the race, because he's so close now. He managed to take off over almost half a second, or over half a second last time by on the last lap. He did get some slipstream, double toe, remember, did have a lot of time, but that allowed him to just get here, and he's got the speed now. But you can't win at Le Mans by just making overtakes and getting slipstream on these straights. You go down the Rideres, and you have to make sure that you can also then turn around these corners, and I feel this is where Vesta's managed to excel this race so far. They've had a car that's really been working well in the corners. The straights have kind of hindered them a little bit, but they've still been able to really find the limit of grip that this car can do through these faster corners.
I don't know whether it's you or not, but that is certainly a little bit of lift when it's come to the front splitter as well for Daniel Harris. So there's certainly something that you got to say in terms of how they're looking to make this race happen. I think that's just the way that the car sits. So they're doing a very good job with it at the moment. Definitely not running a splitter that is as low as possible to the ground. And the reason why it won't be as low to the ground is that they'll be running the crown of the road. So naturally that splitter will create that almost small little hill shape out there. David Toth has been able to run through some of the LMP2s out there. Still a minute 50, the gap it sits.
Yeah, to give you a context, he's just there coming out of the Dunlop chicane. The other LMDHs, well, they've just hit Mulsanne chicane. So, well, gone down it now as we start to see some of the LMDH drivers go through this traffic that we were kind of worrying about, because the 07 Racing, the first of the LMDHs to go through traffic and trying to make sure not to cause any issues. There's David, there's some LMP2s up ahead. He'll be happy with this. He'll be absolutely happy with this moment here, because those LMP2s, they won't hold him up. At the same time, he won't hold them up when it comes to speed.
Well, right now, it is a case of LMDHs in the GT3s right now as the leading trio looks to try and keep themselves in play. And Merrick Pedrine has fallen off the back of the front three, and now Sam Sutton's found a way through. So they've managed to get through without too much worries. Orbit, Drop Bear, Jupiter finding themselves in that place now. Chris Capello right now is there in position number 1 in category for Vesta Sport Black, but they've got the other black team, Hydro Race, Geodesic Racing Black, which are there just behind. Then it's Impulse Racing by Volder Art, who are there in 3rd position and looking each and every way to try and get through. There could have been a scenario if there wasn't any dramas for the Session 25 where we could have had a Hungarian driver on the victory then, or top step of the podium of each and every single category.
Yeah, and I don't think that ever would have happened here at Le Mans regardless, or even it's hard for just one nationality for them all to be there in modern day times. But it just goes to show how dominant the Hungarians have been the last few years in sim racing, to have that ability to just put those drivers on in different teams as well. Wasn't the same team, remember, just in different teams. Stolpet Precision comes in from P4 of the race in the LMDH as well, so they're going to have to just wait for some more time. They're just short. They're going to have to do a splash and dash. In fact, anybody that pits now in the the LMDH, they're short. They're short by, would you say 5 laps, Jake? That's what my maths is saying.
Yeah, that's what I'm saying as well. I'm keeping an eye on Tatum ResTech here, the 69 team. They look like they've been down in the lane for a while with that rear wing, so they are now dropping all that time as well. So this is a really interesting scenario. Solpeck got to 4th, but both 505 and Tatum have had troubles, and if Tatum stay longer in that pit, 505 might have a shot here of picking up that 5th place as Daniel Harris right on the back. He will get a little bit of a char-grilled nose going into the Daytona chicane here as the spit of flame through the gears goes on by the fire-breathing dragon that is the McLarens out there. And over to the right, not wanting to take tow, knowing he can't get that place, and in fact, having to serve a slow-down penalty. Oh, worst time in the world for Geodesic. There they go, and trying to get some help from Axum, maybe even the 96 Tatum ResTech team, but that is work to try and gather back. Still trying to serve, finally gets it done, but now it's going to have to do all that work again. Back to Advantage Impulse.
Advantage Impulse, but you've got to feel that Daniel is able to keep with the slipstream, able to keep with the group, and he's not right on the back there, but he is still there. But what he's done, as you just said, Sven Groot right there, he's now aware that he's got a good chance to make a move here. And I wouldn't be surprised if he tries to do it here. Oh, he's looking for it, but there's still an hour 24 to go, chaps. You don't want to be going too aggressive down at Mulsanne right away, but you feel this might be it. Gets a good launch here out of Mulsanne. On the longest straight, they go into the forest. Maybe we're looking at an overtake here, Jake.
Here's the issue for Effect Simulations 909. they are having to trade with Elliot Noren and Rocket Ship, not because they want to, but just because of where they are. And that's bringing James Gill slowly into play. Look at that over the horizon. 4 seconds. That's the gap. 4.5 seconds. It was up as high as 6, but they are chasing this down, and Composite Performance here are just slowly bringing themselves to the back. They don't have to be right there this moment, but the chance they've got to be looking at is that when they get to their pit stop, ideally, they want to be 3 seconds back.
They want to be 3 seconds, but at the same time, they'll be able to save some fuel here. That will give them a good advantage in this penultimate pit stop to be able to actually get less fuel put in because they've saved more fuel. They're not going to be able to do an extra lap with this fuel saving, but they'll be able to just have a little advantage. So maybe that helps them when it comes to pit strategy, but you see that gap closing, and it was a second taken out of that lead last time by. That is now starting to be a little bit of a worry if you're in that Effect Simulations 909 team. I'm pretty sure they're not saying it to their team driver who's in the car right now, but you gotta feel maybe we need to start making a note about it.
Yeah, maybe you just need to know that Composite are chasing and they are trying their best to. Back onto the rear then goes the car then of what is both going to be Hydro Geodesic and Delta V Racing. Oh, that was a wiggle out to the final corner because that's another slowdown for Daniel Harris. This is a case of being nickeled and dimed off of the lead battle.
You know what? I've been there before. You get an off track and you lose the position, and you want to keep pushing. You want to keep pushing, and you get another off track, and then you want to keep pushing, and you get another off track, and it's just a knock-on effect. We say cautions breed cautions. Slowdowns breed slowdowns when it comes to Le Mans, and he's losing that pack once again. Still there with the virtue of how he's been able to serve the slowdown, but it's a concern because he's not going forward, he's going backwards. And if he goes backwards, well, look who's right behind him. He's got 2 French cars waiting for him to just pounce at the last minute here. And thankfully, the 209, the Delta V Racing, they finally get a slowdown at Tete Rouge.
Yeah, and that's going to be perfect for Boots and VDS by Undercut, who will now move straight by them and go through. But for the lead, here comes the look then from Impulse Racing by Volder Art. They will go to the inside with 81 minutes to go. It's a new leader up at the front of the field, and now it's up to Impulse to give every bit of charge forward. Now watch out if you're Chris Capello, because Daniel Harris now will look to line up that pass. Still a couple Rooster Tails then on the Mulsanne.
Yep, and we all are grouped today. And maybe, remember, when he was P2, he was a little bit of a cork in the champagne bottle. I don't think he's going to be anymore. I think he's got a nice little charge. But here's Daniel Harris looking for the opportunity, and I think he's going to take this, even though there's going to be a double toe. There is. Oh, he almost went a bit too hard on the brakes there, and I thought he was going to go into the back of Sven there, but he's held it on. He's back into P2, back where he wanted to be, and somehow these 3 are not dragging Nicholas Lux and Emmerich Padrick back into this battle. Otherwise, it would be a 5-car dance, and I don't think we've got a blanket big enough for 5 GT3s out there today.
Well, I think you've actually got to give credit here to Nicholas Lux here in terms of the way that he's been going about this race, because he's had to try and claw 7 seconds back, and over the last half an hour, he's actually clawed half of it back again. So he's very much in the race and very much a threat for victory here, our Bootson. After dropping it on the restart to get themselves in play, that's tough. Orbit are actually making time up here, and I reckon they're chasing down about 2 seconds a lap over Sesha. 3:31 by Sesha on the last lap. It was a 3:31.1. Sutton on that last lap did a 29.5. We'll see what this lap is, but it is enough pressure on Sesha, who are on their own. They will look at that time, which will start dropping down second by second over the course of these laps. Sam Sutton is on a mission, and right now it's even included getting by the 07 team. That's a lap down on them. This lap a 29.2. They took 1.9 seconds.
And I'm having a look as well. Remember, he pitted on a different strategy. I feel in the next 7 laps he has to take a pit stop. Where can he get in those 7 laps? He's away from the GT3s. I think he'll catch up to the LMP2s, have to take a pit stop, and then keep clear air. There's not a single car around him, apart from the lapped car behind him. for a minute. So if he just keeps this pace right now, he's got all the air in the world. What about the leaders? What about David Tooth? 30 seconds up the road is a GT3. He's going to hit them before the Orbit drop bear car will hit the LMP2 traffic. All of a sudden, this strategy might work for Sam. Taking that pit stop during the safety car might be key here. And of course, that penalty just changed everything as well.
He's very much in range at the moment. Remember, they are on equal strategy from now to the end of this race. So it's a minute 45 to chase between now and the end. Gap still 4.7 for James Gill. He's really pushing. Look at that kicker tail out of Indianapolis corner. That shows you how hard Composite want to win this race. But effect simulations are just keeping them at bay.
Yeah, just keeping you at bay. And of course, the thing is, 5 seconds. They were basically matching last time out. You need to be better, and it's tough to be better with an hour and 17 to go. You have to be better on every lap. They said to one of the drivers at Le Mans, why can't you keep that race pace up for the whole time? And I'll tell you why they can't do it right here. It's because they don't have the pace. And a car ahead of these guys as well. It's the rocket ship car. They've got a black flag. I'm guessing that's a
instant. Yeah, it's instant points, so they'll have to come down into the pits, and that will give Frigerio the chance of clean air then to worry less. And James Gill now will have direct competition in front. They won't take their penalty just yet, but here comes Hydro Race Geodesic to the inside. They take over then from Impulse Racing. Capello still on the back of this group, and I'm looking around at these laps, did a good job, 55.6 on the last go by, so still very much in range as it goes. 2 seconds off the back of the group. They want to get to 1.5, and then he'll start feeling some slipstream. So if Capello starts to slip, it's perfect for looks.
And now we get into peloton racing. I love saying this because look at these 3 cars trying to break away, and they're trying to break away from Capello, who's trying to just hold on here. They know the situation. Pull as far away as you can. Limit the number of drivers that can battle with you. But unfortunately, they're also battling at the same time. What can Chris do to just catch up to this? Well, going wide on the exit to the chicane there, probably going to help the number 5. Probably going to help Vesta Sport. But they still have to get there. First challenge, get to Groot. That's going to be tough. And then get to Daniel Harris. Don't be surprised to see Groot and Harris do some more training, because I think that might be the fastest way around here right now. It's just using some slingshots.
Yeah, they'll also save each other a little bit of fuel. They'll burn a bit, but they are trying to keep as few drivers as possible on the train. They don't want Delta V there. They don't want Boots and VDS there. Here at a French circuit, French team, French drivers. That's the last thing they want, is to have the hometown support virtually, because we all know it gives you an extra 0.2 of a second. And here is Sven Groot posturing then half a car width to the outside, thinking better of it as they take the small kick right into Indianapolis corner. In these front 3 right now, 1, 2 and 3, hoping that their races are going to work. The car that started the lowest of them all was 46th on the grid. That was Vesta Sport Black. Remember, this is a 54 car field, so there are only 8 cars behind them when they started the race. Now they've got almost the entire half the field of this race in all categories behind them.
Yeah, they've managed to just keep on battling, keep on driving, and they've worked their way up to the front. And they want to get to the front now as they just look forward. Dirty Air going to be flinging them and giving them some understeer as they come through the quarter curve. Onto the bridge they go. Avoid the wall. Was that a tap of the wall for Sven Groot there, or was that just replay? It looked like he was flirting with the barrier there, but everything's safe for him at the moment. But that could be very tight, because that's the limit they're on right now. They're pushing the limit to try and keep up. And again, 2 seconds the gap between these 3 and the next 2 cars of Lux and the 209 of Patrick. That's crucial. It looks closer there, but with an hour and 15 or hour and 14 to go, that needs to be further away for these drivers.
It does. Now keep an eye on the exit there. A grab of water there for Sven Groot as he tries to get up to speed. That might have slowed him down a bit, and that will bring Chris Capello into play then towards turn 1. Vesta Sport have a decision to make, but lift out of it and don't want to attack. Up into the chicane. Looks now looking to bring himself into play. 55.9, 55.7 though for Capello. They lost 0.2 on the car they're trying to chase down, so that's tough. but they are still there in range. They just need a little bit more chaos, and they might have the chance to close it in.
Well, this is the only field where you've got 6 cars on the same lap. You need a little bit of chaos, and this is what could happen. And so many times you had a chance of some drivers doing a little bit too much bump drafting and just almost catching out there. I saw Sven almost have a wiggle breaking into Indy a few laps ago, just with a driver right behind him. So never say never. But for Nicholas Lutz, what can he do now? He has to wait. He's using all the slipstream he can. LMDH goes on by, tries to use that slipstream, goes back to the crown of the track, just still trying to allow Pedreras to not catch up to him. But at some point, I think you're going to have to use your French brethren to help you all both get back to the front.
You're going to have to say at some point, we've both got to try and do what we can to move on through this field, to get to where we need to be. If you can't follow my pace, which I think is what's happening here from Émeric Pedrine, then we're going to need help. And it might be ask Andrew Dyson to get involved and say, you've got to come do some work, because he did a 3:54 on that last lap. He was the fastest of anybody in GT3. So Andrew Dyson might need to do some work here, and there might have to be some Australian-French relation that goes, you know what, we need you to come through and do a pull for us, and you'd be an absolute star if you could. So that's going to be the tough scenario, and Sesha are just about to come through all of these drivers right now. You can see them in the back of shot as they go on through, so they will be looking at this, and if they start battling side by side, Sesha are not going to be happy, because they're going to have no place to pass.
No place to pass, and that 1:39 gap that they've got to the front, or 1:40, wherever you look, could get further and further. 0-7 into the pit. They're in a battle for the final podium spot with Solpec. Not one we've been looking at, so that's one to just keep our eyes on. David Tuff got by, no problem. Didn't really get held up. He got held up a little bit, but now he's just got to get to the front 3. Not there yet, and I wouldn't be surprised if he gets held up here at Arnage. He's onto the brake to Indy. He goes, there he goes, nowhere to look. Have to wait, hopefully a place to go at Arnage, and takes the racing line away from Capello, and that's not what you want to do, because now you're on the wrong side of the track at Arnage, and that's cost him a couple seconds.
He's in his own race right now, but the top 3 are definitely not going to want to let it go easy, because they've got to stay in range of the cars in front. Very clever by Chris Capello to attack back at Arnage, because it keeps him in play with Impulse and Hydro-Geodesic. Geodesic. That's the key to that. So Toth, crucially, gets the clearance before the Porsche curves, which is the worst place in the world to not have what you want, which is the ideal racing line. So that is maybe the lesser of 2 evils at that point. We're still waiting on Sam Sutton here to make a stop, who just did a 28.7 on that last lap, and I reckon Toth's got a 31 or a 32 here coming over towards the line, because that gap will crumble again by a lot more seconds out there, keeping that internalized pressure in play that this race is still far from over for overall an LMDH victory. Over the line, a 32 flat. That's 4 seconds almost.
Yeah, that's a big gap there, and now the panic is on. He's through the traffic. It's clear air for him, but here's the problem. The Orbit drop bear car, they're in clear air. Where's the cars around them? Nowhere to be found. This is crucial. They're both clean air driving, which is basically now just a battle of the best, battle of the fastest. And again, we look at the fuel strategy. It does feel like that 862, that car that Sutton is driving, I don't think he's going to be hit by any traffic when he comes through a pit cycle next time by. And you look at that, 109 to go. He has got a lot of free time to be able to do a quick stop at the end. It won't be a splash though, Jake. It'll be enough, but is that going to be enough to counteract the splash and dash that stages have to do?
Top 2 in LMP2 have just hit the lane. So Benjamin Frigerio, you got James Gill, both in the pits. Miru in, Olar is in, Mitchell Ian Green is in. Now it's a battle about who's got what on fuel strategy to get to the end. They'll have one more stop to go after this. Is this going to be a case of take the short stop now to take the long stop later? This is where you're starting to weigh up what's more beneficial right now, track position or just continuing to try and chase the car in front.
I think they're just going to go and just drive as fast as they can, because remember, the track's going to get warmer. It's 45 Celsius now. It may get a little bit warmer. You want to try and make sure you're driving the best when you can. The drop bed Jupiter cars also in the pits at the same time as the LMP2s.
Oh, look off the exit.
Yeah, that is smart. Look at it, Jake. This could help him.
I will go when you go. I reckon Composite will have to come in a lap earlier here. They've split their strategy up. They'll have a longer pit stop, but they can now draft off the back of Frigerio and Effect Simulations to try and save the fuel required here. This is a really big, bold call by Composite. They've saved 3 seconds in the stop by doing it this way, but now they've got to save 3 seconds worth of fuel.
I think it's doable. If they're right on the back of the Composite car, I think they've got the ability, and we know how good the LMP2 is at fuel saving around Le Mans. I feel this could be a good strategy here and might be the one that pays off. They just have to make sure they keep up with the speed. They've got a really good launch out of Terre Rouge, though. These tyres, they're not warming up well. Benjamin for the Effect Simulations cannot get that tyre warmed up very well. Will James go for a move here? This could be the lead battle for LMP2.
Well, here comes the move from James Gill. I wouldn't have gone for this. I'd have sat back and waited here on the inside to the Daytona chicane. Early liftoff then into the corner by Benjamin Frigerio, and now Composite Performance have the race lead. The American-based team have got themselves ahead of Effect Simulations now, and car 42 is the answer to life, universe, and everything, which is LMP2 race lead.
Yep, and that is just what they want, but they know the battle is not done. The task is not finished. They've got to hold this now, and they know that they spent 5 seconds less in the pits. They're going to have to try and find 5 seconds on the road. Oh, wow, that was a close one, and that's not what they want to see. They're in the best position right now. How are they going to find 5 seconds here, Jake? The traffic's nowhere to be found.
Oh, that was close. That was super duper close. And Effect Simulations there very nearly found themselves in trouble. The only thing James Gill can do now is drive and drive quickly and hope for mistakes, or maybe even, dare I say it, contact front to rear from some careless driving. Frigerio now will sit and watch in second position, try and play risk-free racing and force Composite to go against their strategy and say, right, you will drive as quickly as you can because you've got no alternative.
That's the only thing they've got. They've got one strategy. They have to stick to the strategy now. They've made their bed. They're going to sleep in it. And hopefully it's a memory foam mattress that they're able to get a nice sleep on, because at the same time, they want this victory. They want this so bad. And to fishtail there, oh no, it just goes to show you how much they're pushing here. Figueroa is trying to push, trying to force the issue here, and that's all he needs to do, Jake. He doesn't need to race them right now. He just needs to stay with them.
Well, he just needs, does Benjamin Frigerio, to just stay and wait. This is what Effect Simulations have managed to get their race to do. They will know that the car in front of them will have to come in before them. It's just a question of how aggressive they can be over the final stages of this race. Frigerio has pace, but can James Gill find even more and try and break away from the 909? Very tough to do here at Le Mans because of the fact that this is one of the longest circuits, that you're spending 3/4 of the time around this lap at full throttle, and you're knowing that all you have to do is what you can, when you can, how you can. That is only what you have to try and deal with. That's the only thing that you've got. So now, what more can you say? Gill moving over to that right-hand side, to the inside, trying to shake a tiny bit of draft away. Not managing it at the moment, but Frigerio now can only watch, and that's all he wants to do, is watch. So, we sit then with just an hour and 4 minutes to go. LMP2 close. It's also close going on right now for GT3, where your top three are together and they are driving Boutsen out of this race. Now out to 3 seconds almost it was between the likes of Vestasport and Boutsen. They're trying to drive them away from position. You've got the likes then, of course, of your leaders overall trying to fight Sesha at about 2 minutes 50 50 at the moment, the gap over Sam Sutton and Orbit Drop Bear Jupiter. They're trying to get their tyres up to temperature, but the focus now is going to be lapping process here.
Yeah, lapping process will be big time for the LMP2s and the LMDHs as well. This could be make or break, and it's interesting. Since that pit stop for Orbit Drop Bear, the gap is 2 minutes and 45, 2 minutes 50. You round it around those numbers, that's the gap right now for them. But here comes the big time. What can the composite car do when they come through traffic? 15 seconds up the road, another GT3, and then they'll have a minute to wait, which is basically almost the length of a whole stop for them. So Benjamin will just have to make sure he stays. That's the name of the game right now. We know with this team, they have to just stay with the lead. They're back in second like they were a couple hours ago. However, this is a place that feels a bit more manageable in second, as they know what the team ahead have to do. And that team ahead have to make sure they try and find some time here on the track. It's very tough when everyone's running the exact same engine in the exact same car.
Yeah, and that's the same scenario here in GT3, because everyone is out there, and that puff of water there going over from Daniel Harris. I was very scared for a moment that that was an engine plume that went over there, and we see it very often that as you're running down the gears, you start running into troubles if you can't quite get the car where you need it to be shifting down. So they are in with an hour and 2 minutes to go, and anywhere outside of an hour to go is their pit window of they are good to the end. So it's a one-stop race for your GT3 category. And so that pit lane is going to be the most important. Not just how you go in, but who you go in with.
And not only that, how have you been saving? Because we know a fuel cycle, a fuel stint is an hour roughly in the GT3. But if you save some fuel, how much fuel have you got left in the tank that you've got as excess so you don't have to use so much fuel? That can help you a second maybe in the pit. A second in these cars in this pack right now is vital. You might actually see Vesta do a jump back to the lead, just with that ability to just save a bit more fuel, because look where they are right now. They're not leading. They're not having to go hell-bent for leather, but they are 3 seconds behind these leaders, but they've been able to save a little bit of fuel. It'd be interesting to see what Impulse will be able to do from the back. I say that, almost cursed them as they had a little bit of wheel spin, hitting the inside curb there at the Daytona chicane. However, Sven is doing it, and just like we said with the effect simulations, Impulse, I think they'll be happy to be the chasing car right now, as that gives them a little bit of an advantage coming into that fuel stop.
Was that a slowdown penalty that came in over the Dunlop chicane by Chris Capello? Because if it was, that's why the gap's opened up and is really troublesome. There is David Toth at 2:49, 2:48 at the moment, just slowly trying to get up to speed with 3:30s out there and doing anything that is necessary. Traffic has just hit Sam Sutton in the LMP2s, so he's trying to get by the likes of Seb Varndell and Ricardo Betancourt Silva. So those drivers are being tough to deal with for Sam Sutton. Also a 3:30, not having that clean air. Sesha are doing what they need to at the moment, and you can't fault them for the way that they're driving. It's sometimes wishful thinking to say, oh, it's close or it's close, but they've given themselves the lap advantage, and as such, they are using it, and that's critical.
Those 20 seconds could be vital, and I mean that an hour ago, before the safety car, there was just 20 seconds between the Orbit Drop Bear Jupiter overtaking and unlapping themselves from the Seisha Esports team, but that could have been vital. What could have been for Sam and the Jupiter guys? We'll have to wait and see what happens there. I did hear Effect Simulations had a slowdown, so they lost a little bit of time here.
That's a lot of bit of time.
Opposite. Yeah, well, it's only a second though, Jake. It's still enough time to help them.
Yeah, but you need the toe, and they are at risk of losing it here. They're lucky in the sense that they got Raymond Sheffers, who is in Manatee Racing green colours, that they can siphon a little bit off of. But I look at where James Gill is by comparison, 1.3. You're at risk here right now if you're Frigerio. James Gill, this is exactly what he wants here, a gap, because then he can start running, and then it's pure pace versus pure pace, not pace versus pace and toe.
No, and now you got pure pace. And again, 40, 50 seconds up the road is the next GT3. And you think, They're only lapping 10 seconds faster than a GT3. So you do the maths a little bit, you're going to be looking at about 4 laps before they do that. And I wouldn't be surprised, 4.3 to 12 minutes. That's almost coming to the fuel window for these cars at the end. So they might hit the traffic just as the pit window starts, providing those GT3s pit now. So this is an interesting moment here. This will be a battle of pace, not a battle of multi-class etiquette here. And I feel in that situation, that may belong to the composite racing, but give a shout out to Effect. Benjamin is trying all he can, and Solpec Precision has just seen a black flag, but that's not going to be any effect here later in the race.
It has been administered by the stewards, so they have been at fault for an incident, which I can only assume happened on the restart. So they are now going to be dropping down, losing their time. And so that battle for third, I think, is going to dissipate here. 0-7 are going to be safe so long as they keep the car on the road between now and the end. Great work from the Italian-based team as they go through. So at the moment, it's now about where do you find that time? Where do you gain those positions? At 1.1 seconds is agonizing for Frigerio, but it's all about, can I do enough to keep James Gill in check?
Yeah, can he keep it enough? And I think he's doing a good job right here, and hopefully that is it. I'm just reading through what happened with Solpec and what the decision. It was for the accident with the Tatum res, and of course Tatum, I've never seen this before in an LMDH, Jay. That crash down to Indianapolis on the restart caused a 60 minutes of repair. And Gill may need 60 minutes to redo what he just did on lockup and Dunlop. They're going to try and go side by side down the hill. There's no space.
There is not, and there is Caraleo in the pits making that happen. We've had GT pit stops in, so Delta V have gone back to Giovannini here, who will be their best hope of getting them in this race. Jack James as well has come in and out of the pits, but Frigerio still behind James Gill, but Gill is going to have to do it again.
Gonna have to see what he can do, but he's losing a little bit of time here. It's close. It's less than half a second, but it's not close enough to really start to look ahead and look for a move here. They're just trying to close the gap. But again, you're closing the gap. You don't even get time to lift, and late on the brakes there for Figueroa. And I feel that might help him. On the launch, though, he's just taking too much speed in. He can't bring the speed back out. Gill continues on this, but that one lockup at Dunlop, look at that, a second lead turns into half a second, and all that work that they got thanks to that slowdown, it's just been thrown out the window.
Yeah, and now in the window, here comes a little think again by Sven Groot, who once more steps aside. They are very much in the case of pit window is open and you can go in and make those stops, but will they, and will they come in together or apart? That's where the game is played. Very aggressive inside line by Sven Groot. It's actually going to drop him a couple tenths of a second here, but they have built the gap to Capello, they have built the gap to Nicholas Lux, and they'll look around. Andrew Dyson has been dissipated off the back of the group, and so now it's a case of, well, if they're thinking about it properly, this is 1v1.
It's 1v1. 1v1 me, bro, is what they're saying right now, and there'll be no cheats to be had here as they just continue on. I wonder, though, when will they go for this pit stop? We saw Delta V going in for an early pit stop. They pitted last time by. Maybe that could be the reaction, because if they just keep on battling, Delta might make a jump here. They spent 1 minute 9 cone to cone in the pit. The gap between the leaders and Delta V, 1 minute 14. It's one of the slowest pit stops you can take around here. And yes, they're both coming in. That's the reaction they needed. On the brakes, on the puddle goes Sven Groot. Doesn't cause too much of an issue. All eyes on Delta V.
Well, it's now down to pit stops because 1, 2, 3, and 4 have all come in. Andrew Dyson stays out, but's a lap down. And so all of a sudden, it's up to Delta V Racing, who are in the middle of a 3 wide at the moment with Sam Sutton and Fabio Grassetto over at Alcantech. So that's a really big battle they're into, and they're being slightly held up by it by comparison. So this is a critical stop. And remember, you've got some drivers whose boxes are at the very front, some whose boxes are at the very back. So you got that grid stack that comes along, known as a stall share, that they're having to deal with. So Harris in, Steinhoff now jumps in for Impulse Racing towards the end. So now we're getting driver changes. Capello stays in the car, and now it's about Boutsen, who keep Nicholas Lux in hot and fresh. Off the jacks goes Yannick Steinhoff, and now will they be released and off again? Daniel Harris will be looking in the mirror. Who's got the launch first between them? And we know that it's going to be close here because Vesta are going to be invested in where they go, and maybe they save a bit of time with the driver change that comes in, and Delta V is only coming through the chicanes now. There's the launch by Daniel Harris, and that will get them clear, and they'll look around and they'll see that Lux is still going to be a little bit too far away, Capello too far away, and they've got a great jump on Yannick Steinhoff, so they've done well on the fuel. They've given themselves 2 seconds.
Giving themselves 2 seconds, really good. They actually only didn't get, they lost 3 seconds to Delta V, but Delta had a really bad outlap. They got held up not once, not twice, but thrice going through some of the corners, and they are now off the pace, and that is so unfortunate for Delta V. That does bring Boutsen into the fight a little bit, but they've got to find the time. But Geodesic somehow 2 seconds to the good allows them to have that 2-second lead on the rest of the field, and it's growing, and this battle, it's shrinking, it's getting close once again. What can Figueiredo find out there? He knows all he needs to do is stay with Gil. Stay with him until the very end, 52 minutes to go. Wait for those pit stops. Don't make a mistake getting into the pit lane. Keep it cool, calm, collective, and that victory might be yours.
12 minutes away from the last bastion of pit stop in LMP2 out there. LMDH is about 45 minutes, so it's going to be close for Sesha, who I think are going to be running a little bit on the tank, and will be looking around for about 5 minutes or so, hoping they don't have to jump in one final time to make a late pit stop, because Orbit Drop Bear will be trying to keep themselves close, but I think Drop Bear realise they are needing a bit of divine intervention at the front of LMDH. Always a chance when you're on the lead lap as they go through, and all 3 categories are as it currently stands. 3 seconds for Hydro Race Geodesic, half a second for Composite Performance, who only find themselves in this position because of the latest of late cautions.
The late caution. What we were talking about an hour and a half ago, they were 2 minutes behind. Now somehow they're leading the charge, but it's so tough to beat the effect simulators. That 909 has been quick all day, night and morning, and now they've just got to put it together for 51 more minutes. And the question really now is, what have you got that allows you to pull ahead here? Do you have to try and force them to make a mistake? But when you're the leader, you can't really force the guy behind you to make a mistake. It's usually them making you make the mistake. I don't feel Composite's going to be able to do this on fuel. We've talked about this. They were 5 seconds less in the pit stops last time. You got to try and find those 5 seconds somehow. Composite may need to pit a lap early.
Yes. And then they've got to try and find an almighty final stint. So this was a play to try and get them in front. The one thing they didn't bank on was effect simulations deciding, no, I'm going to go through. If I was James Gill, the last thing I'd have wanted to have done was get by Frigerio.
Oh, totally agree. And I think he realized that he was trying to use the fuel saving to his advantage, or try to just make a interesting move, or just try to make the mistake. Benjamin has had some mistakes out there. He has had a slowdown. One slowdown's not going to be enough. And I keep looking at the traffic. They are a bit away from the GT3 cars. But if they pit now, they'll be right slap bang in the middle of the GT3s. But they can't pit now. The fuel strategy won't work for them. However, if they can just string this out for a couple more laps, they might be able to just get out ahead of the GT3s. It's a long shot. This could be a very explosive finish, because you know they'll take tires, Jake, and you know if they take tires and they're right in the middle of the GT3s, that's going to be a very tough navigation.
It will do. And those GT3s, I think, though, are a little bit spread out now all of a sudden, because you're starting to think about, well, where are they here and where is the gaps going to come along? It's now 3.7 seconds that they find, because they've got a couple of LMP2s going through, like Sesha Esports and Team DWR with Spencer Duquette in behind the wheel there for them. Mitchell Ian Green and Fury Sim Sports Yellow. In comes David Top, and they are still short in my mind to get themselves home.
Trying to do the maths here, it would be a tall order. Might be a lot of fuel saving. I think they're 3 laps short. Just on a quick maths in my head, and my maths is not very good nowadays. But it feels that they are short, but I don't think that's going to be too much of a difference because Orbit, Drop Bear have to pit as well, and the gap's 2 minutes 20, and they bring in the man. They bring in Daniel. What a way to finish it for him as well. What if you got for 49 minutes, Daniel? I feel like you've got to defend a minute and a half. Should be, knock on wood, should be, Jake, should be doable.
Daniel Civi-Sharbo getting into the wheel from Sesha is quite simply put a case of putting an anchor driver in the car. And when I say an anchor, I mean not someone who's slow, but someone who you know is going to basically keep your car steady. Make sure it doesn't move anywhere, doesn't do anything untoward. This is a case of bring it home mode.
Bring it home. Don't do anything stupid. Here's where the water is. Just don't run wide here. There's still a little splashing of water. The traffic's all right. They're going to know you're there. You're going to have to just wait for the opportunity. He knows what he's doing. He's been told what to do. All he has to do now is just hope everything goes clean. And that gap, as you can see, 1 minute 42. It's not a long time in the pits. In fact, it's 10 seconds less than what an average time is. Maybe he's got enough, but that is not going to be a comfortable final stint.
I agree with you. I don't think that's comfy in any way, shape or form. And so now, as Sam Sutton goes by James Gill and Benjamin Frigerio, it's now up to those drivers to start pulling in their weight. And this is where James Gill loves a bit of slipstream from Sam Sutton. It's able to equalise the difference between those two Dalaras, which sit 1 and 2 in this race. And really a case now for Composite of what can they do. They've got to find a way to break clear, and I think it legitimately just has to come down to pace. I think they've just got to drive it all out now.
What is it, that famous radio call from Formula 2 a few years ago? Just drive. That's all they need to do right now. I don't think any of them is telling the drivers what to do. Benjamin and James have probably got no one telling them anything right now. They don't need to look behind. They don't need to look ahead. Here's the man that needs to look behind, though. Daniel Harris. A lot of traffic to come on by. What a gap he's managed to pull, though, for the Hydro Race geodesic car. Almost 2 seconds, and he's held that 2 seconds ever since they took that pit stop. He's really been able to just keep that screw tightened. And he doesn't need to tighten it anymore. He's in the right control of this now. 46 minutes to go. He just has to navigate the traffic, or have the traffic navigate him safely.
Well, here's the issue. He's dropped 2 seconds since this time a lap ago. Yannick Steinhoff has got the gap down to 1.5 seconds here, and the traffic has played a huge role in that factor. Steinhoff is doing what he can through the likes of the LMDHs and the LMP2s, trying to find a way through. He'll command it through the karting S's here as they both go flying by. It might be a lot tougher for Daniel Harris in terms of where the let go comes in, and this is slipstream each and every corner here. Yannick Steinhoff doing a wonderful job to try and beat the jump that was there, and trying everything in the final 45 minutes to keep this race alive.
And also notice they've managed to pull away from Vesta Sport and the Butson BDS, and now they are all just on their own. No more pack racing. This is all on pace now. And you think if you're Yannick, you have to just hold on to this traffic, use the slipstream to what advantage you can down this hill. And he has losing a little bit of time this time, but those times are critical. 3:58 flat, 3:55.9. Impulse, almost over 2 seconds faster last time by. And these two are now side by side for the lead of the LMP2s.
Well, this is getting critical because James Gill's trying to follow the slipstream of Castellani of 07 Racing, the LMDH in front, and that's now bringing in the case of, well, I need every single tool available to me. Frigerio thought about a look down the inside, didn't quite manage it, so it's another waiting game that brings itself into the forefront. It's now about what more can you do, and it's all about where can you get anything else to make that advantage. Right up to the tail goes Frigerio, almost tauntingly there, like the devil on the shoulder, going, go on, I know you can go at 5 kilometers an hour quicker, I'll follow you.
But the angel on the shoulder is going, Well, you have to keep it safe, and you have to make sure that you're there for the end. This is the end. We're in the end game now. Usually you say wait till the final pit stop before things start to go crazy. No, they've got to go crazy now. They realize the situation. 44 minutes to go. I feel these LMP2s, they've got one lap left in them after this, and then they're going to have to come into the pit. And I'm looking at that timing tower, and I'm looking at the relative. That's enough. They're not going to get any traffic. The prediction was right, Jake. This is just a battle to the line now. And what a battle it is. Battles for the lead in GT3 and LMP2 at the end of the race after 23 hours. Stop it. That's a dream.
It is, and Yannick Steinhoff has caught Daniel Harris, and they've got 3 seconds over Chris Capello at Vesta Sport Black. Nicholas Lux is on the back of him, and then Eros Giovannini is actually the quickest driver on that last lap. So he's also a big threat at Delta V Racing, who started the race a lap down on everybody else, thanks to the fact they had a disconnect in the opening hour of the race. That tells you all you need to know about where this race now lies at the end. Hydro-Race Geodesic now have the control, but they know that Yannick Steinhoff, it's not an if move, it's a when move.
Yep, and if everything was how you wanted it, if would not exist, so it's when. And he has to realize, Daniel, that this is going to happen. And even if they don't like it, it will happen. There's no more pit stops left in this race for these drivers. It's down to pace, and they do have another LMP2 and another prototype to come, but I feel that might be it. They may get a last gasp at the end of the race, but this is it now. It's all pace. Daniel has to try and find the pace. Where does he find the pace? Yannick's been pretty much quick everywhere you look at the track once these tyres got up to temperature.
Yannick Steinhoff has played this game absolutely perfectly and has been just working to get this sorted. And look behind for third, because Nicholas Lux is almost pushing Chris Capello along here through the Porsche curves as well. So these front 4 now are starting to really show that there is intent in each and every single corner. A track that is still not 100% dry as you go through Maison Blanche. But now through will go the likes then of, I believe that is going to be Sam Sutton, is it? No, it's going to be Dylan Walker of Orbit Mercury. Move made. Oh, that's so cheeky. Nicholas Lux, that's so cheeky. Caught him napping going into the Ford chicane.
That's another time I've seen that Ford chicane move being pulled off, and pulled off fantastically. It is the undercut they're sponsored by, but that was no undercut. That was one big cut, and he's got that position. And I'm starting to wonder, is this now the charge? Is this VDS looking to try and push forward? They've got to find 3 seconds. But if Yannick Steinhoff could find those 3 seconds to get to Daniel Harris, surely you've got to feel Nicholas Lux is going to find those 3 seconds.
A 57 on that last lap for Daniel Harris, a 55.9 for Yannick Steinhoff, a 55.3 for Nicholas Lux, 56.7 for Capello, 56 flat for Eros Giovannini, who is there in 5th position. These top 5 have themselves right at the zenith of this race, knowing that any one of those 5 can still go and win. But critically, I think there's an element of fuel saving from Daniel Harris, and he's done it early because of the jump that's there. And now looking at it again, Capello remaining close to Lux, but Lux is having no look in towards the Daytona chicane.
No need to look into the Daytona chicane because they've got more corners left to go, and he realized it. Nicholas Lux do anything here? Not yet. But you feel 2.5 seconds now. That gap's starting to close.
It is slowly being reeled, but it's 3.7 right now for Boutsen, and they'll be looking around and seeing what more can we do. The traffic not playing ball. They're just about starting to push each other in terms of pace once again, and so you don't want to be too heavily involved in that. Nicholas Lux, who is there for Boutsen VDS. Remember, it's all of their own doing. They'd have been right up there battling for the race win in P1 or P2. They held it coming into the final caution, but on the restart, they spun it.
But the key thing is they didn't crash it. They kept the car alive, and that's all that mattered. They're still in it to win it, and they've still got a chance to win it. Is there going to be a move coming down into Indy here from Steinhoff? I can't see it this time. I really can't see it, and in fact, he won't. And now, this is just the waiting game. 39 minutes. I feel he's happy staying behind Daniel Harris. I don't think he wants to do anything else because he realizes pace is clean, pace is good. Nicholas Lux isn't catching us yet, but if it does, that's when you start to think, maybe I should get a move on. I would have thought Steinhoff would have made the overtake sooner.
Well, I think it's a case of I will happily sit and wait and force Daniel Harris to use his fuel. That's also another scenario here in this race right now that you've got to navigate through. If you think he's shorter on fuel than you, which they know that he probably is, you sit down and say, well, how's your number? I'm not going to give you any help.
Well, he doesn't even know what his number is. They're just going to go on guesstimates here. And how do you guess? It's so tough to make a good prediction out here if you don't know what the guys are doing. We're not going to ask them. They're not going to tell us anyway if we ask them. They're just now going on pure feel. Steinhoff with a slowdown at karting S's. The exit at karting S's, he went a bit too wide. And that's a slowdown that might hinder him here this time. He has to now hope that he can slow this down. He'll get more time added for going through the Ford chicanes. He's got to make sure he keeps that gap under a second. That's going to be tough on the slowdown.
Oh, this is difficult now, and will Impulse have to do the work all over again? Now it clears, and now that gap, you see it 9/10 of a second. Oh, how agonizing as they go along through the first section, just enough. Now we can use Daniel Civi-Chabo, the overall leader, to get that clearance. Nicholas Lux will see that, the gap down to 2.7 there on a 55.3 on that last lap, which was 3/10 quicker than Daniel Harris, who has to get out of the way, going down into the Tetra chicane, which will bring time back once more. This is where the racing comes alive, and Nicholas Lux isn't getting any help from Chris Capello because he's just too quick. James Gill still stuck right now with Frigerio, who is playing this absolutely perfectly.
Yeah, picture perfect almost. Well, it's a moving picture, but it's still picture perfect. And the 42 just holds on. What can James do? Because I thought they would have been pitting a lap ago. They're still out there. Surely, boys, you got to start thinking about going into the pit this time or next time by. There's only 36 minutes left to go in the race. And then now the question comes, do you have enough time in the pit stop to take tyres? And with 36 minutes to go, even in these temperatures, Jake, the answer's no. They're not changing the tyres now. That could be the race over.
It definitely could be, but they're not going to gain as much as they need to on a double stint compared. So now you start seeing around and thinking, well, strategy not going to be much to deal with here. They will do exactly the same at 42 and at 909 as they now run on in towards the Porsche curves once again. That dirty air effect extending out the gap to about 4 car lengths between the pair of them. Right now in towards the big old right-hander that leads to the karting S's and Maison Blanche corner, which is here around right now. Now you get these S's that come into play. The Alain Prost circuit, as it's known, on the right-hand side, which hosts the World Finals of the karting championships. And now they stay out another lap and again through the Ford chicanes and again at the rear Cordemont back onto the Bugatti circuit. It's now about where drive is able to be found. And now I'm looking around, a 39.6 plays a 39.4. They are pushing each other to the absolute limit as we watch Castellani, who's in a very comfy third.
Castellani could get a surprise third here for 07. Well, they started third, but with the pace we had around there, did they feel they'd be keeping third is the question. Regardless, they are on a course for that podium. They just got to hold off any late issues here. But this battle in the LMP2 we were talking about, how crucial had it been just to be able to keep each driver on the edge. And they're on the edge together, not even attacking. They're just holding station for the moment. But I do feel James is holding by closely. I'll tell you what, somebody else who's managed to catch it. I see Steinhoff for Impulse. He started to catch up a little bit as we've seen Sam Sutton still trying to find a minute and a half. Not really going to find a minute and a half. All eyes on if Daniel in that number 47 does have the fuel.
Yeah, it's down to one final pit stop, really, and Sam Sutton's relying on a miracle with Orbit Drop Bear Jupiter, a team that led with about 5 hours to go, and then Harrison Lillis spinning the car in the rain at the Daytona chicane, backs it, I would say, not even strongly into the barriers, but enough to do 6 minutes of damage, and the fact that they're only a minute and a half off the race lead right now indicates they could have won this race.
Oh, absolutely. Sean Campbell put in a stint. And your question is, did Sean Campbell get into the car to try and limit the damage, or did he do that to try and win, even if he was going to be in there? It's such a shame that what could have been. However, to say that recovery is just an incredible recovery for the drop, or the Orbit Drop Bear. I keep wanting to say Drop Orbit for some reason. They're not going to be dropping anything today. They're just going to be dropping hard and dropping this W, because the podium's still a W. It's just not the W they wanted.
No, and I think that's quite telling. Daniel Sivisciarbo has gone on to do 330s, and they're doing what they need to in the BMW right now, and the big sniffer, as it's sometimes colloquially known, is doing a great job. And this is a huge milestone moment. It's not one with the biggest competition in the world for Sesha in terms of what they battle with on a regular week-in, week-out basis, the likes of Redline, the likes of Williams, but what it is a confidence builder for them, and that's huge.
Oh, anytime you can win a race like this, or just be in a race like this stage, you've got to have that confidence. You've got to be given that confidence. It's your reward. Yes, we talk about what's at stake for these guys. It's a badge of honor. It is literally a badge that you win for a podium finish in every car, every class, and every split. But for these guys, it's knowing that they won. It's knowing that they were able to take the bragging right. And again, we talk about it. Geodesic, with no offense to Geodesic, it's been a while since they've managed to win something of big stature. To win an endurance race for Geodesic would be huge themselves. Every team currently leading, or any team currently battling, this win would be massive for them right now, even if people would say, but it's the Majors 24, it's not an iRacing special event. It's still a 24-hour race. These drivers want to win this. That's why they're here.
Well, how many times have Hydrorace Geodesic knocked on the door, and had no answer for them in terms of finding victory? Now they've got a chance, but they've got to outlast Impulse. They've got to outlast Boots and VDS, who can be a threat if they start playing any form of game up here at the front. And that's what I think these drivers are having to keep the pressure up and the pace up for, is that they can't slow down. They've got no luxury. 2.3 seconds. The moment it goes to 1.3 seconds, oops, we've let them in.
Oops, we've let them in. I'll tell you who's come in. Composite come in from the lead of LMP2 to take their final fuel stop. And I believe, yep, they're on the jacks. They've also taken, no, they're not on the jacks, sorry. Looks like they're not taking any tires. No, they have taken tires, I apologize. This is crucial. Remember, about half an hour ago, I was saying maybe they come in a lap before effect simulations. That's happened. And I'm also looking at the traffic. Oh, there's going to be some lapped LMP2s to go around, but I think they're pretty clear in terms of trying to go past other cars. That's going to be big for effect. I'm not entirely sure.
So they now jump out of the pits then, and it's a lap which is the same as the likes of Daniel Allar is in, Cameron Brown, Fabio Grassetto for Alcantech is in. They're all there. They're all looking at those final stops, and only now off of the lane goes James Gill, and the chase on. A minute and 3, we'll call it then, to try and chase down what is Benjamin Frigerio. So anything lane time of under a minute, and effect simulations have it wrapped.
Yeah, cone to cone, it was 1:10 for composite performance. So that's the number to keep your eye on, because they were right with each other. This could be crucial. We said about that lap, and that could be the win it or bin it moment. What can Figueroa do? We'll wait and see. Alcantech just came in for their final stop, and I think all these LMP2 teams are now coming in for their final stops, saying goodbye to the pit lane for one more year at this track. And a lovely pit lane at that regardless, but this is it now for them. They've had those pit stops. They've had their options. They don't have anything left to do. I still think it's crazy. Writers still have their fast repair, even though they're now standing in P6. I don't know how many other cars have got their fast repair left after 23.5 hours, but that's an achievement in itself.
I think you can count on one hand the amount of cars that have not gone completely unscathed here in terms of this race. But at the moment, this is where it gets quite telling with these teams that they've gone through. Alcantech have done a great job. Daniel Harris then is being shadowed by Yannick Steinhoff, but Nicholas Lux on his own is doing 354.5s without help, so he's certainly trying to close this in. I keep my eyes peeled on the 909, which will have to come down into the pits, but Steinhoff is critically there.
Yeah, he's critically there, and this is important now for Steinhoff. Can he look for a move? I don't think he's too close to the braking zone to make a move now, but he is there. Nicholas Lux trying to catch up as well. He is there. Nothing there at the moment, but the more they start fighting with half an hour to go, maybe Nicholas gets into this. Maybe we'll see the tricolor flying over the virtual Le Mans podium for the GT3 winners. It will have to be wait for 28 minutes, but I do have to praise what Steinhoff's doing here. He's not forcing an issue. He's waiting for an issue, and I do love this position. And just look how calm it is in the cockpit, in the steering, cool as you like it. He doesn't need to push. Just put the pressure on Daniel Harris.
That Alcantech NHR car, by the way, has a black and orange mechanical flag.
Oh, I missed that one. I did miss that one. We'll have to look at that in a moment. Effect simulators in the pit lane as well. This is the LMP2 battle. We're keeping our eyes on the GT3 battle as well. Where is the lead, the P2? Where is the composite? The composite just hit the Porsche chicanes. I don't think they've got it. I think Effect may have done this here, Jake.
Well, this might be enough. We'll see as they go. Frigerio still in there, and James Gill is running his way through the Porsche curves right now. He'll come out through the karting section now as Yannick Steinhoff is there, and there was a lot of telling off actually there from the GT of Daniel Harris, who was letting Elliot Nora know, who was trying to get by. You've got to be patient with us. James Gill is making progress right now, but there is Frigerio leaving the pits, and that gap, he'll see it, it'll be a full front stretch, and James Gill's head will drop and sigh and know that he's got too much to do, surely.
7 seconds was the difference in the pit lane, and what a performance that was from Figueroa to get in there. The gap is now extended to 9 seconds because of it. That was a mammoth stint as well. They knew what to do, and you've got to feel he did a lot of the fuel saving there to just make sure it was possible. Otherwise, that just would have been all for naught. Fantastic driving from the 909.
I wonder if we can get a replay of the 81 Team DWR car, because Spencer Duquette went off the road at Mulsanne corner, and it has cost a second over towards Boots and VDS by undercut. And that's why they're now 3 seconds adrift, because they couldn't take the line they wanted off the exit of Mulsanne corner. So that is a huge moment that has just happened in the race. And for VDS, they've got to do that work again and hope that Yannick and Daniel decide they want to scrap.
I think they might want to scrap. I think they might be looking for it now. 25 minutes, and 54 seconds to go. This is where you now start to think this is the time. And I know the slipstream isn't very strong in these cars, but at some point of the race, you have to show your hand. And what does Steinhoff have? Does he have a pair of kings, or is it a pair of aces? Whatever it is, it has to be better.
Vesta Sport Black make the move, and they jump on up. So Nicholas Lux, who had a slowdown penalty when it rains, it pours. Now they've lost the podium.
They've lost the podium. Orbit drop there. Jupiter into the pits as well from V2 of the lead. V2, of the LMDHs, and now Vesta Sport retake that P3. They want to try and catch up, but the gap is 6 seconds, Jay. In 25 minutes, you can't make 6 seconds up at Le Mans.
No, you need help, and that's the key. You need Harris and Steinhoff to come together. That's the only way that these cars can chase that gap down. Sutton long spend down there in the pits and hoping to get back out and going again, and now hoping that this is going to be enough for them. Car number 862 is taking that service, and now finally is able to pull away 227. So they're able to bring that gap down, but ultimately that's the last that they can do at this stage. They can now only hope Sesha Esports run into trouble, but Daniel Civi-Charbot is not the sort of driver who gets into trouble very easily.
I wouldn't be surprised if Daniel's the man that set this car up. He would know every little nook and cranny of this car, and I think he understands what he's doing. Kind of like what Sean Campbell was doing for the Orbit Drop Bear car, probably set the car up for them as well. So this is the driver that you really want to just hope that they know how to take this on. Just want to talk a shout out there, by the way, Axon Motorsport Taiwan in a little battle with the world of racing. Remember we were talking about them earlier. They're in a nice little battle for P7. We'll keep an eye on that later, but these are the battles we have to keep our eyes on properly. Nicholas Lux trying to get past back Chris Capello, but they are losing time yet again to the leaders, and the more time that they lose, the more time you have to think that victory is gone. But the podium again, Jake, that is the all-important position right now. These two, someone's going to be upset.
Well, one of them's going to win, the other one's going to be second, and they are going to knock on the door and say, can we both come in? And they'll say, only one of you, fight it out amongst yourselves. For the moment, Yannick Steinhoff has got to the back of Daniel Harris. He hasn't shown any intent that he can go through and make that move and make it stick, but he's done a great job of holding back, showing restraint here in this final hour's worth of racing, because he knows now, after chasing 3 seconds down, he wants the sweat to be there. He wants the fuel to be an issue out there for Hydro Race Geodesic. And when it can't be an issue, when it's the last lap, that's when he's going to try and make that move.
The prime predator pounces at the last moment to catch its prey. And this might be what we're seeing. 22 minutes to go. They're on lap 321 of their own. They're going to be looking about 327 laps. So the time is starting to tick down, but they are calm. They know what needs to be done, and they're doing it. They're hitting their markers. They're hitting the pressure. No mistakes here. Come around Maison Blanc with no problem. Come around the little Corvette chicane. No problem. And now they're just holding foot and holding the pressure. This is what they need. A little splash of water going up there doesn't affect them, and really good on the brake. It's interesting. The teams that have been following today, Jake, have been the better ones on the brakes, and somehow it's not cost them.
No, it really hasn't, and now you're starting to wonder if you're going to be that aggressive on the brakes. Where do you get the drive off the exit? And they manage it. Dylan Walker for Mercury gets through one, but not the other, and now off the exit is exactly where it wants to be gone for Daniel Harris here. But now through Descent de la Chapelle, over towards the Tetra Rouge chicane, you're now going to have to wonder, is the door going to open? No. You're going to have to work a difficult way around. This is clever by Daniel Harris. He's forcing a case of where am I going to go and get this pass, and Walker again has to sit and wait, going through Tetra Rouge corner to the chagrin of Yannick Steinhoff, because it continues to make that gap 7/10. Another lap where this one's not going to happen.
Yeah, and brilliant racing though as well, because he understood the situation. And give a shout to Dylan Walker. He's not just going to go and just force his way through there. He's not really fighting anybody at the moment. He's a lap behind the next car up the road, Fury Simsport Yellow. He doesn't need to be going too aggressive, so he just held on track. And now, who did that favor? Was Daniel Harris that favored. No select strain for Steinhoff, and that could be vital. 20 minutes to go. Surely there is another twist in this story, but I don't think it's going to be too big of a twist, because I think these two might give it the biggest twist. Nicholas Lux still looking for that move.
Sesha have made their final pit stop of the race. The gap is 93 seconds right now, and it's just simply this. Chase it down. No other options for Orbit, Drop Bear, Jupiter. I think they're out of time. I don't think that even a psychic would be able to predict anything other than the result that's there. It's 99% in the back pocket of Sesha for overall victory. For Nicholas Lux, a podium for a French team here at Le Mans is something that they are crying out for at this moment. And for at least right now, it's a case of what more can I do? Where can I find more at this moment in time? And the answer to that is, it is going to have to come down to that final lap. It is going to have to come down to one last moment. And Nicholas Lux still happy to stare at the back of the spitting dragon that Vesta Sport Black have.
Yeah, it's crazy. Remember the old McLarens? All that flames? We still got them, but we don't have the flames as violent as we used to. You could have cooked yourself a barbecue on the back of those McLarens, and maybe that's what Nicholas is doing. Maybe he's a little bit cold out there, needs a little bit more warmth. Maybe try out the clothes after they got absolutely soaked in the night from the rain. But he's happy to sit there at the moment, as is Yannick Steinhoff. Remember, all the top 12, all McLaren teams in this split, and here comes Steinhoff looking to see if he can just go early to try and cut off any opportunity there. He can't. But that's probably the first time that I thought Yannick is really starting to force an issue, because that's the racing line. That's the racing line that Daniel wanted to get back to. He couldn't. Yes, it slowed down Yannick, but it's going to slow down Daniel even more.
Well, Daniel Harris has been sitting with a wonderful bit of work over the course of this one. He has had himself the run, the Australian, with Johan Shirazi from the US, from Brandon Roseborough from the US, Antonio Roger, the German. It's been an international flair of team as Lux gets right up underneath, almost catching the safer barrier, really showing that he's got intent to get by and not having any help from Vesta Black, taking a much more narrower line as he walks through. And that face on the back of the car he's seen over and over again, and again he starts looking now through the chicane, almost pushing his way down to try and find this move. Does he go to the left-hand side? Yes, he does. Looking again at the forward chicane. No move this time.
Didn't he do that a few laps ago? He did. I mean, he's done it a couple times today, but for some reason, this time it just didn't pay off for him. There was no opportunity for him to make a move, so I had to decline that opportunity, but he was there, and now he sees that LMP2, right behind him. Going to go on by. This could help him, because that LMP2, he needs himself a slowdown, Jake, and he's done it right in front of Capello.
Oh, all over the curbs, and that could have been the car looped around. Rosa trying to serve the penalty right now and trying to manage it, and they have managed it. So ultimately Capello has a little bit of a scare, but Lux here is all over the rear and gets a fantastic drive heading towards Tetra Rouge in the Pays de la Loire region, hoping for the pass. Not there, but now the slipstream on the straights comes into play.
Slipstream will come into play, but there's a little bit of slipstream for Capello on Rosa. Loses it now, but that initial toe is going to help him just on this push right now. And they get on by 4/10. Look behind them, though. Gianni is right behind. He wants to have a go at this. He wants to have a save at this last podium spot. Oh, so tough. Oh, so tight. And even still, nothing changes at the front of this field.
Nothing does and nothing will, at least for the moment, but there is still a long way to go yet, and it seems very silly to say that there's a long way to go at 17 minutes, but there are a lot of changes that can happen at this stage. Lux finding himself on the back, and so too now is Yannick Steinhoff, who puts himself at a 1/10 of a second and moves to the outside, looking to get it done, but feigns against it, defended well on the inside. Lux moves through, gains third place, and look out in the background, that is Eros Giovannini, who's trying to steal a podium for Delta V Racing.
Out of nowhere, the Delta V car has come back into this battle, and Lux gets that position back. And you've got to feel that this is going to be tough. The leaders are side by side. Finally, Steinhoff decides to go side by side. They almost touched each other going down to Mulsanne. And there won't be a move around the outside, but there'll be an over-under. But I don't think Yannick's got it. That is first blood. That's the warning shot. That's what we've waited the last 30 minutes to see.
Now here comes the LMP2 on the left-hand side. Andre Rosa will want to just fly away as quickly as possible. Steinhoff, will he have another go at it now in towards Indianapolis? This one will be a little bit more succinct if he does, and he does, to the outside with 15:40 left. Does he get enough of a run here as he tries to hold it right outside? Contact between them. Steinhoff through the puddle. Can he hold it together? No, bang! Into the wall. Daniel Harris leads. Steinhoff's in the wall. Impulse have lost their chance.
If there was a dry patch, it would have been fine, but the water causes the damage, and we've got to keep our eye. There is no mechanical black flag on that car, but there is so much damage to that car. There was nothing malicious about that at all. It was a racing incident, and you've got to feel that it's heartbreak for the Impulse Racing cars. But look what it's done. Nicholas Lux, he's going to go on by. I will take that P2. And he's gone all the way to P5. And Impulse is towing.
Yeah, Yannick Steinhoff realises if I can't hold the podium, I may as well just take the tow. I may as well just retire the car, make sure that the damage is repaired before going out, because it is not repairable out there. A dramatic end then to racing in the GT category, and it's not over because the podium's still to be fought for, because Chris Capello is desperately trying to hold off the case of Eros Giovannini here. It could be 2 French teams on the podium in GT3 here, and for the moment it's Vesta who have to play the defensive game out there at this stage, with Chris Capello the Frenchman, Roberto Rebecchi the Italian, and also the other Italian Vincenzo Sorice Jr. who's been in that car. What a tough end to this race it's been.
Heartache to go. We had a feeling 6 cars on the lead lap as the safety car came down. We had a feeling it could have been a fireworks finish. I don't think we expected it with 15 minutes to go, now 14 minutes to go, and now counting, and it could be a big moment. Nicholas Lux, what have you got left? You got a lot to prove right now. You probably can't get the victory, but to get a P2 on your home racetrack, even if it is on sim, it's still a big deal. What can you do to hold off this raging beast? This raging beast that is Vesta Sport, who, remember, almost lost their chance for victory, almost lost their chance for a podium when they took the wrong tyre strategy during the middle of the rain session. Now they're here, 3rd place, looking at 2nd, but if they don't, they'll get a 4th.
Well, it's a case of where do you want to be, and it's been a hard amount of work here for Eros to try and get himself closer and closer. He has done God's work to keep himself in play. Now he moves over, inside line, lifted out, all 1, all 2, he'll get them both, he'll get them both. Oh, what a pass!
Are they fuel saving? They're fuel saving. He's not fuel saving. He just went straight for it. He just took the commitment to the brake and just went way too fast there. It felt like the other 2 were fuel saving. Delta V literally just went Delta V. And how many times we used that meme, I don't know. But Nicholas Lux, now on the back, he realizes he has to stay here. These 3 are just battling hard. They don't need to worry about who comes first, because they're not going to see 1st place. It's a 3-car battle for the last 2 spots. 3 does not go into 2.
It does not, but now you're starting to worry. If you're the likes of those at Boutsen, if you're at Vesta, how's the pace going to handle right now from Delta V? How much are you going to be saving out there over the course of this? And if they are playing that game where you've got to lift 50 here and 50 there, they're not going to be close enough to really attack against what is Delta V Racing. Eros Giovannini, absolutely magnificent in terms of the pass that was there. And that will perk up the radar of many teams out there in the world of sim racing to go, that guy's got something.
That guy's got something, and some of these drivers are probably going to see a lot of knocks on the doors after this performance this weekend. But wow, I looked at it. Nicholas Lux was fuel saving, was lifting once again down into Mulsanne. They can't be short. Surely they can't be short. Delta V was the ones that spent less time in the pit lane, but apparently they're the car that's the better off with the fuel right now. Or are they, Jake? With 11 minutes to go, do they have the fuel? Is this mind games? Oh, a slide from Lutz.
Oh, pushing, but you got behind Castellani trying to get by these drivers, Capello, Lux and Giovannini, who are all there. They've lost 8.5 seconds to Dylan Harris, who leads right now. It's 7.5 for Effect Simulations over Composite Performance, 90 seconds for Sesha over Orbit, Drop Bear Jupiter into the final 11 minutes of the race. A podium still to be decided in GT3, and Lux holding about 5/10 of a second here, and it's continuing to slowly grow at this point. Lux is going to have to go into the bag of tricks and say, well, I am going to have to stay with Eros Giovannini here. I've got to stay within a second. I've got to keep the toe in. There's your leader overall, Daniel Civi-Sharbo. They were looking at 2 class victories, both LMDH and LMP2, but the work that Daniel Civi-Sharbo's team has done has been wonderful out there over the course of this race. That's the gap they've got. They've got an entire Mulsanne.
Giovanni's in the pits. Giovanni's in the pits. P2. He just made the overtake. He's short on fuel. That's why they went hell-bent for lever, Jake.
Wow, so power move, says I can do it, realises I've pushed too hard. It's a splash and dash with 10 minutes to go, and it might still be good, believe it or not.
No, there's no way that splash and dash is going to do it. Remember, one of the longest pit lanes in the racing world here, just due to the length and the speed you go. Only Spa Endurance is longer out of Le Mans, I think, but it just goes to show he's going to be 40 seconds in the box. A conventional pit stop is about 1:14, so that just goes, he has lost a lot of time. Surely we're not looking at a fuel save race here. Nicholas Luss, Chris Capello, you're lifting and coasting. Surely you got enough to go 9 minutes.
No, they're playing games. They're playing games through the corners here. Lux was desperate to have Capello go through, and Capello, on the run to Tetra Rouge, said, no, I am not going to let you go through. We're going to sit here and do what it takes. Look how early they're going. They're going about 200 meters of lift and coast into each and every single corner. This is agonizing for them. They're trying to make the limit. And if they keep playing this game, the longer that they lift and coast and they can't make it, well, it's all in the hands of the team that currently sits itself in 5th position right now of Delta V. But Delta V have an issue right now. Writer Engineering, who are now 4th.
Yeah, and I'll tell you another issue. We're forgetting this. If the leaders are saving, then what about the leader? What about the leader? So are we talking about these 3 cars? Or are we talking about every car right now? Is Writer the only car safe? Well, they pitted a lap before everybody.
Wow. So now you're starting to wonder here who's done well. Remember, Daniel Harris had himself a slightly quicker stop. So if there's anybody who's going to be in trouble, it's you, Mr. Harris.
Oh, this is just... Are we playing mind games? Look at the late lifting. We've just missed it. The late lifting, the long lifting for Nicholas Lux. They are sipping the fuel right now. This McLaren, and it's British, it doesn't have the ability to sip like this. We take big drinks of our drink here. We don't just go for these little sips. And that man is just going, I don't think I got any more. There is another twist. You thought the crash with Impulse was the last twist. There's more right now. I think Lux is getting pushed right now from Capello.
Well, I tell you what, this car doesn't sit like a British gentleman, it chugs like a chav. And at this point in time, you start seeing what more have you got. Lux is being thrusted through each corner right now, pushed through each corner. Every time you look at Chris Capello, he wants this to be a certain way. Daniel Harris is going to be looking at the numbers and that needle gauge with eyes of intent, hoping that he can last this long and make sure they get to the end of this race. You wonder which car has actually got it this late on, and it is a tough end to this race, no matter which way it goes. And they'll be looking at Daniel Civi-Charbot as well, and where he is on circuit, because he is down at Mulsanne corner, and he might call an extra lap if he's not careful, but I think it will be 2 laps to go when we next cross the line.
Yeah, I'm thinking it might be. I'm looking at my little data here, and the average pace would mean 327.07 laps, which means it would be 28 laps at the barest of margins. So now you're starting to think, what if these drivers do have to fuel save? Why doesn't Daniel just lift off a little bit and allow Daniel to get closer? Make it 1 less lap if that's the case. Maybe that's what they need to see. There is Daniel. There he sees a nice cleared path ahead of him of GT3. Shouldn't be too much of an issue, but still, you look at everywhere else. The only classes that look pretty much safe for fuel is the LMP2s and the LMDHs. Even then, you've got some of them doing splash and dashes right now.
Yeah, you do, and it shows you the variance in strategy into the final 6 minutes of this race. Everybody now is looking around. They're 3 seconds a lap off the pace, 3:57s they're all doing right now to try and get themselves home. Andrew Dyson, who's not fuel saving, who is behind them, did a 3:54.4 by comparison. Daniel Civi-Charbot is 2 laps away from the end of this race and knows that this is going to be a very sweet victory when he gets to it, but GT3 right now hangs on a knife edge.
Have you, Jake? Have you ever seen a fuel save in a Le Mans race like this right now? I can't think of it. Every driver right now is lifting at the front. All of these 4 teams that have not pitted, as Writer's still there technically, even though 40 seconds behind. They are lifting and coasting. I've never seen this. I've seen this in a sprint race when someone's had to take an early pit stop. I've never seen it in a 24-hour race. This is mental. Chris, he's not going to overtake. We'll go to the camera. We'll think, is he going to go for a move hit? No, he's just trying to survive right now. They don't know what's left. They don't know what Nicholas has got. They don't know what Daniel's got. They're just hoping. And while they're hoping, they're just making these mistakes.
Yeah, those mistakes means more time to get back onto the power. It means more fuel that's used. You've got to be mistakeless at this point. You've got to be faultless at this point. And Daniel Harris, look at the time he's dropping on this lap. He's dropped the gap down to 6.7, 6.6. He's really in the tank trying to fuel save right now. He's hoping the number's enough. Looks having to really worry. Capello deep on the brakes going through. I don't think any of them have it right now. Eric Xiao is trying to go through and keep an eye back on 5th position here in this race, in this category, because Delta V are not a million miles away. They will leapfrog in the stops they go, and that's the Sesha car going through the Michelin chicane. That might be something they're banking on when the final lap of the race comes by.
This could be the time where you finally ask your drivers, where's the leader? Where's the leader? Where is Daniel Civicevo? Where is he right now? And you see him just having a cruise down Unideres, trying to just keep it alive. 90 seconds is the gap. He doesn't need to do anything. But these GT3 drivers are saying, please, Daniel, go fast. We need you to go fast. I think they're going to have to do another lap. It's going to be nip and tuck. If anything, they may get split up here.
Well, if they do, this is in the favour of Daniel Harris. He needs them to be in such a gap that he gets a lap of honour and it won't matter. This is where it's so difficult, because where Daniel Civichabo comes up and interrupts this is where the race is won or lost. There are no other alternatives here. It's a case of Harris. Now look at the gap. It's halved. It's 4 seconds. He's really having to go in the tank to save here. It's 4 seconds.
No, they can't do it. They can't do it. They can't do it. They must know that Daniel is not going to overtake him this time by. It's going to be so tight to try and overtake them. Look at the time difference. The gap...
He stays out.
It's 30 seconds. They're out. They're out. How are they not hitting right now?
They've made their bed. They've got no other choices left. And now this becomes a case of a lap and a bit of truly the toughest sim racing. And Daniel Harris is going through the ringer because currently Boots and VDS and Vesta are now going to start thinking about what they can do. Porsche Kurz for Sesha with a lap and a bit to go.
This is the slowest time I've seen a car go around Le Mans since I saw the Morgan GT3, because they just have to just hold on. No one else can take this. Reiter have managed to cut 5 seconds in the last 10 minutes away from them, and that's a tall order right now. One of these drivers surely must be begging, have a slowdown, deliberately cut Dunlop chicane, deliberately cut Tat Rude, get a slowdown to lift off the fuel. They need it. There is Daniel. It's the white flag for Daniel, is it? Yes, it is. They're going to hope for this now.
Well, they need Sesha to go by. All 3 of them need Sesha to go by. Then it will be a game of pit and see who gets what. Looks at 3.6 seconds. It's going to need help from Chris Capello, who is desperately in the tank saving as well. It's not a case of if they run out. It might be a case of when. And now on the final lap of this race, it's about who's got what. Still lifting as they go through the chicane. But at what point do you stop lifting and start seeing that there is hope on the horizon? A gleaming light of a race win here at the Circuit Day 24-Hour du Mans. It hangs in the balance. 3.3 is the gap right now. Capello still waits on the back of Nicholas Lux with Daniel Harris there. Where is Daniel Civichabo? By comparison, he's coming up to the first of the chicanes right now. He's just 1 chicane away from them. And Capello, does he want to go through to get the position? Thinks about it. Over towards the inside, doesn't go for it. Gap down 3.1, gap down 3 seconds. So is it still enough for Daniel Harris, who's watching like a hawk here? He's whispering into the tank, please, can I have some fuel in the final half a lap of this race potentially? Now it becomes a game of where do they go and who's got what. Civichabo is into the second chicane, and now they'll look as they head over to Mulsanne corner. It's 1 section. Harris might have to go another lap yet, and that'll be even worse. 2.6 now is the gap. 2.3 3 is now the gap. Look at that gap evaporate as Nicholas looks now, needs to try and get on the back. He's trying to shake Chris Capello through or even slosh the tank to get a bit of space. Every single car that goes by is a boon, not a bane. Out there as Lucas Chevalier will go by them now. Will there be a case of pushing from Capello? No, he'll go for the move. Chris Capello's going to go for second, and now he's going to try and get the position, and down the inside of Indianapolis they'll go. Now they start racing against each other. Capello for Vesta Sport gets second, and now that gap's still low. Daniel Harris still at 2.4. Now needs the Porsche curves, but will he have enough fuel to get to the end? Secha are now only just heading through Indianapolis corner, and this is close. This is so close right now in GT3. Daniel Harris is trying to hold with what he's got. Capello now, will he feel like he's got enough to go to the end, or will they have to go one more? And it might be a case of who's got drive at that point of the race. This is agonizing. The Porsche curves are there. Secha are making their way up to it right now. They've got 3 cars to chase down. It might be as late can be, but I think they're going to run out of time compared to Secha. I think they're going to have to go for one more as they go through. Daniel Harris is really having to lift here. Chris Capello, the gap's 1.6 seconds. There is Daniel Sibi-Szabo in the top right of your screen. They're an agonizing couple corners away. This is going to come right down to the line. 1 comes in, 2 comes in, 3 comes on, 1 stays out. Luck stays out. This is a big gamble by Boutsen. They're going to stay out for one more lap because here comes Daniel Sibi-Szabo, and if he crosses the line, oh, he's going to wait for them. He's going to wait for them. He's going to wait for them. This is huge. Daniel Sibi-Szabo wins overall in LMDH, but they've crossed the line. What a mistake by Nicholas Lux. He's behind. He's third. He's confirmed third. He thinks he's won it. He's confirmed third. And now it'll be a race for the final lap off the pits between Harris and Capello.
This is big. Welcome to the fastest pit stop in the world. Who gets it? Harris is the first box in the pit, and he's gone. He's gone. It's just like that. It's not a jerry can, Jake. You could spit in the fuel tank, and there'd be enough fuel in. Now, who gets it? Harris gets the bigger run. Has he got enough fuel? This is what they need. This could be it. It's a thing. Oh, no. There's a car celebrating and almost took out Harris.
Well, they've got to let them know that they're still racing out there at this moment in time. Crucially, it's a win for Benjamin Frigerio at Effect Simulations 909. It might be an unpopular win for some, but they have got the job done. Chris Capello might have overfueled it here. 1.7 seconds. Daniel Harris is clear. It will be second for Sam Sutton at Orbit Drop Bed Jupiter. But what high drama here on the final lap of the race here at the Circuit de la Sarthe. And now Daniel Harris just has to get a lap done in 3 minutes 53 seconds. I think he'll manage it, but Chris Capello is going to chase every step of the way.
Yeah, every step he's going to try and find it. 2 seconds can be fought and won in some of these corners. There goes the Orbit Drop Bed Jupiter, getting the P2 they wanted. Well, it's not what they wanted, but they still get a P2. What a recovery. Remember, 6 minutes of repairs. And they came back from 6 minutes of repairs 6 hours ago. A brilliant recovery drive by them. Even if it's not the victory they wanted the victory, not a P2. And 07 Racing, they're going to get a third. They started third, they finished third. They've had a great race. They feel like they could have had some more, but in this caliber of racing, you cannot knock a P3 from where they've been.
This might be the greatest ever finish of an endurance race we have ever seen in sim racing history. The Majors 24 has come down to this. Daniel Harris is 1.9 seconds clear, and there is a car in front of them, which is Andrew Dyson, who is the last car on the same lap as these two drivers. A big blunder by Boots and VDS puts them a lap down. They tried to wait for the line, but they crossed as they went through the pit. So Bootson should have come in with them in the pit, and that would have put them in the fight for the win. Daniel Harris, though, still has the gap, 1.8 seconds, and I look around at Chris Capello, and this is a tough moment because he needs a mistake now.
He needs a mistake, but where do you make a mistake when there's basically nobody on track that can make a mistake? Daniel realizes it. Daniel Sibi-Szabo, he is out there still. He's not going fast, but he's not going slow. He understands the situation. He's got a heads up there. I'm not sure Andrew Dyson realized it, but I don't think he's going to be too much of an issue. Into Indianapolis they go one last time. The gap is closing.
Mistake!
And it's a mistake. but I don't know if it's going to be enough, Jake.
It's a mistake not from Harris, but from Capello, who's gone deep at Indianapolis corner. And Daniel Harris now has 3 seconds to the good. Only the car conking out of fuel will save them because Capello took longer in the stop. Daniel Harris has got himself home and dry only with that splash and dash, only if he survives the Porsche curves one final time. Hydro-Race Geodesic Racing Black have for so long been so close. They've been knocking on that door. It's been a while for a team that has been there and nearly there and nearly there and nearly there. And with Vesta Sport Black just with nothing left with Chris Capello, who's done an almighty long stint to try and get there. Daniel Harris is a couple of corners away as he runs through the karting chicane to the Ford chicane. And now for Hydro-Race Geodesic, breathe at long last, because these final corners await. This final rear corner mod is there. Hydro-Race Geodesic Racing Black take GT3.
It's no longer a typical geodesic driver. It is a premium geodesic driver. Finally, they are on the altar, no longer the bridesmaid. They get the victory they needed. And what a race we were treated to for the final 2 hours of GT3. Somehow Geodesic, somehow Daniel Harris holds on for the last moment. And that pit stop could be everything at the end of the day. Just a little splash and dash. I think they couldn't even get the fuel tank open in time, quick enough to put the fuel in.
Wow, that is legendary. And I don't think we'll ever see anything quite like that ever again. Simply a wonderful endurance race, 24 hours of sensational running here, and there is your GT3 winner on screen. Daniel Harris, not even enough to do a burnout, maybe trying to. He just lost the camera angle for it, but that's a case that, yeah, not enough. Oh, yeah, just enough to do a burnout at the end. So there was a little bit of spare fuel in the back of that one then as he goes through, burning it down at the Descent de la Chapelle, and what a drive there by Daniel Harris to get that one over the line and sorted. We will take a little look in a moment at your official or unofficial classified results. We'll wait for any post-race penalties to come in, but I doubt we're going to see any of those. But it is a day to remember for many a driver, a day tonight today, and these teams have battled with what they've got. It's Hungary who takes the overall here today as Sesha Esports pick up the win. 24 hours, 1 minute, 39 seconds, and win by 88 in the end over Orbit, Drop Bear, Jupiter, who are in second position. 07 would round out the podium for overall and LMDH, with Solpec Precision Racing in fourth, and then 505 Endurance, who started in P5, finishing off in P number 5 as well. You then got Tatum Restec in 6th position ahead of Axon Motorsports Taiwan, who finished 11th overall and 7th in class. World of Sim Racing X Samantha Tan Racing CA will end up in 8th ahead of Tatum Restec 96th, who would be the last car in and around. The other cars all into retirement century with likes of Fiercely Forward Black, the Million Esports GTP, Arite Esports, who looked like they were the favourites to win when I left them at 3 hours in, but they found themselves a retirement. Fastlane RT, Sorrento Motorsports, WSR Esports Red, Pole Sim Racing Red, and then the first two out of the race, Manatee Racing and Absolute Motorsports Acelith GTP. In LMP2, Craig King has the rundown. Well, Craig has decided he's going to jump away for a second, so I'll run you down LMP2 as Effect Simulations 909. Not a popular win for some, but still a winner overall on pure pace. 9 seconds, the margin over Composite Performance 42, with Dulatra Automotive by Majors Garage picking up third ahead of NGC by Rubis Gas. The Rocket Ship team find themselves a top 5 with Alcantech NHR in 6th position, Fury Simsport Yellow and Sesha Esports in 8th, who were fighting for the victory with a couple of hours to go, but their dramas with a team a little bit further down. put them into perspective. Orbit Dropbear Mercury finished 9th with Team DWRX Sim Coach Setups 81, rounding out the top 10. It would be Vermilion Esports LMP2 and that Effect Simulations 908 car, which took the Session 25 out of contention here today, with this one down in 12th position. TNT Racing LMP2 are 13th with Majors Esports and Sim Vision Auto retirees out there overall. Craig has got the most fantastic GT3 battle rundown.
Wow, I don't even know where to start with the GT3s, but it's Hydro Race Geodesic Racing Black who take the victory after the shortest of splash and dashes you will ever see, followed off by Vesta Sport Black, and they were the only ones on the lead lap because Butz and VDS, they thought they could slow down and take the win by just going across the finish line. Didn't work for them. They were forced to finish in 3rd place after leading for most of the morning. Right to Engineering gets that 4th. Great result for them, but so close to that podium. They will finish in 4th. Delta V Racing, 12 positions. That doesn't tell the story because remember, they were a minute behind everybody. Over a minute behind everybody at the start of the race. They finish in 5th. DPR will take 6th. And then it's Impulse Racing by the Walder Art in 7th. Ride SimSport will take 8th, and then we get to the other drivers that start to be a few laps down. Maniti Racing, Green, they will finish 3 laps down in 9th. Team DWR, ex-Sim Coach Setups, we did see them. They will finish 6 laps down in 10th. They're still driving, though, when we get to the second page because the Fast Lane RT by 6 liveries, they will finish 10 laps down in 11th, and then the first retirees was Fiercely Forward Yellow, 56 laps down in 12th. WSR Esports Black, 112 laps down in 13th. One Performance Racing, we're 116 laps down in 14th. Pavilion Esports, 15th, 148th. And then it's Mag Performance in 16th. Pulsar Ethicans Esports in 17th. WR Esports White will take 18th. Altitude, the 3M Esports and Friends will finish 19th. And Nexus Esports will be 20th. And just one more car left, just on their own. Hydro Race Geodesic Racing, they finished first and they finished last, Jake.
Well, they've got one premium team and one typical team. They're top and tailing it, so wonderful work from them to put it all together out on this one. We will have a chance to talk to some of your winners in category and those on the podium through the various elements that we have out there, so it will be worth getting a chat in. I think first and foremost, let's try and get in what happened in GT3, because I think that is the story of the race that we've had going through. So the likes of Daniel Harris, Johan Shirazi, I believe, is up there. Brandon Roseborough is also in the mix here with us. So we're just dragging them in right now with us to have a little bit of a chat. And gentlemen, oh my goodness me, you've just won the craziest finish ever to a SimRacing 24-hour race. Talk us through the emotions of having to aggressively fuel save the way you did and then having to make that splash and dash.
Yeah, you go ahead. You go ahead.
I think we're all kind of speechless at the moment. To be perfectly honest, I was just basically, as I got in the car and it was starting to dry up at lap 270. My sim is saying, I was basically saying I'm good to the end. I did not think I would have that much energy, but I was just listening to what John and Antonio were telling me. Made maybe 1 or 2 wrong calls, but you know, at the end of the day, yeah, I have no words. I have absolutely no words.
No words needed. Just talk us through going through the stints then, because it was a day where effectively you felt over the course of the 24-hour race, you know, there were at least 10 to 15 teams that had a shot of picking up the victory, teams that were a lap down earlier on, teams that had made strategy, put themselves in the place. What kept you weaving and ducking between all of the dramas out there that put the team in the position that it did?
I've got to leave that one to John and Brandon, because they did almost this whole race together.
I mean, we just had the pace. I mean, we had our own bad luck. I think we had one bad wreck and then got taken out by GTP once we grabbed the lead early in the morning. But we just had the pace, and we just knew, or at least I just knew the whole time that we could win this. We were constantly one of the fastest cars on track, always up there battling. Even if we were down a lap, we managed to crawl back time all the time. Thankfully, the safety cars really kind of bailed us out here, but it allowed us to really show our pace and really just showed that, yeah, we were in it to win it.
Yeah, and so now when it comes to the next races after this, you can now stamp you've got the Majors 24 GT3 championship in your back pocket. So now what does the next stages look for you as a team, and what do you look to try and move forward with this newfound confidence?
Definitely go to bed. It's been a long 24 hours for me. I can
Good
tell
choice.
you that.
Yeah, I'll be doing a shoey in the next 5 minutes. I don't know what Brandon's up to.
Well, to be honest, I did just get out of bed, so.
Yeah, it's I think it's a good confidence boost, especially with the new GT3 tires. Yeah, I don't know. I just want to keep racing now. That's all I can say.
Well, confidence is buoyed. Keep racing, keep winning. It's a case of victory then for your Hydra Race Geodesic Racing team. There, the black team, so to speak, has won the race in the 2.62. Wonderful to see the results that's there. Craig King has taken a little walk down the virtual pit paddock and I believe has run into the winners in LMP2, which would be the likes of Benjamin and Matteo Frigerio, who I believe are about ready to come and have a chat with us.
Yep, just getting the effect simulations, the 909 team who finishes overall in victory. And first of all, congratulations. It was a result that didn't look like it was going to happen at one point of the race, especially with that safety car. Those final few hours must have been nail-biting for you.
Yeah, the last few hours were stressful. We had a good gap, but when the second IC came out, it was reset to 0. So we had to do it again. And then the last safety car was also not a good timing for us. We had 3-minute gap nearly, and we had to drive against James Gill. It was really quick, so it was stressful, but we managed to do a good strategy for the last pit stop.
It was a strategy that paid off so well because the other team took less fuel the penultimate stop and you just kept to your gun. Was it always a case of just keeping going? Because I didn't see a lot of fuel saving. You just kept to your guns and just kept on going onto the normal pace.
We did fuel save a lot, actually. we kept
I must have missed it.
doing
Apologies.
11 laps. No worries. We kept doing 11 laps, and yeah, the goal was actually to get a full tank in the second last pit stop, and the last one was going to be a shorter one. And we knew that the others were like off by 2 laps compared to us on strategy, so we just had to follow them through and save fuel behind them to secure the win.
Now, I wouldn't be doing my job. We have to address the elephant in the room. What happened when stages? We know nothing happened there, but what was the thought process? Because you knew you were battling them, and then out of nowhere, you saw they were in the pit. Were you expecting to see them battling hard at the end, or were you caught off by surprise to see what happened?
What's the question for me?
Oh, for any of you guys, yeah, for anybody there, yeah.
Oh, okay.
For anybody there from the team, yeah.
Marge, Matteo, maybe?
Can you repeat, please?
Yes, yeah. No, I was just asking what was the thought process in the team when you saw the number 25, the Seisus, have their accident with your other colleagues in the 908.
We just wanted to bring the car home. We knew we had good gap, and we were like a bit faster than the guy behind. So we just wanted to keep out of troubles, like we did the whole race. We didn't take a lot of risks in the rain, with traffic, everything. We were sometimes a bit slower, but we kept on track, and it paid off.
Well, for you all, it's a victory, and it's a well-earned victory in a 24-hour race. This has bring you the confidence for the rest of the season? For either of you three, this surely must bring you more confidence for later on with more endurance races on the horizon on iRacing.
Yeah, for sure, because we had a few setbacks in the last endurance, like Daytona, Petit Le Mans, where we didn't finish, even though we could have done good things in top splits. So yeah, this is really good. It feels like a bit of freedom, you know, to finally win something.
I know that feeling. I know that feeling after finally winning something, and it takes the monkey off your back. For Matteo, Sasha, Benjamin, is there anybody you would like to say a thank you to? A quick shout out before we let you go and have a well-earned rest.
To Buzz and Effect.
Yeah, everyone at Effect that helped with the preparation. Also, Buzz, our team boss, who did a lot of strategy during the race because his car was completely destroyed. So he went to help us with the strategy and did some good calls. And also everyone at Effect who worked on the setup and on the preparation. It was really good and really fun. So it also thanks to them.
Well, Matteo, Sasha, and Benjamin, and of course Nathan, who's not here now, who's probably off to sleep. Congratulations on your victory in the LMP2s. And we hope you have a very well-earned recovery this weekend. And hopefully we get to see you next year.
Thanks, mate.
Yeah, thanks.
That was Effect Simulations, the 909 car winners of the LMP2, Jake. And I think we've still got some time down here. This pit lane is quite a bit wide, so I think we can walk down wherever we would like to go. I think you may have found somebody down there.
I found James Gill, who is there for Composite Performance, the number 42 team, who is there alongside me. And, well, give yourself a massive pat on the back for the amount of effort that you've put in those final stages to try and make something happen. Talk us through final couple of pit stops, deciding to make the call to go a little bit shorter to try and get the jump, but finding out how difficult it is to deal with Team 909.
Yeah, we made a bit of a gamble in the safety car and actually pitted twice so that we would have a small fuel advantage of about 6 liters. But that also put us quite far back in the field. So we had I think 6 or 7 lapped cars in between us and the 909, which put us about 6 seconds back. So we decided to short fuel in the first stop to try and just stick in the tow, but then they made a small mistake on cold tires, so I managed to overtake them, but then at that point, they already had less to put in, and it was really close on the call between if it was going to go 349 and 350, and I told my team I want to err on the side of caution, don't want to run out, so we put in even more, so we came out, I think, 7-8 seconds back, and I was pushing as hard as I could, but I just couldn't catch them. They're so unbelievably fast.
Talk us through the work over the course of this race, because it's been one of those races where every single time we see Composite, they're always up there, always challenging. For you to be up there in a very talented LMP2 field, the likes of Dulatrar in there, for example, some of the Fury Sim Sports drivers, Sesha deciding to put a team in. When you look at where you've come and how important this result is, talk us through the process of how this team has been so good when it's come to endurance style racing in the past and what it looks to do in order to continue to find success.
I think as a team, we understand that it's an endurance race, not a sprint, and we prioritize just not playing it too safe, but not crashing is a huge thing. Obviously, in this race, you have a fast repair, which we didn't use, but lots of other teams did, and then they're quite exposed. So especially in the rain, it's so tricky to be on pace and pushing when you know that, especially in Mulsanne hairpin, if you go deep, if you lock up slightly, you could be into the wall and it's just race over. So yeah, sorry.
No, it's absolutely fine, mate. As far as the next stage for you goes and what Composite's looking for, I know that Composite races in pretty much everything under the sun. So what does a second place finish here in the Majors 24 mean to you and the team?
It means so much. If you'd asked me before the race where I think we would have finished, I would have said P5 would be an amazing result. 2 hours to go, I would have probably said I want to win. But yeah, it's really strong result. And the team, everyone did really, really well. Max did some amazing stints in the wet during the night, and so did Jason and Robert. Yeah.
Well, they've done a brilliant job, and we've certainly seen a wonderful job from you. James Gill there, joining us then from Composite Performance number 42 team, getting second position overall. And Craig, I believe you've jumped down to the 5 garage where Vesta Sport Black are all waiting for you.
Yeah, we've jumped in to... Just to let me in for a moment, just going to make sure I can get in, but we will get to the Vesta boys very shortly. Christopher, Francesco, their team manager, Roberto Rebecchi, and Vincio, who are all there. What a drive that was for. What an unfortunate drive it was for them. What a great drive. We do have them now. Christopher and Roberto, and then Francesco as well, and then Vincio's all here. That's got to be heartbreak, but at the same time, what a crazy race from all three of you on that final half an hour of the race.
Yeah, we tried our best. Chris did absolutely everything to get that place. Unfortunately, when we were deciding if to pit or not on the last lap, because I don't know if you've noticed, but the GTP leaders were just behind us. So pitting could have meant losing 1 lap. So for example, P3 stayed out. And so in all of that drama, we forgot 1 tire. We forgot to remove the tires, so the car went on the jacks, and yeah, it was over after that. But we were close, considering we did the race in 3, so I use here as a team principal. And 3 drivers, I got no electricity throughout the night. Chris is working on the restaurant all the time, so I think we did a pretty solid job as a team to get here in P2.
Still a great view. You think you started 13th in class. The morning was very interesting because I did catch. I have to pick it out there. You went on the wet tire about 10-15 minutes a bit too early and had to drive it in the dry. Was that a mistake, or were you looking to do a quick stop? Because at the end of it, with the safety car, it didn't make a difference. But if there was no safety car, could have been a race decider for you.
Basically, what happened is that we, after like the 5th or 6th hour, we were just racing the leader to stay on the lead lap. And by that stage, we were 1 minute ahead of a leader and waiting for the safety car. And we either had a choice to put on the slick tires and risk to put it into the wall with no fast repairs left, or lose like 10-15 seconds, do the splash on the wet tires instead of the dry tires later on, but be safer. So we decided to lose those 15 seconds and avoid any issues with crashing out, because after all, we knew the safety car was coming out. So
yeah, the strategy was very stricted, and we stayed out the right just amount to then get a full stint to the next wet condition. So yeah, all was calculated to get the right window and didn't splash, because even if we stayed out and we lost a bit of time, we didn't manage to get any splash. We went through directly the wet condition. So that was a call that I think was correct, even if with wet on the dry surface was a bit tricky and of course not suboptimal.
Well, if it works, it works. And obviously it worked because you were there. I have to ask, I know I had to ask. Second place, we know what happened. It's not the result you wanted. But how do you feel being part of one of the craziest finishes in a 24-hour race that we've ever seen on iRacing?
You gotta ask Chris for that. He's the one who was driving.
It's a bit frustrating because we won. All the guys who are racing want to win the race, so it's a bit frustrating. But yet, we need to know how to win the next year. And no, it's not. It's a good result because when you start 13, like you said before, it's a bit difficult to be back on the front. And the race was very tricky with all the conditions. So now we're happy to be here and happy with P2.
At the end of the day, that the important thing is you've also finished the race, which a lot of people want to see, and it's great to see. I know you've got one of your team managers in. Is there anybody you would like to give a shout out to, though, before we let you go and have a well-earned rest after this race?
Up to you.
For sure, it was a great race throughout, through 24 hours for sure. Huge compliment and congrats, to the leaders and to guys that fairly did a good competition with us. But at the same time, we need to consider also the team, how a commitment put the drivers here with the pre-qualifying, because it wasn't easy, and it's not guaranteed split one. So from the beginning, the setup strategies, also work behind the wings changes, every details that makes the car safest in the rain and also fastest in the drive. So this results, okay, it's not of course P1 what we wanted, but still an achievement to finish the race, and also means all what we did works in terms of setup, strategy, spotters. So now we just need to keep that down for next champs and of course next year, Measure 24.
Well, next year it cannot come any sooner. But congratulations, of course, on your P2, and I think it's a well-earned rest now. A fantastic finish and a fantastic race from the guys at Vesta Sport Black. Thank you for coming to have our interview with us. And Jake, that is going to do it all for us today. I think you've earned yourself a break.
What a wonderful bit of racing that we've just been able to go through with. What a fantastic bit of battling for 24 hours. Some of the greatest sim racing that we've had here over the course of the Global Sim Racing channel, and we've got more to come along very, very soon with us. So stay tuned with us with YouTube, of course, for all of the action here today. I want to give a massive thanks to the entirety of the team who has helped bring this show over together, which started off, of course, in the morning with the likes of Jeremy Scott, for example, who was there all in on the team. The likes, of course, of Joe Peak, Joey Atterbury, who have all been in on the mix, Craig King, and, of course, well, I've been Jake Sperry, but Daniel Costello, Christian Deploy has been around for a little bit as well, and Dougie Beard's cameras. But this is what sim racing is all about. Great, fantastic driving, everybody pushing to the absolute limits and finding out just what makes racing so special. It's one of the craziest ends to GT3 that you could possibly have, and it stands on a pedestal as one of the great sim races that you could possibly get to. It will be Hydra Race Geodesic Racing Black who take that one in its effect. Ultimately, for Effect Simulations 909, there's not much that could have been done for the 908 car in the instant. It was a scare off the road for Sesha as they found themselves out of this drive, but Composite Performance gave it a very good go, but couldn't quite get by the 909 team. But when it came to the top category and overall, it's Harrison Lillis's mistake that cost the team. They did everything they could. They pulled 4.5 minutes back in 6 hours, but just not enough. It's Sesha Esports who are on top in the number 47, who take overall here in your Majors 2.4, and we'll see you very soon with more action as part of a Genesis Extreme production here on the Global Sim Racing channel.
It's iRacing.
Hey, you know that guy who just before the green flag keys up his mic and asks, "Anybody got a setup?" Well, this is him. This is Adam, and hey, Adam needs some help. On the other hand, this guy over here, this is Steve. Steve is a solid racer and he knows his way around the garage. Steve's problem is time. With a job and a family, he can't find enough time to build competitive setups and to race as often as he likes. But as luck would have it, Steve knows a secret. He lets the Majors Garage crew chiefs do the setup work so he can focus on the racing. At majorsgarage.com, Steve can get setups for over 60 cars on the iRacing service. So no matter what series he wants to jump into, he is covered. Somebody, anybody, really should tell Adam. See you at the garage.